Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 5 of the Marketers Forum presented by the Los Angeles Tribune. We are delighted to be with you all today for day 5 of the Marketers Forum. If you are tuning in with us live today, we ask that you share with us in the chat what you're tuning in from, what you've learned if you've been participating in the previous 4 days of the Marketers Forum, and what we are looking forward to today. We've had over 70 leaders from around the world join us to share their strategies on marketing, on mindset, on how to build rapport and connection with community. And it is a delight to be with you all today. Ava V. Manuel, the editor-in-chief in the Los Angeles Tribune, how have you been feeling about the Marketers Forum? And I know today's a very, very special day. We get to hear from many of the Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestsellers. But what are you thinking going into today, Ava?
Well, first of all, gratitude, right? I'm so grateful that we have the Los Angeles Tribune launch. Sorry, I'm in a hotel doing a book launch right now. I wish I could share the background with you. We've got a lot of people signing books and everything else. But what beautiful moment to really elevate marketing. I always say, let's finish 2024 strong. Let's start 2025 really strong and launch 2025 to be our best year ever. And what better time than to do the Marketers Forum 5 days. If you've missed some of the days, make sure you go back. I'm going back with you with many of those moments and many of the words that have been imparted over the last 4 days and today. So I absolutely look forward. We've got some of our critically acclaimed authors, the $2.5 billion Queen of Pitch, Forbes Riley, and her genius CEO and daughter, McKenna Riley, is going to be with us. And we've got many others. And I know Rex has guests too. And, Alicia bringing some and Jason's bringing some. So just tune in because, the best is yet to come. So thanks, Alicia.
The best is yet to come. Ava is literally live at a book signing right now for one of our critically acclaimed bestsellers in California. And I know we're excited to hear him speak a little bit later today. Jason, what are you thinking about going into day 5 of the Marketers Forum? I know you've been tuning in and commenting all week. What's been on your mind?
The insights and inspiration is all the way through, and the collaboration and people coming to so many of the same conclusions in how we do things. The authenticity is that underlying genuine aspect. And I know with the Los Angeles Tribune and the crew we have here today with Rex, Ava, Alicia, we've got Julianne here today. We are lining up some incredible interviews with folks that are truly authentic and collaborating, even not just here in the US, but globally. We've got Dr. Natalie Forrest joining us today. Samantha Tauber, also known as Vinci, will be along for an interview. Justin Breen is also joining us later on. And I've got a great marketing panel lined up with Mick Hunt, John Block, Chris Salem, Leslie Arboleta. They're all folks that are associated with the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau. So we're super excited to bring the expertise and the inspiration and really highlight how collaboration can extend our reach and deliver the message in a global capacity.
Yes, collaboration can expand our reach in a global capacity. Love that. And Rex Sykes, I know you and Dame Doria were talking a lot about collaboration yesterday. Rex, what are you thinking about going into day 5 of the Marketers Forum today?
I think Thunderbirds are go. I think, we're launching another fabulous day with incredible people, speakers who are delivering, bringing value and sharing their insights and their experience. It's one thing, anybody can write a book today. And AI, you can write a book and not know anything about it. But the cool part is when you have people who know their topic, they're not just authors or researchers, they're people who've actually done the experiences that they are writing about or the consulting. And so that's what we attempt to do, is to bring you people who know what they're doing because they've done it and they've done it successfully. And so they're going to share those success steps with you who are watching. So that, because my goal for you is always to have reliable information you can apply right away.
Yeah, I love that. Real people, real stories, real results. And I want to add real reflections. Like, I think people have also reflected on what they've done, what was effective, what they could have done differently, and really a thoughtful approach to how you live in life and how that applies to your business, understanding that the world is continuously evolving. There are so many speakers that will be joining us today, and we are really honored to hear from a gentleman that has inspired, has taught so many people the psychology of selling, how to really level up in their life, how to become millionaires, how to take accountability in your life, in your business to really grow and thrive. And that gentleman is Brian Tracy. It is an honor that we get to bring the words of Brian Tracy to you all through the Marketers Forum, with a special interview that he did with Michael Fomkin, who joined us yesterday just for today's Marketers Forum. So in just a moment, we are going to ask our host to just give one word that they're thinking about going into today, and then we're going to get ready for Brian Tracy and Michael Fomkin. Ava, we'll start with you, and then Julianne, Rex, and then Jason.
One word. Impact.
I love it. Impact. What about you, Julianne?
It's going to be simple. Awe.
I love that. What about you, Rex?
I'll explain it later. Failure.
Failure. Okay. And what about you, Jason?
Authenticity.
That word rings very, very true. Authenticity. Thank you so much, Jason. And my word is going to be notes. I'm here to take a lot of notes today because I know there are going to be so many insights and I don't want to miss anything. So I'm going to take a lot of notes. We're about to go to commercial break and we'll be right back with Brian Tracy.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
So excited to be here at the Marketers Forum. First of all, congratulations for everyone who's tuning in right now, because you are in for a real treat. First of all, I'd love to send a special shout and thank you to Dan Kennedy, to Mo Rock, and of course the LA Tribune for putting this event together. For those of you not familiar with myself, my name is Michael Fomkin, and for the past 18 years, I've been helping people in the entertainment industry meet with high-level executives. People can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. We also work with entrepreneurs, and today I am so excited because I have the opportunity to sit down with the legend himself, Mr. Brian Tracy, and we are going to learn all about book publishing and why you should become a published author. Brian, I'm so excited to be here with you today.
Michael, it's a delight to be with
Absolutely.
you as well. You are so famous in this industry for helping people accelerate their careers. Instead of spending years to get to the same point, they can get to the same point in a few months or even a few weeks or days. So that's so helpful.
Appreciate that so much. So you've written over 90 books.
Yes.
So you're the de facto, right, expert in the world on publishing and writing books. You international bestseller, for decades.
Yes.
So could you take us back like that? Like, what does it mean for yourself? Like the very first book you ever wrote, like how did it change your life? Like kind of take me through that journey, on day one.
Well, the first book I wrote was on my seminar that I was giving all over the world that people loved. I called it The Psychology of Achievement, and it became an audio program and became the best-selling audio program on success in the world, and still is today, in 39 languages. And then Simon & Schuster approached me and said, could you write a book? Could you write 3 books for us based on your successful programs? And I always say yes. If you offer me a business opportunity, the automatic answer, knee-jerk, is yes, of course, whatever it takes. And so I sat down to write the book for the first time. And at that time, back in the 90s, you had to type a book. And I didn't know how to type, so I had to take a course on my computer to learn how to touch type, and I did. I got up from Hunt and Peck to 50, 60 words a minute, and then I went to work. It took me 6 months. It took me 200 hours to write that book, and then I had to rewrite it and rewrite it and rewrite it, and finally, after 5 or 6 rewrites, I was happy with the book. I submitted it to the publishers. They were happy with it. They published it, and it's been a top seller ever since. There's a big difference between a bestseller and a top seller. A bestseller goes up on the New York Times bestseller list and then goes off. A top seller stays below the radar screen, but it just sells and sells and sells. So every book I write is timeless. If I write a book on strategy or sales or personal success, these principles can be used. I was just speaking to the publisher of HarperCollins Christian Publishing. This publisher said that in the publishing industry, they love me because I write what are called perennials, books that sell year after year after year. And that is the meat and potatoes of the income for publishing companies. That is what enables them to be successful. So if you're going to write a book, and you can and you will, and we'll show you how, if you're going to write a book, then try to write the book so it's timeless. For example, I would use all kinds of examples. Back in the Reagan days, they have to go through when I rewrite the book and kind of update it to the Trump days or the Biden days so that it's current. And people love that kind of book, and they read it and they tell their friends and so on. And you were saying there's a methodology to write a book faster and easier now than ever before. I used to spend 200 or 300 hours of intense labor to write a book, and now I've written 2 books in less than 2 hours using AI and using the computer and as a proven system, and it just turns out a book for you. What happens with AI, and it's an amazing thing, is imagine there's a cloud like up in the air, and all the information on all the subjects in the world is in this cloud. So when you begin to write, what happens is that AI reaches into the cloud and brings down everything that you need. You can ask AI any question, you can give it any instruction, and it'll get access to all the information from you and from everybody else on that subject. One of the things that you can do in writing a book, for example, with me, I say, write this in my voice, Brian Tracy. And so what they'll do is they'll listen to all my audio programs in the cloud, and then they'll write it out with my name, my examples, my stories, and everything else. It's phenomenal. You can have a book in 7 days now. And a book, the most important thing for you in business is to be an authority, for people to see and believe that you are the very best choice of all people in the market. What is the first 6 letters of the word authority? And the word is author. So when you are an author on a subject and you give your book to a potential prospect or client, the client sees you in a completely separate category from someone who doesn't have a book. So today, if you don't have a book, you should be taken out behind the barn and beaten with a stick. Sorry to be severe, but the fact is that you have a book in you. You probably have several books in you based on your experience. If you combine it with AI, you can put out a book and send it off to Amazon. Amazon will print the book, send you back a box of books, and you can then use that book as a business card. We have a book here that we did.
Yes, we do. We have one coming out early next year, The Unseen Advantage. This is actually going to be closing deals in the modern marketplace.
Wow.
So one of your favorite topics, sales.
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about sales also. Like, obviously you're, the first close I ever learned was the Benjamin Franklin close.
Yes.
Okay, the old school. Now, when I hear the word sales, I never really saw myself. I've been doing sales for 35 years, but I never saw myself as a salesperson. I've always saw myself as a sales as a way to my moral obligation to help others.
Yes.
Right, to find the right path. Could you talk a little bit about, obviously having a book and building a brand? I love the example of taking your seminars and then turning that, from the audio and the video into the written word, and then from there to kind of launch the whole publishing
Yes.
side of your business. But from a sales perspective, can we talk a little bit about, like, 'cause I know there's so many people in today's marketplace, especially for online marketers, right? They're writing copy, they're trying to run a company, they're trying to juggle so many different things.
Yes.
And they're really good at what they do. But then the moment that they have to also be that salesperson,
Yes.
all of a sudden it's just like that seems to, kind of put people in that crunch. So for people who are out there that are kind of running a small business,
Yes.
and they're kind of handling the marketing, and also at the beginning they're still also the salesperson for the company.
Yeah.
What kind of advice could you give somebody who may be afraid of sales or just doesn't quite know how to really help their audience the best way possible?
Well, the answer is that when I learned this, when I began to study psychology, is that there are two major fears that hold people back: the fear of failure and the fear of rejection. And both of those come together in sales. We're afraid that if we make a call and we make efforts and so on, nothing will happen. And you're right, because that's what happens at the beginning. The second thing we're afraid of is asking someone to buy our product and having them say no. The word no keeps people poor. The fear of failure and the fear of rejection. It's not the rejection itself, because you've had it all your life and you're fine, but it's the fear of it. It's the thinking about it. So how do you overcome your fears? Well, this is what my Psychology of Achievement seminar focused on. The fact is that you replace messages that you're giving to yourself from negative to positive, and you say, I can do it. I can do it. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of anything. The great rule, going back to Aristotle, is that you become what you think about most of the time. But you also become what you say to yourself, what are called affirmations. And if you say positive things to yourself, you overcome your fears, and your fears go away. Then the second thing, how do you overcome a fear? Is you do the thing you fear over and over again, and the fear eventually just wears down, and you develop the habit of courage rather than the habit of fear. So one of the things I've taught in my Psychology of Selling program is how to overcome this fear and how to make more calls and better calls and make more sales. Now, I believe that everybody watching us should have a goal to be a millionaire, to become a millionaire. And it's easier to become a millionaire today than ever before. There's about 39 million people in America alone who are worth more than $1 million. My son Michael and his wife bought a home. We helped them with the down payment about 8 years ago, and with increases in value, they are millionaires. X their mortgage, they were worth more than $1 million. And they're only in their 30s. I mean, it's unbelievable. So if you don't become a millionaire, there are no excuses. So how do you become a millionaire? Well, you set the goal to become a millionaire, and then 77% of all millionaires sell a product or service and sell a lot of it and keep the money, and as a result, become millionaires. 77% are self-made. They're entrepreneurs or serial entrepreneurs. So what you do is you learn how. When I started my career, I made an average of 70 calls a day and no sales. And I wasn't afraid. So I used to run from door to door so I could be rejected from office to office. And I started to wonder, why is it that I'm so unsuccessful? And I asked one of the top salespeople, who's earning 10 times as much as me, why is it you're so successful? Well, he said, when I first started in sales a few years ago, I went to work for a company that trained me for 2 months in sales before I went out to see customers. And that made all the difference. So I said, well, how can I do that? He said, well, why don't you read books on sale? I said, are there books on sales? Yes. I said, where do you find them? They're at the bookstore. You're kidding, because I love to read. I went down to the bookstore and I bought my first book, and it was called How to Win Customers by a professional named Heinz Goldman. I still remember. They say you always remember your first time. Whatever that means. So I remember that first book, and I read it from cover to cover, and I went out and I began to sell like a professional, and my sales doubled and tripled. They went up 5 times. And then I began to listen to audio programs and attend seminars. I became an animal for learning how to sell. And in 2 years, I was earning 10 times as much. I'd never earned so much in my whole life. Today, if I was to retire, I'd never have to worry about money again, because it accumulates. As a matter of fact, when you become a millionaire, you can become a millionaire without even realizing it. You'll have to look at the end of the year and say, your accountant will tell you, you're worth more than $1 million. I am? Yes, you are, because you are just going and going and going. And so your job to become a millionaire, the number one reason for business success is high sales. Number one reason for business failure is low sales. 20% of companies earn 80% of the money in every industry. Why? Because they have high sales. Why is it that customers don't buy products in the bottom 80%? Because they don't want them. They don't like them. They're not appropriate for their needs. Why is it that some people are more successful than others? Is because they are customer focused intensely. How can I help my customer improve his life or work with my seminar? And when you start to do that, that attitude of helping your customer, it permeates everything you say to customers. And customers don't see you as a salesperson. They see you as a helper. They see you as a fundamental part of their life and business. They like you and they trust you and they want to buy your product and tell other people about it. It's a wonderful thing. But you have to be devoted to learning and getting better at selling. I asked this question. I want to earn 10 times as much as I was earning. What's holding me back? What one skill is holding me back? Do you know what it was? Closing the sale. Mm-hmm. You mentioned the Ben Franklin close. And I said, all right, so I'm going to do a full court press on closing the sale. And I studied it. I've got books and tapes and courses and seminars. And I eventually became so good at closing the sale, I created programs. I wrote a book called The Art of Closing the Sale, and I wrote a video movie that was played everywhere on closing the sale. There's 24 techniques to close the sale. So how do you build up to the point where you can ask, and which question do you ask to make the sale? And my sales went up and up. I couldn't believe it because I knew how to ask for the sale. So I began when I began training as a public speaker, I offered, my first course was The Art of Closing the Sale. And the rooms filled up. They filled up and all the salespeople wanted to know how to ask for the order. So I taught them, and their income doubled and doubled and doubled.
I love that. In the book, following the techniques, and I wanted to share this with you, and I know we spoke about this earlier. I tell a story in this book about going from $0 to $1 million in less than 5 minutes for a customer who did not even know they were about to make a purchase. So you have to make sure that if you're loving this, make sure you pick up this book. But I want to, I'm going to be honest with you, Brian. Sitting here with you right now, it's like I am so enthralled. Like I could do this 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, just spending time with you. Like it's just, to me, I am so grateful to be here, and I'm sure our audience is absolutely loving this. And I don't want to reveal too much, but I know we're working on a little secret project called Legend Circle, and being able to have proximity to people who could change your life.
Yes.
Right? Because for 18 years, I've helped people in the TV, the film industry, meet people. They reach a certain level and they just get stuck. Yes. And when you meet that person who literally could just change that one lever, it changes your life.
Yes.
How important do you think it is for business owners, for entrepreneurs, for just people in general, to be able to be in proximity to people, not only like yourself, but for people who've done the things that that person, whatever it may be, wants to do?
Well, there's a rule that said you can't do it alone. So therefore, one of the smartest things you could do, and one of the most important words in success, is leverage. How do you get the leverage, the knowledge, the skill of other people? And you know, the most important single word in business success and life success is the word ask. What you do is you ask them. You say, you know, I admire you very much, and I wonder if I could get about 5 minutes of your time to just pick your brain about how I could be more successful. And successful people are almost always open to helping other people to succeed. You just ask. Now, before you ask, the answer is no. If after you ask, the answer is no, you haven't lost anything. And yet, most cases, somebody will say, yes, sure. Why don't we have lunch together? And you bring questions, a list of questions. You give them the questions. You say, these are the questions that I'd love to answer. Like, what was the most important influence on your success? Is what steps did you take that changed your life? And they are happy to share with you. So one of the things, like with this Legends project that you're on, one of the most important things you can do is pick the brains of people who've gone before you. And it can save you years of hard work. No, do this, don't do that. Oh my God, I never thought of that. And you do this, and it's astonishing how much more successful you are and how much faster.
I love that. Well, I want to be respectful of your time because I know you have a full day ahead of yourself. You keep busy. You are so busy, and I just absolutely love it. But to our audience and everybody who's joining into the Marketers Forum. Sorry, guys. He's so amazing. I just love him. But I just, again, want to thank you so much, Brian. Thank you, Mo Rock. Thank you, Dan Kennedy, the LA Tribune, for putting this together. Absolutely so great to be here with you. And if you are not following Brian Tracy, please, on Instagram, on Facebook, the Brian Tracy, follow him, share his content. He is absolutely amazing. He is foundational in everything from sales to leadership to creating companies. Again, Brian, I am so thankful to be here with you today. You're the best. And he tells some really good jokes, but I'm not going to share them on today's call.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, guys. Thank you. Have a great day.
What a wonderful segment with Brian Tracy and Michael Fomkin. So many gems shared. I think, Rex, Brian Tracy, he teaches so much about mindset. One of the things he's taught me that I fundamentally will never forget, and I pour into a lot, is write down your goals. Like have a notebook, write them down. But what I loved about what Brian Tracy was sharing was like, you can always learn, right? Read books, learn. If there's a skill set you don't have, that's okay, but you can learn it, right? You can learn from books. And one of the quotes that he shared that I'm going to repeat is, a book is your business card. I'm also going to bring Parisa Rose up. I know that Parisa, you were tuning in here during the segment. Before we get to you, Parisa, Rex, you were in the comments sharing some of your thoughts, but I know you've heard Brian Tracy speak a number of times. What is something that you got from his conversation today with Michael that is going to make you think a little bit differently about how you approach the upcoming week?
Well, before we got into this, you asked us to have words, and I said failure. And then Brian started to talk, and the first thing he talked about was his failures. In other words, anyone can write a book, they can go and research it. That doesn't make them knowledgeable. What makes them knowledgeable is their failure, and they're overcoming their failure to learn what to do. He said, I was sucked at closing. So what did he do? He went out, he got a book, he studied it, he learned how to close. It's the people who are the most successful are the ones who failed the most. So get over being afraid of failure and understand that that's part of the ways to succeed. And as he continued to talk, he went from, here's where I was bad at stuff and sucked, and here's how I got better. And I read books and I took workshops and I asked people, and I got mentored and I got coached and I did the things necessary. And that's the key to success. It's not just reading books. It's not just listening to audios, but it's having the experience of things not working out and learning how to adjust those things in your favor. And then he went on to talk about that. So, Brian is a really good example, and the talk between he and Michael today was a really good example of just taking the bull by the horns and not letting anything stop you.
So good. What about for you, Parisa?
Although I'm such I'm not a wordsmith. I just love diving into words. And the fact that Brian Tracy mentioned something earlier that I had never thought of once before, I'm back here like, are you serious right now? The fact that the first 6 letters of the word authority is author. I'm like, of course it is. Of course it is.
Yeah. So good.
The placement of an author, the work that it provides within yourself to become that authority, to be an author of your own thoughts, therefore then a book. Like, I could go on for days, but the fact that the beginning of the word authority is author, I mean, that can be taken so many different ways and applied so many different ways. And I think that's the beauty of it as well, is that it can be applied per person, however it is most relevant to them, but really allow yourself to step into being an authority of your own space, be an authority of your voice and your word. And like, let's all move forward as an authority.
It was so powerful. During that live filming, I was there with our CEO, Mo Rock, Donna Campbell, the director of our film division, and myself. And when I heard him say that while we were there live, it took me back. I was like, authority and author. What I also found fascinating is that Brian Tracy has been a business coach for years. He's been an author with over 90 books. Brian Tracy said that he uses AI to help him write books today. So he's really incorporating the tools of today that continue to elevate his message. And I found that to be fascinating. In just a moment, we're going to bring on a guest that knows the AI world very, very well. Parisa, I would love for you to help introduce our next guest, James, before we bring him up. And thank you so much, Rex. We'll see you soon.
Yes, I would love to. And definitely AI is a focus and expertise of his. And there is so much more. I will say that. Well, James Andrews started out his career at Columbia Records, spent some time there working on the marketing of and really the development of Nas, Lauryn Hill, Destiny's Child, the Fugees, not the Fugees, wow. And then also had worked at Ketchum PR. He had a social media agency called Social People, and then also was at Smashed Labs. Currently, he is the founder of Creator Mode Studios, which does a whole lot of things that I won't even get into. I've been having the truly the pleasure and the honor of working alongside James with certain projects, and I will say that yes, AI, yes, Web3 and blockchain. I'm not going to say crypto necessarily, but the Web3 space is definitely his sweet spot right now. But one thing that so many people have mentioned throughout the broadcast the last 4 days that James does so well is he is not a networker, he is a connector. But in order to be a connector, you have to be a great networker. And I think that's something that I would love to dive into with James and talk to him a bit about. Let's bring up James.
Such a treat, James, for you to be here with us. I mean, when you're in the music industry, you just understood it. You understood connection, community, and really helping to elevate the artists that you work with. Can we take it back a little bit to when you were in the world of music? Because I think music is such an interesting space to try and foster connection with individuals as people are putting music out there in the world. And then I would love to continue building through your dynamic career as you've really built and fostered connections in so many different industries, including tech. But I would love to learn more for our audience about the work that you've done in the music industry.
Yeah, thank you, Alicia, and thank you, Parisa. Good to see you. The music industry offered an incredible launch pad for me to help individuals tell their story. You know, if you think of an artist as a storyteller, as a brand, I came into the music business before the internet. So it really required a deep understanding of one's story, their narrative, their why. And so my early formation of my career was the music business. Of course, I work in another world now, but I'm so grateful for that opportunity to work with artists who see themselves, they're almost like startup founders, and to be able to celebrate them through their narrative, through their unique experiences in life, and to be able to connect with their audiences in unique ways. And I only point out the fact that I worked before the internet. There's a special place in heaven for those of us that worked pre-Napster and post-Napster. Pre-Napster, it really required that you had to connect with the radio DJs, with the retailers, with the brands, with the company itself. I worked for Columbia Records. And so I learned so much about how to articulate the story of a founder. In this case, the founder was an artist, and to be able to convey that story to a number of different audiences. And super grateful for that experience. My career started off with Dionne Warwick, who's like a second mother to me. I learned so much from Miss Dionne about how to carry yourself with as a royal. I almost see her as a queen in many ways. And, you know, I felt like as a young 18-year-old, I got to, you know, adjust her crown and watch her walk into the streets of LA and be mom to my best friend, David. But then when she was in the world, become Dionne. And then she had a niece named Whitney Houston that I spent a lot of time with. Also was a royal in my eyes. And so, you know, I've had this incredible opportunity to see individuals who carry themselves in the world. And I've had the wonderful proximity to see them in their humanity.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that, James. And great question, Alicia. So, James, because I shared that I get to, for those that don't know, I get to see a lot of the magic that happens, I'd like to say behind the scenes, in how James moves about this world. And that's what I want to presence here, because it is so, it's like such the sweet sauce of marketing, is that the ability to really connect with people. So many of our speakers throughout all of these days have said, you know, your net worth is your network, right? And it's such an old saying, right? And it is absolutely true. Now, James, now that everyone knows that I get to see a lot of things behind the scenes as you move about this world, that is one thing that I know that you do so incredibly well. If you could please share some of your, I don't say like your tips and your tricks, but the way you view, the way you perceive connecting with others as you continue to meet new people, different industries, because you don't just meet people from one industry. You literally, I've watched this man meet people from every different industry on the planet and somehow connect this person to this person, and he just connects dots well. That's the ability to be a great connector. So I would love if you could share some of those insights on how you go about that with our audience, because I feel that would be tremendously beneficial for them.
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's great. I think my intentionality, I think I was the kid, you know, I think my family would say this, that was always in grown folks conversations. So I was definitely like a young person sitting at the table, listening to conversations, and became a great listener. Have a great family. My background is Caribbean and Italian. So two great people who love to bring people into an extended family, right? So I think part of the way I think about connections is like a family. And you know, my sort of intentionality behind networking really started when I was in college, and I worked at an entertainment law firm. I thought I was going to become a lawyer. And I remember buying personal monogram stationery because I wanted each person that I met to really get to know me and really feel the impact of our presence. And you know, that continued into my days in the music business, moving from Los Angeles to New York City. New York City became like just a playground of like connections in the literary world and Wall Street. And of course, my business, which was the music business. I used the island of Manhattan as this like connection point to become blessed with these, excuse me, with these array of unique experiences and unique relationships. And then having the artists that I had, it brought me into many rooms. The way that I think about connections and networking, and I guess I love that you kind of qualified that, Parisa, at the top, is that I'm a connector more than I'm just a networker. I think I watch people who are networkers, and God bless you, guys are great. I really see myself as sort of someone who can hear a story, recall a thing about someone, watching the zeitgeist and watching the way the world's moving, and be able to connect dots really fast. And to be unafraid to go into rooms that may not be in industries that I'm familiar with, but to find that curiosity within myself to get to know something that I don't know anything about. I would describe myself as a curious individual who loves the human story. And I love when those two things come together. I'm definitely the guy that you sit next to on an airplane that's by the time we've landed has found some point of connection with us. And so the way that I think about connections and networking is one, I'll give you this. Excuse me. I think about this as a dad, and I think about this a lot. I always say that you can leave your kids a dowry, a will, but you can also leave your kids uncles and aunties, I like to call them. And in many ways, I think about what I do from the lens of being a dad and wanting, my kids to grow up and be able to walk into an office and someone say, "You're James Andrews' kid. You're I know who you are." And so first and foremost, that's the core. I want to create a legacy and an identity that my kids will be proud of. That's first and foremost. So my reputation and the way that I conduct myself in the world is everything. Secondly, I just love connecting people. It's a pastime of mine that brings me a lot of joy. I run a network in the UAE, and whenever someone goes to Dubai or Abu Dhabi, Qatar, like I want to make sure that they have the same experience that I was able to have in the Middle East or in South Africa or in now Asia, which has become a new favorite of mine. And I want to make sure that those individuals meet the people that made my experience richer. And if I co-sign and I call that person, my co-sign means something because I don't make that call often. I'm mentored by an incredible mentor, God rest his soul, named Clarence Avant. And there's an incredible documentary called The Black Godfather that I highly recommend that you watch. Mr. Avant was my mentor. Mr. Avant was someone whose career I'm pattern matching. And there's no one that connected a wider connection of dots than Clarence Avant. And I learned a lot. I learned that entertainment is a gateway and opportunity to move in many rooms. And Mr. Avant moved between, Bill Clinton and Barack Obama and Snoop Dogg and billionaires and found points of connection and opportunities because he did so many things, not for a check and not for even fame. I would always say, people should know your story. And he's like, yeah, I can't, no one's gonna know my story. And then so blessed that the world got to see his documentary. But I tend to think about connections in the form of curiosity, in the form of community. And I've designed my life around those connections and those communities that have been so fortunate for me. And absolutely, your network is your net worth. A friend of mine actually wrote that book with that title. And I really do see my network as a major part of what I'm able to take with me, and I'm able to give and gift both my family and those close to me.
Wow. I mean, such a wonderful share. And The Black Godfather, if you haven't seen that documentary on Netflix, The Work, the Life of Clarence Avant, highly recommend it. James, we have a lot of individuals in our audience that are entrepreneurs, that they work as part of organizations. How can they think about fostering connections, but from the frame or the mindset of how they conduct business in the world and how they perhaps interact and engage with their colleagues if they work in a large organization? Because fostering connections in the workplace can actually help you advance your work, and it actually helps build community and rapport. So you're not just working with someone, but you actually know and understand who that person is and can really connect with them in that way. As we move into close, we're curious here for our audience.
Yeah, one of the things when you work in the music business, and I sort of became really good at this, is making sure you know someone's assistant. And back then, it was really important. And I went beyond the assistant. I went and made sure that I knew people's interns. And I also had interns. I have this array of amazing interns that include Ava DuVernay and some other folks that are named. And I at an early age realized that mentoring and identifying talent is really important. I do that now. I just walked around the UTA mailroom with a young woman who's now working there. So I think, to me, I don't see the CEO and the intern on any sort of scale. They're all humans who are there in that organization for a reason. And my piece of advice would be get to know the entire organization. As a marketer, when I worked at Sony, I actually wrote the marketing plan with 3 consumers in mind. One was the actual consumer, you guys who love the Fujis and love Lauryn Hill and love Destiny's Child, but also the industry. And then the third persona that I wrote my marketing plan for was the actual building, and so it challenged me to actually get the building excited. I knew if Meredith on the 24th floor was like excited that Wyclef came into the office, that something was popping, And so I became really good when I transitioned out of music and went into corporate in like really understanding like building dynamics and like humans who come to work every day in a building have a story. I'm the king of knowing the security guard at a spot. Like I'm the king of walking in, and Parisa will tell you, I know the maitre d' at all the spots. And like those individuals are so important. I know every single waiter at every social club that I belong to, because I actually, and I'll sit and get to know their story because I really care about those individuals because they're serving me. They're serving me with food, or they're serving my family. And so whether you're in a restaurant as an organization framework, or you're in a building or a corporation, everybody's story matters. Everybody's climbing. It's interesting now coming back in the record business, an industry I have not worked with in 30 years. Most of those interns and assistants that I used to talk to and make sure go out of my way are now running the music business. So it's really interesting now that I'm coming back in the record business using AI, which is what I'm doing now. Most of the folks who are at the top were those interns that I gave a start to, or always took time out in my schedule to take a meeting with.
Wow, that's powerful. Connect with the building, right? I don't think we've heard that yet on the Marketers Forum. I actually don't think I've heard that, but that is such a gem, right? Everyone matters. And think about that when you're putting your business plan together, your strategy together. Connect with the people beyond whom you see, and also recognize that everyone is important. So connect with the person that you weren't even thinking about, because maybe they know someone, right, that will connect with what you're doing. It may not be them, but see them too. What a powerful segment, James. I know that we're going to have you back on our next forum because you have so many insights to share. You touch so many different industries. We appreciate you for joining us today, and I know that you will be back soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Wow, so good, Parisa. So good. I'm going to bring Jason up.
Yes.
Jason's going to be facilitating the next conversation. Jason, would love to hear like one word or gem that you got from James that you're about to integrate and incorporate into the start of your week. And thank you so much, Parisa. We'll see you soon.
Alicia, know the building. How great is that? So when you know everybody that's functioning. Remember at the event in LA, when you need something, you got to know everybody on the staff, right? There we are at the Hilton, right, doing the thing. It's good to know everyone, and that collaboration, recognizing everyone and their stories and the things that people can deliver, because that's the place that they've authentically chosen as their pathway. Right? Where like I know I'm about connecting. I know Dr. Natalie that's about to join us is all about connecting. And we can see that in the ripples. And knowing everyone in the building, wow, what a gem. And what a great way to really show up and serve and recognize the others that are already choosing to serve.
Yeah, that's so wonderful. Well, excited for our next guest, Dr. Natalie Forrest, who is a huge part of the LA Tribune community. Jason, I'd love for you to further introduce Dr. Natalie and her work with her audience as you get ready to facilitate this conversation. And I will see you all soon.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Alicia and Parisa, for the last segment. James, for those incredible things to get us started. Brian Tracy this morning, helping us out with the fear of failure and the fear of rejection. Yeah, to take a look at a couple of those in a new light. I know that over the years, it has been people that I've collaborated with and that have shown me the way, that are the light for me, that really keeps it shining. And even when sometimes it gets a little bit dark, right, those folks just kind of seem to pop back up. And Dr. Natalie Forrest is one of those really special people in my life. And Dr. Natalie, we have been doing this for a decade now. You're a transformational mentor, an international speaker, and you are dedicated to guiding women in those most pivotal moments in their life. That is the genuine realism of what you do day to day. Dr. Natalie, how I know you is the master connector. And in that space, whether you've meant it or not, you have been that master connector for me. And to have that come full circle today is really just what's so exciting in this moment. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much, Jason. And I hope the voice is okay. Everything sounds good. But I just love what James just said. You know, I always felt so weird when I'm the only one saying hello to the janitor, you know, but the janitor is so important. And you know, everybody is important to make something run. I mean, just think about how many people are helping with this event and all the things that you're working on. I mean, the connections are so deep, and yours and mine. I mean, I'm amazed how we're still connected, and it keeps coming back because we have similar interests, and they don't always pop up right away, right? You know something is there, and then you have to wait a little bit, and then it comes back up. So I've just loved everything that I heard here so far. I mean, I've been in and out, but it's been amazing. It's been amazing. Really, a lot of nuggets.
I love what you said about that patience a little bit, right? Letting things kind of percolate, because it's so many rings of what we've done together, and to watch and stand back and see that underlying current. When I was standing with Donna Campbell and Jeremy McDonald, co-producers for the Abundant Soul Conference, folks that you know as well. Donna Campbell, now the director of our film division for the Los Angeles Tribune. It's amazing. I'm standing there May 18th in Temecula, California, and they agreed that a conference could happen in Colorado Springs this same year in 2024. And as they're both saying yes, right, which brings it to the next phase, that ripple to me said, Dr. Natalie Forrest, remember how long we've been doing this, right? Back before the Public Speakers Association even. Which I acquired right during COVID, good times. And now you're combining with me to found the Speakers Bureau for the Los Angeles Tribune, that exciting international aspect, also supported by Ernesto Verdugo, who's going to be speaking later on today as well. It's just beautiful how you're willing, no matter where you are, to connect people. And I know you do that in lots of different areas. So it isn't just here with the Tribune, you're connected in a lot of other places as well.
You could say that. And, you know, sometimes it has to percolate, as you said. But, you know, one of the people that I've met through the Los Angeles Tribune is Ashkan Dabibnia, who, of course, I'm now big time collaborating with for 90210 Enterprise. And through him, I met a number of other people, you know, whether it's Henning Morales from Mindatorium or Astrid Ahrens from Voice 8 Depeche. And all of them share the mission that the Tribune is also about. You know, it's about educating, but with positivity. And I think that's amazing to me, because more and more people are finding each other. We've seen each other before, but now it's like, okay, it's the time to connect. The Speakers Bureau you're working on, where I'm trying to support, it's not just the Speakers Bureau. It's like helping people get out their positive transformational messages, their messages to help other people. And I think that's just what it's all about. You know, I had a meeting earlier with G100, Oneness and Wisdom. Somehow I ended up being the global chair for that wing now. And we were talking about what else can we do to share, that we're all one, that we all have wisdom to share. And I think that's what drives me. And I know you've got some other people coming up as well that I just knew there is a connection here. And I think when it comes to making connections, it means that you are not afraid. I'm not afraid to connect you or anybody with anybody else because it feels right. It's not about me losing out on anything. No, I'm building a better world. And so, you know, I think a lot of people in marketing are so afraid. It's the lack. And so they don't want to collaborate. They don't want to connect. And they're afraid, and then they go the old-fashioned way. I don't think you and I, we've ever done anything the old-fashioned way, because just like, no, this is me, like it or not.
Is there an old-fashioned way now?
There are old-fashioned.
Oh, there is.
Yes, don't worry. I mean, everybody's now talking about AI, right? But all the AI, on the one hand, there's some good stuff, but then how do we distinguish who is Jason and who is Jason's AI character? So I think there are some ways, and you hear some marketers say you got to do it ABC, and it works for some people. Awesome. But in the end, if it's not in alignment with who you are, this ain't gonna work.
In the marketing and sales, whatever part we want to talk about and bring it in, that's exactly what we're looking at. Michael Fomkin said it really well. We have a moral obligation to help others. And when we make that kind of choice, the way we show up shifts. Brian Tracy said it too, the energy, right, goes right through. If we truly are following that way and in our lane and what we do, and if 77% of all millionaires are self-made, then there's a path. And it's a genuine path, and collaboration is a huge part of what gets us there. One of the things you subscribe to, Dr. Natalie, one is the Mind Flex, which I think just kind of throws itself out there. But you also combine that with life as a puzzle. Life is a puzzle. We got to play with it and change the pieces. And in marketing, sales, however we want to approach it today, that's a philosophy for you. So would you expand on that and maybe help some folks with some tools not just the simple piece, but the how to look at it so that we can be genuine and flexible in our marketing?
I should have prepared better. So let me just let the energies come in. So MindFlex, right? It means that we have to be open to alternatives. That's really what it means. There is not just one way. It's not one size fits all. It has to be an alignment. So flex your mind a little bit. If you've always been against AI, try it. It might actually help you a little bit here and there. If you've always been against doing a video, practice maybe a little bit. Just had that conversation earlier. Some people are not comfortable. I understand. Just practice a little bit, because one thing that we all know is we need to get out of our comfort zone. You need to flex your mind and try and understand, what do other people need from me? And most of the time they need to look you in the eyes. And that's not in written stuff. That's not in anything. I mean, you've just put out a number of really, really cool images, photos of yourself. They show you. So flex your mind. And how does it connect with the puzzle? Well, I see life as a puzzle. I see humanity as a puzzle. And when you do a puzzle, you hold a piece in your hand and you have to find where it fits. And then after a while, it doesn't fit quite anywhere. So you have to put it aside and then you try it someplace else. But what a lot of people do is they try to smooth the edges. And if you smooth the edges, you will not fit anywhere. So you need to be the person you are. You're only evolving into a different version of you, but you're always perfect in my point of view. And you have a space in humanity. We just need to find it. And that also means that sometimes when you try to put it in like that, maybe you need to move it. So you have to keep flexing your mind on where do I fit and how do I fit? And sooner or later, you'll find the perfect spot for you.
Dr. Natalie, I am digging that. Right, we're smoothing the edges, but it's not because we're trying to fit into something. It's because we're finding our spot. Yes. And that's going to come along if we just smooth it over and believe in ourselves, trust in ourselves, and show up as who we authentically are. The word gets tossed around a lot, but the more we move beyond it, it's like gratitude. Remember when the world was learning about gratitude and the layers started to really get it, and the world's paying attention to energy, and we're starting to really get it, and we're weaving the things together. And that's what I know in my experience has helped me understand who I am and bring the things that I've done to the same place. I think a lot of people experience that change and that shift, and we're molding who we are in a sense over time, and giving myself the permission and the patience to let that develop has turned into exactly where I didn't even know I wanted to be.
We usually don't know, but it opens up slowly but surely if we're just open to it. If we don't just, keep going, this is the way, this is the way. I mean, I was supposed to be a teacher, and I started on that journey. And then at some point I was like, yeah, I'm still a teacher, but teacher doesn't mean classroom. Teacher can have a lot of variety to it.
It does. It does so much. It doesn't mean the classroom and the mind flex. Dr. Natalie, thank you for bringing that to the table today. We're getting that mind flex out there. We're not trying to go against mindset. We're just saying there's sometimes one works really good and sometimes the other is an option. So thank you, Dr. Natalie, for being here. And I know you're joining us from your international location. I don't always know where you are, but I love that you stay in touch. And over the years that we've been able to continue our friendship and get this opportunity to work together today. So thank you so much for being here and for talking about the evolution of what we're doing. In an overall sense, bringing that mission with the Los Angeles Tribune, the Speakers Bureau, every aspect of what we do here at the Tribune really is about delivering those voices in a way that is accepted and received, even on platforms where they're not always expected.
True. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Natalie. Mon said it. I feel like I'm deep in the forest of knowledge right now. I see what you did there, Mon, with your play on words. But I love that whole concept of mind flex and flexing and being able to adapt and to shift and to evolve. You said you wanted to be a teacher and you are teaching in a different way. And so it's just beautiful to see how you can expand what's been put in you and also flex and adapt to what's around you. So thank you so much, Dr. Natalie. And thank you, Jason, for facilitating that wonderful conversation. We appreciate you both. It is a delight and an honor to bring our next guest on. His name is Kyle Wilson. He's a renowned entrepreneur, a marketing strategist, and founder of Jim Rohn International. He was a very close friend and mentor of Jim Rohn and was really responsible for helping to expand Jim's speaking career and increase his engagements. He's also assisted in publishing a number of books, producing best-selling audio programs. He also has the Kyle Wilson Inner Circle Mastermind. He's worked with some of the most profound thought leaders in the personal development space. I mean, I could go on and on about the work that Kyle Wilson does, but you are a guru, I want to say, in messaging and connection and really helping to elevate someone's story with the people they're trying to connect with. So Kyle, it's such a pleasure to have you on the Marketers Forum today. I would love for you to further introduce yourself to our audience and then really share what are maybe 2 or 3 guiding principles that have kind of guided you along the way as you have connected and worked with so many leaders in the personal development space, Kyle.
Hey, Alicia, how are you today?
Hello.
Good to meet you. Yeah, I had the good fortune to spend 18 years with my friend, mentor, business partner, Jim Rohn. I started as a promoter and I would fill up huge rooms hiring Brian Tracy. And so when Mo said, hey, come be part of this, we have Brian. Brian and I've probably done 100 events together. He's in my newest book. He's been in multiple books I do. If I'm in San Diego, I always go see him and Dennis. In fact, I was Dennis Waitley's agent, and Dennis and I do a retreat every year. At 91, he's spectacular. I know Dennis was here a couple of days ago. But I would hire Brian Tracy, hire Jim Rohn, hire Og Mandino. This is way back in the day, talking 91, 92, 93, filling up huge rooms. And in 1993, Jim Rohn said, hey, my business partner owes me $500,000. Would you just pay me directly on the next event? I'll take it out of his tab. And Alicia, that led to me partnering with Jim. I made Jim an offer he couldn't refuse. I said, it'll be my company. I'll pay you off the top. You don't have to worry if we make a profit or not. I'll just pay you off the top and I'll start creating products. And we did a handshake. And that handshake was for 10 years until we finally put it on paper. But that first year, I took it from 20 dates to 110. I tripled his speaking fee. And we started creating products. And one of them actually became a viral marketing tool. We moved 6 million of. And I went and did one of those for Brian Tracy, Mark Victor Hansen, and several others. But that success led to me starting Your Success Store, while I was also had Jim Rohn International. And that's where I would take Brian Tracy, Les Brown, Mark Victor Hansen, Nito Quabine, Dennis Waitley, Bob Berg into those same companies. And, we had a lot of success. And then the internet came In 1999, I started one of the first e-zines back in the day. And I will say I was the first guy that built a 1 million+ email list. I ended up selling everything in 2007 for just, I'd probably, I was just done. I think I had just run too many 440s and I wanted to be there for my family. And in 2015, actually 14, I came back out of retirement. I was on a ski trip with John Assaraf and Darren Hardy, and they were talking business the whole time, and I really missed it. And they said, you should start a mastermind back in Dallas, where I live. So that's what I do. It's what I love to do. And but I also publish books. Mo's been part of one of my books. And this next book's called Lessons from Thought Leaders. And we have Brian Tracy, Les Brown, Dennis Waitley, Phil Cullen of Def Leppard, 20+ celebrity authorities. For me, Alicia, I've always been a principle-based marketer. I think there's two things. There's tactics and there's principles. Tactics change with technology. I've heard AI brought up multiple times. And the things that I used from a tactical standpoint to fill up an event in 1993 or 2000 or 2007 or 2016 when Brian Tracy and I did our 3-day 20-year anniversary of the Success Mastery Academy, those tactics change. When I do an event now, I do a thing called memory and marketing. So the tactics always change with technology, but the principles never change. And I think I owe my success to principle-based marketing. And principles begin with have a great product, have great customer service, be relational, not transactional. If I had a challenge with the marketing world, it's that they churn through people. And that's actually not very smart because you're always starting over. I see people that look really successful, but they're always having to start over with new people because they churn through people. So they're chasing. But when you can create great products, great customer service, be relational, really unattached to if someone says yes or no. And that's what I created in 1993. It's called The Wheel. And the wheel is you get people on the wheel, you take them around the different spokes. But the key is you bring value. And based on value, some people will say yes, some people will say no. But that's where referrals really happen. And so when you can build, I would say like my inner circle is 80% referral, and people renew. To me, that's principle-based marketing. Someone can keep filling them up, but if they're churning through people, it's a whole different thing. So, a lot of people don't think about that when it comes to marketing. They don't think, oh, good products, good service, be relational, bring value first. And the second thing I would say is I'm a big believer in attraction versus pursuing. And so to attract, you have to be authentically you. When you put authentically you out to the marketplace, you're going to attract the right people and you don't want the wrong people. And so again, out of desperation, a lot of people go the opposite. They're chasing, they're desperate. But truly, when we can trust God, trust the universe, be our authentic self, be patient, do all the principle-based things. I have a list of about 12 I talk about. And that doesn't mean you still don't do tactics, but you do about half a dozen. You don't do 50. I think too many people are doing too many things. Less is always better when it's the right things you're doing.
Wow, less is more. And that's such a great distinction, Kyle, because you talked about here the difference between tactics and principles. Tactics may change, right, with time, but the principles stay true. You used a word I just want to repeat because it is such an important concept, and we haven't really touched upon it too much during the Marketers Forum, which is churn. It's great that you can do different things. And what is your churn rate? Are you always trying to connect with someone and it doesn't last? And people are, as soon as you connect, they leave. Are you actually building relationships with people that evolve over time with that low churn rate because you are offering that value? What are ways that you've been able to truly help other individuals be your biggest advocate? You talked about 80% referrals. What do you think has been beyond value? Because I know you offer a lot of value to the individuals that you engage with, but what do you think has really helped other individuals be your best advocate?
Boy, that's such a good observation and good question. And I started saying this 20 years ago. You have to learn to empower your advocates. So what I did going back to 1993, I did this handshake deal with Jim Rohn. And this is a principle, so it applies today. What I'm about to say applies right now today. But I said, okay, Jim had no list. I got no list. I got nothing. You know, I got a handshake and I got the best speaker in the world, but you know, I'm starting at scratch. And this is before the internet. This is way before social media. And I said, what is Jim's secret sauce? What makes Jim special? Well, Jim Rohn was one of the greatest wordsmiths of all time. And so it was a God whisper, honestly. I got this idea to create a little quote book. But the key to the quote book, and I ended up doing a hardbound version that had 360 quotes, but the little tiny version, which is what I really was focused on, and I later did one of these for Brian Tracy, Zig Ziglar, Mark Victor Hansen, but it had a to and a from. And because Jim Rohn's fans, although most people didn't know who he was, the ones that did loved him, how do I empower them to go tell the story? So I created a quote book with a to and a from, and people would say, wow, Kyle, that's gold foil, it's leatherette, you can sell that for $5. But I sold them for $1 if you bought 10. And I sold them for $60 if you bought 100. And I don't know if you've ever heard of Eric Worre, but Eric said, like, Kyle, I bought 200,000 of those. I'm like, I know. Brian Buffini, I was on Brian Buffini's podcast. He's there in Southern California, $1 billion company. He said, Kyle, I bought at least 200,000 of those. I said, I remember that, Brian. But I had people buy them by the hundreds, the thousands, the tens of thousands. And by the way, I did make a profit. But when you can create products that also get people on the wheel, and back to your question, that help your advocates tell the story. Sometimes, again, out of desperation, people are too focused. I got so many examples, but I had someone just a couple of days ago say, Kyle, I'm backwards right now. They're upside down. They said, listen, I can't stay in the group. And but I'm committed through however long, and they're behind on payments. I'm like, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. I'm not worried about that. You're not, it's all, there's no contracts. I only want someone that I can bring value to. At the end of the day, we worked out something really special. But going back to Jim Rohn International, when the phone would ring, if someone had a problem or wanted to return something, I would always taught my people to say, no problem, no problem. We'll solve it. And I think having that type of mindset builds trust. It's not about asking for favors. Asking for referrals, that's fine, but that's not near as powerful as earning it and building trust with your people. So again, it gets back to principles. And when you do the right thing, and here's the thing, Alicia, you have to trust universal principles. When you trust that this is all set up the right way, and if you do it the right way. So when I see people operate a little bit, doing some questionable things, to me, it's a lack of faith in the process. If you truly believe if I plant a seed and in 6 weeks I'm going to get tomatoes, if I do the right thing, that's all you got to do is just plant the seeds, do the right things. And you can't rush it. But if you do the right things, good things are going to happen.
Wow, that faith, plant the seed and trust and create that space for things maybe that you can't see to happen, right? And evolve. Kyle, it's been so wonderful speaking with you today. That distinction again between tactics and principles is so critical and so crucial, and really earning the trust of individuals and empowering them. As we move into closing remarks, Kyle, would love for you to share something that's been on your mind that you've really wanted to connect with and land this point with the audience that you haven't had the opportunity to share and reflect on just yet.
Well, there's 3 quotes I've been really into lately. I give Rory Vaden credit for at least the first one, maybe the second one too. But he said, I was with them a while back, and he said, the greatest marketing is a transformed life or a transformed customer. Again, when we are focused on bringing value, truly helping people, that's the best marketing. Again, it's not all the tactical stuff. Instagram's powerful. I mean, it's all powerful. But I got to tell you how I built an 8-figure business back in the day with Jim Rohn International. And we were very tactical, but we gave great products at a great price. We had great customer service. We always did the right thing. We thought very long term. So the best marketing is a transformed life. The second one would be we're best able to help the person we once were. When someone says, hey, go find a need and fill it, I think that's horrible advice. The best advice is go find out what you're really good at and how you can help the most people doing something you're very passionate about, and then find those people that you can truly help. And a lot of times it does come from our own unique experience. And the last one I would say is maybe not marketing, but it's where I live. And it's peace is the new profit. No person, no deal, no nothing is worth, me being, we get to wake up every day and enjoy this life. So while you're out there chasing your business, don't let someone steal that by you violating the things that you believe in.
Peace is the new profit. I'm going to repeat that. I'm going to write that down on an index card. I love to write my favorite quotes down on index cards. Wow, Kyle, so much value that you just shared with us today. We're definitely going to have you back and invite you to join us in the future. So many gems shared. We appreciate you, Kyle, for all the work that you've done and how you've poured in really into so many thought leaders in the development space, the personal development space, including yourself. So thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we will see you soon.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you, Alicia. Great to meet
you. Nice to meet you too. Thank you. Wow. So good. So good. I'm excited, I have to say, for Parisa's notes recap at the end of today, day 5 of the Marketers Forum, because I know that there are many quotes that Kyle Wilson just shared that will be part of that recap. For those of you that are tuning in right now, we are on day 5 of the Marketers Forum presented by the Los Angeles Tribune. We encourage you to register at themarketersforum.com so that you can receive highlights from this 5-day forum that we put together as part of the Los Angeles Tribune community. Share your thoughts in the comments. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We have Sheila Moss that's tuning in from Zambia in Africa, who does marketing, works in retail. Jason, I'm so excited for this next conversation that we're about to have. We've talked about our guests in the past. I've looked up her work, and I'm just thrilled for the conversation that is about to occur. So Jason, I'm going to hand it over to you, and I will be back in a little bit, but this one's going to be a good one. If you're tuning in, share this with a friend, share this with someone in your family, and I'll see you soon. Over to you.
Thanks, Alicia. I really appreciate the stage setting there. Just an amazing moment here is coming together. An amazing moment's going to happen later on too, you guys. That Parisa Rose summary is worth being around for. That is one of the moments that is a culmination for us behind the scenes. Parisa keeping track of all the cool things that have been said and just blowing us away one after the other at that point. So please stick around for that opportunity. What's going to happen right about now, you guys? Samantha Tauber is going to join me, as she is known internationally as Vinci. Samantha is an award-winning visionary, multiple disciplinary pioneer and creator. There is just an array of things that Samantha is involved with and producing over just an incredible amount of time. Her artistry and innovation are meant to drive humanity forward. And honestly, it is an absolute pleasure to be able to have an opportunity to share her messaging and what she's doing in a global and frankly intergalactic level, which is a little bit of the intro here, a little foreshadowing that Samantha actually has work that is going into space. So I know as we bring her up, we'll have an opportunity to hear more of that. Through Vinci, Samantha brings to life the super sentient AI super heroine that uplifts humanity. Yes, Vinci as in Da Vinci. And there are a number of amazing videos that are available on her website. And if you will go to vinci.com, CCII.com and see for yourself. I'm going to do my best not to fan out right here. But Samantha, I am so excited to see you.
Hello. Oh my goodness, what an intro. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And joining us in the evening on your side, and another international opportunity to connect with the Los Angeles Tribune and really share what it is that you're bringing to the table. Your visionary approach has been on full display with the incredible keynote speeches and the videos that you've been dropping. I've been watching, and really some new compositions that have an incredible pathway. So out of all the amazing things you're doing right now, what's got you the most excited?
Oh my goodness. I thank you so much, by the way, for sharing that. It's a lot to share the journey, and you really articulated it so well, better than I could. So thank you so much, Jason, for having me. What am I most excited about? Well, I think creativity is a force for love. And that is, in essence, what Vinci is. The tagline for the Vinci project I called the heart of the future. And I think it's interesting because I'm into the etymology of words, but if you look at the word future, it comes from the Latin word futurus, which I think it means about to be. So in essence, it's exploring what it really actually means to be. And so I'm excited to understand mindfulness and what it means to be, and the fact that we're our own cosmological singularity, and how to translate that through the tools and mediums and the modalities of creativity to discover our authentic selves and to connect with others. And in essence, the mission of Vinci is to uplift the collective consciousness of humanity through conscious creativity, serving as a guide for personal and collective transformation.
Articulate, always there. I love the wordsmithing. That's one of the things that I really enjoy, how you always reach back into the words and bring that forward. Has really inspired me recently to keep that in my consideration, and it's weaving into my writing and such. So I appreciate the vote of confidence in that space. You're one of the things that's been coming up today, and we've heard it from Brian Tracy. We had Michael Fompkins here on the same thing. We just touched on a little bit of that with Dr. Natalie Forrest, who introduced you and I together. Yeah. is that we're weaving AI into so many things. Mm-hmm. And those futuristic elements, or what seem futuristic, are here now. And you've adapted that and expanded that into a representation of the deeply human emotions, of the joy in creation. And as you say, creativity is a force for love. So tell us a little bit about what that shift was for you, how getting into the AI, because a lot of us have shared our trepidation or our concerns about that, but you've really opened it up to a limitless possibility. So what was that like a little bit for you?
I love these questions, Jason. Thank you so much. Well, the origins of the name Vinci, which I've created my own spelling, VNCCII, and trademarked it internationally, was, as you mentioned in the intro, inspired by Leonardo da Vinci. So I created that in 2018. And on top of that, I created a persona, a digital alter ego avatar character called Vinci, who, as you mentioned in the intro, she's this fictional, super sentient AI superheroine, angelic warrior, sci-fi priestess from the intergalactic future. So that's just a fun sandbox to start with and to have fun and play with, right? And I was inspired to create her as this fictional AI superheroine because I was reading The Singularity is Near by Ray Kurzweil, and he just put out a book, The Singularity is Nearer, which talks about the technological singularity, not the cosmological singularity, and the idea that, computers, AI surpasses human intelligence. So I was thinking very deeply and profoundly about the future of humanity around 2018. And I love storytelling, as you mentioned. So I was thinking, how do I create and design this being, this multidimensional being that can be a positive force within the zeitgeist of storytelling as we're dealing, with AI in our current day and future. And so I said, well, if she is a super sentient AI, her purpose is driven by love, which is to be at service to humanity. So I was having these deeper thoughts in 2018 and building up this brand over time. Of course, I'm a human driving this project, which I think is quite interesting, because if an AI ever consumed this content, it would see that a human created this fictional AI superhero being that's driven by love and is a force for love and a force for good. And so it falls into the larger story, as you mentioned, we can talk about later, going to the moon. And she's just the protagonist of an entire science fiction world and franchise I'm building. But the intention is that science fiction really serves as a bridge to our future and a positive technological future. And I was also watching the movie, was it Tomorrowland, which was by Disney, and there was a scene, if you watch the film, where they were showing to like the school kids like all these dystopic scenes on the TV, and they're like, this will destroy humanity, we're doomed, we're doomed, we're doomed. And then the main character, Casey, in the movie, she puts up her hand and she goes, how are we going to fix it? And so that ultimately like changed the timeline because of a positive mindset. And all of a sudden, we're changing the future. So it's a simple kind of thought, but it's a profound one, because I look at a lot of the media that's out there. And especially for myself growing up, I've been exposed to a lot of dystopian fiction in the science fiction world. But I was like, how do we serve as a bridge towards a more like Star Trek future? So, more Imagineering, where, we can advance humanity and society, and also relate to this term that I love called the overview effect, which I'll talk about later, because it relates to Frank White, who wrote the foreword for my novel. He pioneered the term the overview effect, but in essence, it's about seeing the Earth from space, realizing we're one human family on spaceship Earth, and it's about, progressing humanity to become spacefaring colonies and civilizations. So, we got a lot of work to do here on planet Earth, both in the inner world and outer world model, but that's the beauty of creativity and technology coming together, a healthy symbiosis that's driven by the intention of love.
Wow, it just blown away by the expansion and the rings and the rings upon rings of what you've been doing and layering it in for so long. It's absolutely beautiful. The expansiveness that started with Vinci, and I want to put it in there because it's so cool. We talked about this a couple times, Sam, that Vinci wields a giant tuning fork. Her giant tuning fork is the instrument of choice, and going around in so many ways balancing the things through sound, and much like you, we both experienced that versions of our own for sound healing. What you led to, and because we've only got a couple of more minutes here, I really want to get to it, is the graphic novel and the new song that you've been composing, and that is going into space. How many times does someone get to talk to somebody whose music is going into the stars? So please share.
Thank you. It's quite a wild story, but this goes to show how, you can higher dimensionally, interweave the threads of your own future and humanity's future. And that's exactly what happened with the process of writing the novel. In fact, there's a scene in my story where Vinci, my character, is on the moon. Fast forward to this year, and I got outreached by the Interstellar Foundation, a registered nonprofit, which is basically taking on the work of Carl Sagan about the next iteration of Golden Records to space. But there's several micro missions of sending communication and messages to the stars and to the moon. And it was through that organization that I met Bruce Haar, who owns the patents for nanofiche technology. And nanofiche is a superior space age archival storage, so it can withstand solar radiation and high temperatures. And that's the modality of how it's been sent to the moon next year on NASA's Astrobotics Griffin Lander mission, which is mind-boggling. And it makes you think deeply about what art really can be and can serve as, because in this case, it's almost like an artifact or a time capsule for the future. And it's also, in a romantic sense, a love letter to future humans.
A love letter to future humans and expansion with humanity's message. And as we wrap up here, Vinci, thank you so much to Sam for being here with me today. I know that you've got some kind of inspiration or tool for those that might be sitting in a position right now where they're thinking forward. How do I connect that version of me, the one that is the galactic and the human? What can I do to step in that direction and really move into that kind of expansion, production, getting our message out there?
Yeah, I think it's all about embracing authenticity. Because if you think about the concept of the word avatar, it comes from the ancient Sanskrit word avatara, which means descent. So it's really it's a personal transformation journey of understanding to know thyself and consciousness, and how that can be expressed through the modality of creativity. And I'm personally passionate about music because I see the music in life and in the universe. It's the frequential signature key that unifies us all. So.
Oh, thank you so much. That's reach for that authenticity. Be who you are. We're getting a lot of that in our circle today. I suggest anyone that has been touched by any part of this message to reach out to Vinci.com and take a look at Samantha's work and how she is impacting the world. Her social media is blowing up with how she's connecting and putting people together. In fact, our next guest that we'll be bringing up shortly is an introduction that Sam made for me with Justin Breen. So Samantha, thank you again so much for being here and for bringing Vinci to not just our world, but the many dimensional worlds that you're creating in.
Thank you so much, Jason. Honored to be here.
It was a huge pleasure, huge pleasure. What an amazing day. What an amazing day to be a part of. We've got yet another amazing interview coming up. I'm saying that word a lot because it is just kind of blowing me away. I just got to connect with Sam and Vinci and understand more about what it really means to get that message out in a huge way, to be connected with visionaries. And our next guest, Justin Breen, is exactly one of those folks. Sam put us together a few days ago, and I was so excited to have a multi-layered dimensional conversation with Justin. And he is the CEO of Epic Fit Network. He's also a dynamic visionary whose real gift is about identifying and connecting the world's most impactful leaders. And his new book, Epic Journey, I've been pleased to have an opportunity to read some excerpts from that. Justin, thanks so much for being here today and joining us for the Los Angeles Tribune Marketers Forum.
Oh, honored to be here. One of my new favorite books is the late Dr. Wayne Dyer memoir, I Can See Clearly Now. And he would always read this quote before big speeches or things like this. And the quote was, "If you knew who walked beside you at all times on this path that you have chosen, you could never experience fear or doubt again." So like my life is just kind of following that path. It's really interesting to see what happens living in that world at all times.
I really appreciate that you shared that today. I had one of those moments this morning where that energy washed over me and reminded me why I'm here and what I'm doing, and and bring it, remind once in a while that little human skin needs a bump in the right direction. Yeah. And you're kind of a master at providing that motivation, whether you realize it or not, Justin. Prolific content creation. You've shared so many of your songs and some of your philosophies with me. You're about to do that with your book, Epic Journey. And I'd love to hear a little bit more about what's happening with your book and why you're bringing it to the world. What is the message here? I know it applies to marketing, but we're really looking beyond that.
Oh yeah, no marketing, no. That's a human. That's a business owner term. I don't live in that world, but no, it's it's an interesting thing. People talk about choice, which is fine, and I think at the highest level of consciousness, there actually is not a choice. It's a commandment from a higher power, and then you just follow that path. So. And then my whole life is following pure gut intuition. Don't really overthink anything. It's just what my heart tells me to do. So with this book, I guess would describe it as The Alchemist or Little Prince, but real. And just that journey that I went on, and then very grateful that Dr. Deepak Chopra is writing an introduction for it. So, and then that was just purely manifested. So I just live in this world where feel everything, and then the right things just kind of manifest themselves to happen, and then I don't overthink it. I just let it happen, and this is an example of that.
The inspired action is something I can certainly get on board with.
Yeah.
Following inspired action. That's one of the ways that I waded through pulling a conference together in just a few months here in Colorado Springs. One of those kind of get your feet wet, get back in the groove types of things. There's an upper echelon of folks that have taken a look and discerned their own patterns and unlocked deeper truths for themselves. And you have a way of reaching into those deep tapestries and connecting with those luminaries, like Sir Richard Branson, Wayne Dyer, whose book we can see clearly now that you just shared. Help me understand. Help me. There we go. Help me and our other folks understand what is it when you're reaching into those places, when we're really looking deep. What are we actually reaching for?
What are we reaching for? It's an interesting question. What I've learned is after a while, logic only goes so far, and then after that, the only logic is illogic and love. And following your heart and not overthinking things is the path forward. But one of my favorite quotes is a paraphrase from Robert Johnson, who was a disciple of the late Carl Jung. And paraphrasing, but for a select few, there is a determination to seek liberation from social hypnosis, determination to seek liberation from social hypnosis. So essentially, most of the world is hypnotized, conditioned. The word business means anxiety. The word sale means dull and dirty. Average means damage to a ship. And for a select few, they're determined to break through of that. And my entire day life is talking to either, world's top visionaries like Sir Richard Branson, very grateful, spent a week on his island home earlier this year, or folks that will do whatever it takes to become someone like that. And then my heart and my brain simplify those into patterns or things that can help society at large. So I know that's a gift. And then most people, which is fine, they don't use their gifts to the utmost of their ability. And I know I have a gift from a higher power, and I'm using it.
Fantastic. Reaching into those gifts and believing in them. I feel like the common denominator here with you and I, and it's something I've been addressing for myself on a continuing basis, is logic only gets us so far. There comes a point. There's something else involved there. You mentioned that you work with a lot of interesting folks that are doing incredible, impactful things in the world, and in some ways, that's the biggest challenge for visionaries is facing working together and how we can collaborate together. And I know you're a connector of those kinds of things. How important is it to you when we come to personal legacy and impact? When we're doing that in a day-to-day, and you're making that human footprint, what are you doing? How are you coming to that place? Because it's almost as if marketing has been replaced with connection. Is how it feels in some ways. So what are your thoughts there?
It's a great point. And excuse me, conscious conversations convert to capital collaboration and connectivity. So having these conscious conversations convert to that. And at the highest level, there is no competition, only collaboration. So me personally, as a human, I'm not competing with anyone. I just want to help people that want to help change the world. And human footprint in this lifetime, I'm thinking well past my own human body death. Like a true visionary thinks well past multiple generations. So I guess that's the legacy. And operating in that space and always trying to increase consciousness and then collaborate with others that also want to do that and truly help humanity. It's a fascinating thing. And it's like searching for breadcrumbs, maybe one or two a week, you kind of find these synchronicities or these amazing things happening. But then eventually you just get into flow and you find the right people, and then they find you, and then it's just endless. It's an endless, beautiful flow. And then you basically create your own world. And the guests I'm hearing here today, they've all just essentially created their own world. They had that determination to seek liberation from social hypnosis, and then they can help others do the same.
Amazing. Exactly what I've been picking up and beautifully phrased in the messaging. Justin, thank you so much for joining me today and handing down that wisdom. The epic journey coming up is something that I really, really encourage folks to get a look at that book, get connected with Justin in some way so that you'll know when it comes out. Just having the opportunity to read parts of it have impacted me greatly. So Justin, thank you for that gift. The tool, I was about to ask for a tool, and I feel like the one you handed us over is that at a position, there comes a level where there's no competition. It's all collaboration. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, I don't even believe in that word. And also don't believe in RETIRE. I don't even say that word, but just a simple tool. Because again, logic only gets so far. I've been really into numerology lately. So if you just look up numerology, and I'm what's called a life path 11. It's very rare, called a master number, and essentially it's the highest intuitive spiritual type person. Rise of the divine feminine, which I think is kind of funny, because if you would have seen me in college or even 30s, you would not have thought rise of divine feminine, but here we are. And when you're operating in that space and not fighting it, accepting it, surrendering to a higher power, and just enjoying the ride, it's a really fascinating journey.
Surrender and enjoy. I love it. Justin, thank you so much. And on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, and as you, the CEO of the Epic Fit Network, thank you for spending the time with us today and answering my questions and getting a little deeper past just the human marketing into the why of what we are truly doing here on a multidimensional level.
Thank you.
Much love, Justin. Such a pleasure to have you. Are we kidding? What an incredible journey we are getting on this morning, and I'm getting to have. I just have to tell you guys, I'm pretty giddy about getting to talk to Dr. Natalie Forrest earlier, to connect with Samantha Tauber and Vinci, and then just getting to speak with Justin as well. The connection of the visionaries and the possibilities that occur when we bring people together. And that is what we're about to do right now, you guys. We're going to bring some members of the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau up for a panel here. Joining me is a group of folks for a panel discussion to amplify the underlying current of collaboration and alignment and essentially authentic marketing. That really is a lot of what we've been talking about today. Brian Tracy has laid it out for us. We've had Michael Fomkin. I just love that moral obligation to help others. And when we come from that place, like Justin said, that is beyond the logic and beyond just the simple thinking, that it goes deeper and farther, even to multiple generations in the future. And how Samantha encouraged us to embrace the visions, embrace the thoughts. There's no limits. There really aren't. Don't tell me that the sky's the limit when I can see stars and the moon, especially when I just talked with someone whose work is going literally into space. So I'd love to get an opportunity to bring up our panel participants. There's my man, Mike Hunt. John Block is joining us, Chris Salem, and Leslie Arboleta as well. This is a marketing master panel, you guys, curated with all kinds of fun and love and enjoyment. These are special people, not just in my world, but also to the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau. There's literally a background with all of us. We won't have time to get to everything. I'd love to get an opportunity to introduce each of you briefly. Mick and I just recently met at the in LA at the Les Brown Power Tour, and ended up collaborating, working together in such a great way, and made friends really fast. Already enjoying Mick as somebody who's impacted my life in community building and honestly just straight up leadership and no nonsense kind of style. Mick, thank you for being here. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me, brother. Excited to be with this amazing group of panelists as well.
We got so much cool stuff going on here, man. I can't stop being excited about what just the amount of knowledge that is in every segment that we've been participating in. So as I go around and introduce here, Mick, I'm going to sneak in a question for you, because you have that no holes barred approach, right, to leadership and marketing. Now, I know where it's rooted, but how do you ensure that who you are truly comes across so clearly when you're navigating modern marketing in the social media day and age?
Yeah, It's a lot of what many of the great interviewers and panelists have been saying throughout this entire weekend, right? Like it's that authenticity that people want to see and people crave, especially today in today's time. And for me, Jason, it's about your because. It's that thing that's deeper than your why. It's that reason, that purpose that makes us do what we do, because I believe that marketing and leadership boils down to a four-letter word, and that's CARE. It's all about the care that is shown, the care that is felt, and the care that connects humans. And that's where our society is at. That's where things are trending. And for me, that's what it boils down to. It's your because, that purpose. And then how do you make humans care about the messaging that you're creating?
Deeper than your why, down to the because. I love it, Mick. Thank you, man. Thank you. John Block, you're just so heartfelt to have you here. We have been doing things together forever. As a mentor of mine, when I started speaking, transitioning from 25 years in the DJ business, and you helped me realize my value and really start to elevate what I was doing. And now you're in San Diego doing the Abundance Retreat, which I was so grateful to be invited to. It's amazing to see how things in our connection have worked back around and come back to a day where we get to participate and share just like this. John, welcome.
Thank you, Jason. And I just want to celebrate you. Someone said in the comments that Jason is absolutely killing it. Could not agree more. And you're living your Dharma, and it's a great example for us, spreading true consciousness, not false light consciousness, true high consciousness you're bringing. Thank you, brother.
Absolutely, John. It's following that inspired action. It's a combination of things, and I encourage everyone out there. It is possible for you. Follow the breadcrumbs, follow the action, be authentic. It will get you there. I know, because these are things John Block was telling me way back with Speaker Venture, right? Yeah. Before Public Speakers Association. In fact, my purchase of this Public Speakers Association is a direct result of participating with you. Because that's where I met the original owner and CEO, Tanya Hoffman. John, your expertise in scaling businesses through retreats, really creating transformational connections. So what would be your first lesson for a retreat model? Those folks that are seeking to go that direction, if they're ready to market their retreats, and what are they thinking about as they move that way?
The difference between someone who attends events versus someone who hosts events is the difference between Peter Parker and Spider-Man, or Diana and then Wonder Woman. So you decide how you want to show up in this life. So yes, as an event leader, to be in your superhero essence, it's a lot more responsibility. Let's be clear. And with that, a lot more impact and notoriety and everything that goes with that. So it comes down to, what are you here for? Are you really here to make that bigger impact? Now, in this context of retreats in particular, the depth of transformational connection. This is something that my partner Monty and I tripled down on coming out of COVID. I was in real estate development and founded a couple of tiny house villages, and I was missing the transformational world. And I decided, all right, 2022, it's about in-person retreats and empowering others to use in-person retreats to make their biggest impact. And the big theme that I hear emerging from some of the past interviews, which I love, is true connection, higher purpose, higher consciousness. It's actualized through the in-person experience. As much as, I love this, I just like, wow, imagine if we were all in one room together. That'd be like even more amazing. So that is the power of collaboration, connection, and true impact. And with that, the abundance just flows inevitably.
I love it. Well stated, John. We're all in the same room, right? I can feel that twinge. I can feel the anticipation. I can feel getting to Leslie and Christopher next, right? And just, if we're all in the same room, how much that amplifies. And that really was the reflection of the things you shared with me from the Abundance Retreat. That was really seeing that and setting the stage for that. You're a master at setting up those environments. So thank you for the recognition and the realization. And back at you, right? Delivering high level consciousness so people can step into who they really are. Leslie Abroletta. Leslie is one of my favorite shining lights, you guys. This is someone who understands the power of alignment and collaboration. As a mom and running Kaizen Living, like, talk about spinning the plates. Her expertise in human design as well, bringing to the tables the idea of substantial alignment that is also sustainable. And so welcome. So happy to have you, Leslie, to help us understand a little more about Kaizen living and what it's like balancing all the craziness that it takes to be an entrepreneur successfully these days.
Thank you for that enthusiastic introduction, Jason. And I love the idea of all the plates because it really feels like that. It's not really juggling. It's about balancing and figuring out where's that center point. I am really passionate about kind of selfishly living in a world where people understand their own energetic strengths in order to, live that health, joy, and abundance that is everybody's birthright. And part of how I do that in my business and my professional expression is, I like to say, taking the woo to the workplace, right? We all understand the value of the energy and the physics of resonance, right? Like attracts like. And I think it's really exciting time to be a professional who also understands the experience of being an energetic being walking around in these magnetic meat suits with these invisible antennas on our heads, right? So, as an executive alignment coach, I'm really about helping people uncover their unique strengths and then align them with their business goals, because I love talking about the spirituality, but at the end of the day, I want to be a profitable and sustainable business owner, and I want other people to do the same thing.
What would you say is your number one marketing? What's your sneaky thing that you feel like you've come up with that's all original? What would you tell others?
I think it's a really important inquiry to be in, that our greatest resource as business owners is not our technology, it's not our funding, it's not our strategies, it's our alignment with our potential and our purpose. And being able to do that effectively as a business owner is absolutely amazing.
And that's exactly the answer that continues to come up is alignment with who we actually are and what we're actually here to do. And that brings me back a little bit in the conversation to wonder, how do we figure that part out? How do we figure out what we want to do? And that's all about strategy and leadership and application. And Chris Salem, you are a dynamic force in those areas. Now, Chris and I have been buddies again for years, know each other through the Public Speakers Association. You guys might notice a little bit of a theme going on there. And as part of our panel today, Chris is a master at crafting strategies that skyrocket revenue. Now, I know Chris to do that from a foundation of doing certain things and keeping things active in a very specific way. But Chris, I know that's evolved over the years and how you do things. So help the folks understand what does business strategy in today's marketing look like to you?
Well, first of all, Jason, I wanted to acknowledge again, kudos to you and excellent job being a host for this forum here. Just incredible energy that you have as always. And it was great seeing you. God, it's hard to believe it was almost a month ago now when we were in Denver together. So I would say a lot of the panelists just really touched on a lot of things, a lot of key things here. The authenticity in being the example, being a resource, that was evident what was shared here. But what I would say that when we articulate that out to our audience, the audience that we serve, that has to be about them. It's not about you yet. It's about them. What is compelling to your audience? Oftentimes I see a lot of people on their websites, social media, marketing collateral, and they network. When they speak, they're speaking to the features and benefits of things. But rather, let's consider speaking to what is the real challenge overall that your audience has that can be better. What are the results they seek and don't have? Now, when we can also be alert to what are the majority of the personality types in your audience. I know for me, I deal with type A personalities, business owners, task-oriented. They want results. They identify with what-if questions. So like if you looked at my website, the first thing that you would see on sustainablesuccess.net is not what I do and how I help people, But I say, what if your business metrics unfolded in a narrative of continuous growth? Question mark. Boom. That's the challenge they have that could be better. Then I say a narrative of compounding revenue and profit fostered through stronger team leadership dynamics and creating a valuable customer experience. So I'm giving them what it takes to get the results. Now they're saying, wow, I want those results. How do I get them? I know what I know what it takes, but I got to know how to do it. So they're more likely now to be aligned with your values, your authenticity, to again you being genuine and be alert to what their challenge could be. Now it may not be specific to their specific challenge, but overall, and that builds rapport, that builds trust. And when that can be consistent, not verbatim, across all the platforms that you interact with your audience on the buyer's journey, you can reduce the number of touch points that you can convert them into clients. And this is a game changer when you can really master a compelling value proposition and how it can really accelerate your lead gen and SEO as well.
Chris, I was really strong in the representation there, because it's about condensing the steps, right? Laying out what we're doing and then finding out how we can bring those back together in a way that's successful. I know that one of the things you do to reach a little bit farther than just the logic only gets us so far point, right, Chris, is that you really implement emotional intelligence. And I know that's a cornerstone of leadership, and we're probably all kind of nodding here because I know there's been aspects of that for me I wanted to grow into, and I really reached towards, and it took me some time, just feeling isolated and naive, right, gullible, kind of wondering, how am I supposed to implement emotional intelligence, finding out I had a little more than I realized through my abilities and empathy and understanding of my own self. So as part of that cornerstone, emotional intelligence in how we do things, that beyond the logic. For you, Chris, what would you say is the importance of that emotional intelligence, and how do you help other people recognize and implement that? What would be the quickest way, quick tool for us to see that for ourselves?
Absolutely. And I'll make it quick because I know we're on a time schedule here. Yes, absolutely, Jason. You know, it comes down to self-awareness. You got to be aware of who you are, the emotions that you operate from. You know, if I know as a human being, each and every day, I got to ask myself, what am I in control of? Each and every day, and that's me. I can't control other people. I can't control situations, but I can control my communication to be assertive rather than passive aggressive. That's self-awareness. I can control my behavior to be assertive and not passive aggressive to contradict my communication. I can control my attitude. It's happening for me, not to me. Challenges and obstacles are a good thing because we grow and expand and become more innovative with them rather than resist them. My emotions I can control. Rather than react from them, I respond. If I have a negative emotion, that's just telling me I have something unresolved, but then I can respond from a positive one. And then it's taking action, massive action. Being prepared, but not waiting to get ready to get ready. Just taking action. And when I can control those 5 things and let go of the same 5 in other people in situations, now I'm in more control to create a better experience with other people, to help them step into their emotional intelligence, to have a better experience with the process of what they're going through, and how then your product service can play a part in helping to mold that experience and make better results for them.
I like how we're shifting that emotional intelligence into different spaces. So I want to thank you, Chris, for delivering that wisdom for us and application there. I want to get around one time real quick with one word from each of us. Rex just joined us. We'll get there too. Leslie, authenticity in your marketing and fitting the needs of your audience. What's a word that would match that for you?
Alignment. It's about knowing who you are and where you're going, and building bridging the gap for sure.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us today. Love having you, Leslie. John, how about you?
Truth. Capital T.
Capital T for truth. Mick Hunt, my straight man. Give it to me.
Purpose, man. Everything that you do has to have a purpose, and I love what Chris was talking about as well too. But purpose is it.
All right. You guys, thank you so much for all the contributions and the addition today, Rick, and being part of our panel, and for the relationships with not just the Los Angeles Tribune, but the Speakers Bureau and myself as well. John, Chris, Mick, and Leslie, especially to you locally, connecting and helping me in my own life. I so deeply appreciate it. You guys have all been great influences and inspirations to me. Thank you for participating today. So, Mr. Rex, I'm gonna kick it back to you and ask you that same question. In marketing, what's the one word for you that really lines it up? We're gonna take two on that, on the Rex one word.
Integrity. I say integrity, and I want to thank you and your fabulous panel for being here. It was quite the discussion and quite value to everyone. So thank you, Jason, and that was awesome. What's your word?
Apples. The universe loves you, Rex.
We'll have to tell them about that later. Right now, we're going to bring up Ava. You're going to have a great time. Jason, thanks for being here. We'll see you in just a little bit again. And you rock, my friend.
Thank you, my friend.
Awesome. And somebody's doing controls too, but we're going to make sure that everybody's, I don't know who's playing around here, so hang on. We'll get you all up here. We got Ava, the chief editor of the Los Angeles Tribune. Tell us who our guests are who are coming up, because they are two very powerful people in one family.
Well, Rex, first you asked me what's my one word.
What's your one word?
Pitch. That's my one word. And
Well,
talking about pitch.
That's giving it away.
Yes, talking about pitch, we have the $2.5 billion queen of pitch and the brain behind the brand that actually broke down the genius and the process into a system that turned it into the mega influence that it's creating around the globe right now. Let's bring to the stage Forbes Riley and McKenna Riley.
And did you say the brains behind the bread?
The brains behind the brand.
That has to be my new favorite way of saying that.
Brand. Cool. Either way, it works for me. I was like, good. Hi, Forbes. Hi, McKenna.
Forbes, you are muted.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune, the Marketers Forum. And you know, we cannot have the Marketers Forum without the Queen of Pitch and the brain behind the brand of the Pitch Mastery Program. And I know there's a lot more programs since I've been in the community, McKenna. So I'm just gonna like hand the microphone to the two of you to tell us what's going on and what do you stand for marketing. I'm like, marketing isn't marketing without the Forbes Riley brand. So let's hear it.
Are you guys able to hear Forbes?
No, we're not.
Unfortunately, we are not. I will start though. Hello, everybody. It is wonderful to be on this stage right now. And Ava and Rex, thank you so much for having us. Forbes Riley is my brilliant mother, but she's also the $2.5 billion host. This woman literally created the industry of pitching on late night television. And so when we talk about marketing and we talk about getting your message out there, there is truly no one better than the Forbes Riley to do it. And over the last 4 years, I've had the privilege of working with Forbes. She's my mother, but she's also my business partner. And during COVID, the world was shut down. Nobody knew what was going on. And Forbes wasn't working. HSN wasn't on, TV wasn't on. And I said, Forbes, let's start a business. You're going to teach people how to pitch. She goes, oh, I could never teach people how to pitch. That's what I'm good at. Nobody else can do that. And I said, okay. Well, we'll teach people how to pitch and we'll get something going. And I said, but you have to do two things for me. You have to focus. Everything that this entire business, we're not going to go do a bunch of businesses. We're going to focus on one business. And I'm going to need you to share everything that you know. I want you to give away the wisdom that you have. And that was hard for somebody who built their entire career, billions of dollars on pitching, to now share every secret she'd learned over decades in the industry. So we launched our first webinar. We did a little pitch class where we sold 1,000 people out of it. We put 25 people in a room. And that night, Forbes opens up our little platform and goes, what's 25K mean? I said, oh my God, Forbes, I made $25,000 last night.
going on to a month, we did our first 6 figures. And at 17 years old, I made my mom a promise saying, if I don't make you 7 figures within our first year of business, we don't have to do this anymore. 9 months in, I cashed in on my promise. So a little bit about me. My name is McKenna, and I actually started my first business when I was 12. I started drop shipping photo lenses online. I made my first $10,000 online and was like, oh my God, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And I went on to build funnels and websites and did Shopify stores and Facebook ads, really just exploring all that the internet has to offer. And then I started this business with Forbes finally because we'd never worked together. And over COVID, it was a horrible time, but it was a blessing in disguise for us because it forced us to come together and to sit in one room. And then from that, we started servicing amazing customers. We've serviced over 42,000 people now, helping to learn to teach them how to pitch, how to get their message out to the world, how to get leads into their business. And what I learned is everybody out there, I thought Forbes was the only one who didn't know how to use the internet. I really did. I was like, Mom, everybody else has figured this out. Why haven't you figured this out? And then I came to learn, oh my God, our students don't know how to do this. So I created something called GSD. It stands for Get Shit Done. And it is my passion project. I work with people between the age of 40 and 80 years old to get their business online, to help them get their message out there, to not be scared of funnels and websites and emails with our all-in-one platform. And it has been such a blessing over this year to be able to work with Forbes in our incredible community. And I'm so grateful to be here to do that. Forbes, is your microphone working?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Well, I could listen, baby girl, I could listen to you talk all day. It's fascinating because, as Ava said, that you really are the brains behind this. And when you hear that story, it's extraordinary. So thank you for carrying the ball and for being such a wonderful partner and everything, because I represent what she's talking about. People between the ages of 40 and 80 who were just not very proficient on the internet. I had a great idea. My idea was all about pitching. I pitched in 197 infomercials, grossed over $2.5 billion in sales, helped start an entire industry about infomercials. And when COVID hit and we transferred the idea of being more online, she helped my dreams come true because I had no desire, you guys, to teach pitching. Well, I was printing money from the 80s and the early zeros, whatever 2000 really was, printing money doing this, whether it was on infomercials and they're just home shopping. And said, why would I want to teach this to other people? It's a long story. I actually got insulted by an agent who was going to hire me for something. And then they decided to go with somebody younger and less expensive. And I said, that's fine. He said, no, we want you to teach her. I said, no. And then McKenna was the one who said, yeah, you really want to do this for a legacy. And the two of us have been so dedicated over the last 4.5 years to teaching entrepreneurs of it, because marketing, it starts from your mouth. It starts from an idea. And so, McKenna, I didn't want to jump in on you, but you can hear me now.
No, I love it. I was just carrying the ship. You know, me and Forbes work better together, and I'm so happy that your microphone works because you have such an amazing story that I'm here to uplift and share with the world and the plans we have for next year. I'm honored to not only be your business partner, but to be your daughter and to be able to do wonderful speeches like this.
And I will tell you, it's been so amazing. And both of you guys have witnessed this in person. What a great teamwork. You know, it's funny, as a mom, I think that's part of the brand that no one else can share. Maybe Kris Jenner and her daughters, but certainly not this way, where in that case, the momager is the brains. McKenna really is. And I'm an advocate for young people who, when she was 12 years old, she built her first business. She made $10,000 online. She was the one who came to me, and this hurts so bad, you guys, and said, Mom, we need to do Bitcoin. It's $100. And I said, no, I didn't believe in it. Today it's 97,000. So my advice to everyone listening, listen to her. She's a lot smarter than we both look.
Can I add to this? I was there when you guys were starting the whole get shit done, the whole thing. And what an amazing thing. I kept telling Forbes, I want one like her. Where'd you find this girl? And you are so amazing. And what you put together so benefited all of us who were in your program. And the fact that you could turn it around on the fly. My head spins when I think about it, because I want charcoal in a cave wall, and you are the top on all of this to put everything together for your mom like that in such a short time, turn it around, and then make money at it. I want to sit and listen, so I'm shutting up.
Well, and I know, and I will tell you, there's some secrets and strategies that she has to marketing that I can't imagine. McKenna, we built our empire, and I want to share this with everybody, on grassroots word of mouth. When COVID hit, it was between being in Facebook groups, doing live speaking. I was on a virtual tour, and we didn't leave the house. We didn't buy any ads at all for the first 3 years. McKenna, how was that possible?
So we did something called direct marketing. It's literally the biggest hack in the online space. Nobody really talks about it. And it's something that I've really embraced because I thought earlier this year when I launched a software business, because my goal is to make it affordable and easy to get people online. Internet should not be holding your message back. And so I thought a lot earlier this year, how are we able to grow to multiple 7 figures with no paid advertising, without much of any massive structure or advertising in the background, but simply by direct marketing, by word of mouth, by emails, by speaking, by sharing a message, by igniting excitement in people that got them to share what we do. And it's been such an amazing revelation for us. And now we're beginning to show other people how to do this, because a lot of people go, I don't know how to do leads. I don't know how to make sales. And that's our specialty. And I love doing it. I love marketing. I love sales, because what I think a lot of us, and I love that question at the end of the last speech of what's your one word for sales and marketing? And for me, as much as this word might be overused, it's authenticity. A lot of people get up on stage or get into do marketing and they become all professional and I need to talk like this because I'm in this industry and this is what I do. And it's like, guys, wait. Organic content works. Being yourself works. Sharing stories. One of the greatest stories that I ever shared of Forbes that made us so many sales was this story when we were in Portugal and we wanted to buy ice cream and they had a minimum due for a credit card. So we offered to buy a couple people in line ice creams, and it turned into a fun little ice cream party because we ended up buying the whole store ice cream. And we took that story and spun it into sharing, and we put it into emails, and we literally started to use our lives in our marketing, use our stories, use our hearts in what we do and how we do things. And it changed everything for us. And just listening to the words that Forbes says, storytelling marketing works. How you tell a story, why you're telling it, who's listening, what do you do for other people? And that's what Forbes is genius at. It's why I love working with her, and that we've able to help so many people build their speaking careers. Because when you understand that your voice is powerful, but you don't have all day to share that message, you have 60 seconds. And that's where Forbes' genius come from. Forbes, what is that 60-second magic?
All right, so we're going to call this, we're rebranding this to be the elevator pitch, literally elevator pitch 2.0. So I noticed that Alicia has joined us. Alicia, you're going to be my tech subject. Come on up here, share the screen with me. One of the things that you go to a networking event, the first thing they say to you is, what do you do? And I don't know that we've ever played this game. That's why I didn't call on the other two. Alicia, so when someone says, what do you do? What's your response?
I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at the Los Angeles Tribune, and we help individuals share their story across multiple personal digital platforms as well as in person.
And that's what most people do. An old form of elevator pitch that has the word help in it. I could have predicted that you would say that, because that is not as interesting as the system that I use. In fact, we turn that on its head. If you were to, Alicia, I don't know, what is it that you did before this job?
Before this, I worked in brand and growth strategy and tech.
And how much money did you help generate, do you think?
Millions for the company.
So if you had started, rather than say, I help people, if you said, Forbes, as someone who's worked in the growth strategy industry and I've generated over millions of dollars, I now focus on, and then say what you're doing. We literally have a complete way of changing the way that you articulate this elevator pitch. We call it 1 minute to millions. Because if you could let me know immediately what you're up to, you could have used half those words. Because at the end of it, you kind of kept talking, but it wasn't as energetic. And I was like, I don't really understand that. I don't know why we do this to each other. You're losing, you're leaving so much money on the table, and you're not engaging people. Here's my next question to you. Why did you answer that question?
The one about what I do? Because you asked me.
Because I asked it. That means you graduate high school. Yay for us. And you know what you get in high school? You get a rule book. You have to raise your hand for permission. You have to go get a job. That's what you're going to get after this. And you answer questions. I'm going to share with everybody listening. Stop answering that question. That question is a 30-second moment to engage people, to look at who they are. See, you said that to anybody, whether it was young or old. McKenna and I are two different people. If you had said that to me, you might have said, Forbes, you know what, as I've watched you in the industry and I do this and we may be able to help you. I'm going to tell you, use that question, not to answer it, but to get a yes or tell me more. And that engaging changes everything. Ms. McKenna, come on back up here. We've done this with hundreds and hundreds, thousands of students now. What have you seen, the typical answer versus the results that our people get when they master this?
One of the things that I love about the 1 minute pitch is how do you get someone to say yes and especially go, tell me more. And so when you go, what are you doing? Then you answer it. It doesn't engage me. It doesn't excite me. It makes me go, oh, okay. But what if we change that to think, what can I do for you? How can I be of service to you? And so when we answer that question, instead of going, and most people go, I help people blank. I don't know where people learn this. Everybody says it. But instead of going, hi, my name's McKenna. I'm known as the GSD experts because I help people between the age of 40 and 80 years old get their business online and message out to the world. Want to know more? Want to come talk to me more? But if I just keep talking, no one cares. They really don't. And you get the glazed eyes.
Yep.
And Mrs. Forbes is genius. And I watch her do it all the time. Forbes, I love your example of a veterinarian. Can you share that one with us?
I'm sorry, which one? I will say though, by the way, as I'm thinking about that, when my son called me on his getting into college, he had an interview. He called me and said, Mom, I nailed it. I said, well, how do you know that? He said, because I pitched her. So what does that mean? He said, I engaged her. I said answers. I could see her face. I wasn't talking at her. I was getting her to ask me to tell me more and enroll me into the school. And having that kind of a goal, that kind of an end game, we talk about the idea of begin with the end in mind. Again, when you say vet, which one are you talking about?
It's just one of the examples for the 60 seconds because one of the things that I love is Forbes' 3 E's: excite, engage, and enroll. Everything in life is a pitch. When you want to get a yes, anytime you want to get someone to say yes to you, whether it's your partner to rub your shoulders, their kids to clean their room, to close a deal, to make a sale, you are effectively pitching. So how do you do that in a way that is concise, engaging, and gets them to say yes?
That's so for those of you that are tuning in, please take notes because this is so good. You don't want to miss this.
So Alicia, it is a template that we follow. And I literally teach the template that anyone can do it. People always say to me, Forbes, you're such a genius when it comes to pitching. We have identified some templates that really will let you understand how to do this. So what McKenna means by vet is that I can get you to ask, tell me about any occupation. Alicia, pick an occupation and I will show you how the formula works.
Librarian.
Hey, everybody, you know what? I'm known as the book nook queen. Yeah, because nobody goes to libraries anymore, but I got to tell you, to sit in a really wonderful space with all of these words around you ignites your heart in your head. And if you were a kid during my generation, you had a library card. It meant something. I'm going to tell you, today, it's not as much fun to read on a screen. I'm going to invite you to come to the library and learn in person the power of the book nook.
The power of the book nook.
I know.
Wait, I want to do this again. Let's do this for someone that owns a sandwich shop.
A sandwich shop. Hey, everybody, you know what? I'm known as the queen of the meat in the middle. Yeah, it comes from my grandfather. He was a butcher and he didn't believe in processed meat. So I own a sandwich shop that only specializes in non-processed, grass-fed, grass-finished meat and whole grain bread. If you want to have the most delicious sandwich, because this is what I'm up to. I'm about getting you healthy, but also about getting you fed. Come to my sandwich shop and we're going to show you, let us have some fun making you the meat in the middle.
This is so good, Forbes and McKenna. And the reason why is because I think when people are thinking about like their target customer persona, they're trying to figure out.
Okay, this is one of my big secrets. I'm going to give McKenna, who's going to give it away. Everybody tells you to find this target. Now, McKenna is a marketing genius. We did just start buying ads that have exploded because that you have to be targeted. But Alicia, this is the problem with everyone identifying their target market. What happens when you're not talking to your target market? Odds are you're not going to ever really be talking to that one woman who likes Starbucks.
Exactly.
Alicia, everybody in my world is my target audience because when I talk to you, I know that you're a woman, so you're going to be interested in what we're doing, and I'm going to position it differently. But if you were older, I would say, hey, you know what? McKenna specializes in women 40 to 80 years old. I don't even think you're half that. But if you're frustrated online, she's got your solution. If you are younger, she's going to say, look, I'm only 21. I made my first million at 18. Want to know more? So one of the secrets is while you may have an avatar, you are talking to a human being.
Yeah.
Please be respectful. You don't dismiss if you only talk to women. That guy in front of you has got a wife, a sister, a daughter, and a mother. So I just don't think we've taught people the right way. And McKenna and I are about shattering paradigms.
And I love that you can have a target audience, and we do run advertising. We've done multiple 7 figures in spending on ads now. And what we do is each pitch for each market is different. We pitch different audiences. You don't just have one audience in your business. There are multiple facets, multiple different groups of people you can go after. But we talk about networking. Nobody works a party like Forbes and myself. And that's because when we speak to somebody, I ask you what you do, because the things and the words that I say are based on what you do or who you are, where we are, how you show up. But if you're blatantly just going, this is what I say, this is what I say, this is my pitch, if you're not interested, buy, that is the wrong approach, because everybody, no matter what they do, how they show up, can help you one way or another, whether it's another referral sale or it's just a connection or it's getting the word out there more. But when we start to lean in about that, it's not just a one size fits kind of thing. There's so many different areas, so many different ways you can say something. Words are powerful. They really are. And when you master your voice, life becomes a lot more fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I just read a little, somebody wrote that they dislike technology. I'm going to tell you that as I'm studying neuroscience and I love it. Every word that you say to yourself, and Rex knows this as well, manifests in itself. You can't dislike technology. It's here to stay. And if you don't like it, it will avoid you. That's like saying I have a fear of success. That's too bad, because it will also avoid you. I would be very mindful. Now, I know we only have a couple more minutes left. Alicia, I know this is exciting to you, and I appreciate that. Rex has been through my trainings. You guys, at 5 o'clock, in about an hour and a half, I'm teaching on a Zoom call. I do charge. I charge $19 for it. It's not free, because I discovered if I give it to you free, nobody shows up. But I will tell you, we have pretty small classes at the moment because it's the holidays. We haven't bought ads for a while. So I'm going to tell you that if you get on my stage, I'm liable to work with you. I don't know who can put a little link up, but it's www.pitch secrets with an S, Pitch Secrets Masterclass. I will be in a Zoom room doing what Alicia and McKenna have just challenged me to do, and I'll do it for your company. Best $19 I promise you'll ever spend.
And I would agree. Having been around them, know them, work with them, and back and forth, they are just absolutely amazing. You want to be sure to take advantage of anything and everything they offer. I want my McKenna clone if I can't get the real thing.
Well, let me show you. Just on a side note, McKenna has done that. Rex, I will tell you, what you took in GSD early on, she is now the queen of productivity, and specifically online. She and her partner will build you funnels and landing pages faster, better, and less expensive than anyone on the market. McKenna?
So we put together an all-in-one business software, and we've added a wonderful AI components into it. It's called the gsdsoftware.com, and we work with people live on how to actually put their business together. And I go step by step. I don't just go try this or do this. One of my greatest accomplishments ever is this woman named Virgie, who's almost 80 years old, who's terrible, self-proclaimed terrible at technology, just like Ebony said in the chat. And in 4 months, we made her first 5 sales online within a week, because we set up the funnels, we set up the emails, we put together the website. And what if I told you we could do this all for less than $10,000? You can get everything set up. You can start making money, because here's the difference in what I do, and I think everybody else in the market does, is we do leads. We show you how to actually drive people to what you're doing and to actually make sales. How do you close a deal? Me and Forbes have formed this powerful partnership where we've been able to explode success, find financial freedom, be able to work together, live the dreams. I just spent 5 months traveling Europe because I work online, and I can show you how to do that. And I know it's not hard because I've done it for over 5,000 people now. I love spreading this message because it feels impossible, but it's not. It's at your fingertips. So make sure to connect with Forbes and myself. I put the link to Forbes' pitch class tonight, pitchsecretsmasterclass.com, in my little header thing here. But Forbes will literally work with you live. These aren't big classes. It's the holidays right now. We're not running traffic to come to these classes right now. So I advise, come join Forbes, get connected with the community. We are a community-oriented company. This is what we do. We have incredible people.
I also will share with something. One of the reasons that McKenna is so committed to me, and as a young woman, she's turning 22 in a week. She doesn't need to be doing this. She's doing it because I've gotten so screwed over by people in the industry. And by the way, their software with everything she talked about is only $97 a month. It's not. It's a lot less expensive than you realize. It's worth exploring. But I will tell you, we operate in a very unique way. We really care about people. I don't need to be doing this. I've made a lot of money doing what I do. I've got a movie coming out, but most importantly, I've got a new book coming out called Pitch Secrets. I love this. And Alicia, I love talking to people, working with them. And we don't need to be that big. We need to be that deep, because if her word is authenticity, mine is consistency, being there day in and day out. Rex, on Sunday night at 5:00, I've shown up literally for the last 4.5 years because I really do enjoy this moment. I get to speak on big stages to 10,000 people at a time. But if I can touch one heart, Alicia, change one mind and get you online doing your business and making money, I think we did something really special.
I love that, Forbes. And you said something a little bit earlier I want to lean into a little bit. It's like mindset matters and words matter. So as people are kind of going through this paradigm shift and thinking about how they reposition their story in the world, what is some guidance that you give them around having the mindset to be able to step into that new way of being that they're going into?
Listen to the words that you say. Stop saying the word actually. Actually doesn't mean that you're really doing anything. I'm actually talking to you at the LA Tribune today. No, I'm just talking to you. Stop saying what you can and cannot do. I just had a live training this last weekend, and this woman swore in front of me, I can't do this, I can't do this. And then she did it. So you don't know what you can and cannot do, but I will tell you, if you believe you can't, you won't be able to. And then literally the words trying, I'm trying to do this. No, you didn't. Maybe you failed. Own up to failure. Each of these words, when you dissect them and embrace them, I promise you, will give you a sense of confidence. I can't advertise that I teach you confidence, but I'm going to tell you, I spoon feed it to you like warm soup on a cold day. You leave and you feel like you could do anything. And part of it is simply these words. Stop saying, I don't know. No, if a baby said, I don't know, we'd never be able to walk, but we can all walk, talk, and type on a keyboard. There was a time when we couldn't do that. You don't know what you're capable of. So my thought process is surrender to the process. Dive in head first, and promise you'll not only get a parachute, but a really nice 5-course dinner on the way down.
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you for being here. I'm going to turn it back over to Alicia in a second, but I want to say that McKenna, you and I have to talk. I have a name for you. So, and Forbes, awesome as always. You and I got to do what we've talked about doing forever, and that's do something together. But in the meantime, you have delivered and brought so much value to the people here, and I just want them to know that Forbes is not only metaphorically but literally a new sheriff in town, but she's been here forever. You got a movie coming out too.
I do. It's an action-packed Western, all about, it's about empowering women. I know you're a little outnumbered, Rex. I got to say we're 3-1 right now. And one of the things that I get to do is I'm 64 years old. And Rex, I don't know if you saw my Instagram, Alicia, maybe you did or didn't, but I recently, after a near tragic car accident that McKenna and I were both in, entered a bikini fitness competition.
I saw that.
Lost over 30 pounds and changed my entire body. You know why? Because it's kind of now or never. So as people go into January, you're going to make resolutions. I'm going to share with you. If you set a goal and flip a switch, make it something that if you don't believe it, everyone's going to be embarrassed. It's too easy to go, oh, well, I didn't lose the weight. I gained 15 pounds, or I didn't stop smoking. You guys, having intentions and fulfilling dreams is what McKenna has done for me. And then in turn, we've done for almost 42,000 people. So I'm excited to do that for you guys as well.
Wow, that's wonderful. As we go into closing remarks, and Rex will bring you back in just a moment, would love to hear from both of you kind of 2 principles or mindset shifts that people can take away from this conversation that they can really implement today or this week to really shift how they approach, how they engage with people in their community. Forbes, would love to start with you. And before you get there, I would love to hear one more example of how you position. You're an author. Let's go, Forbes.
Oh, now I'm an author. Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm the queen of words. So I'm known as the queen of words because as somebody who's written over 8 books, compilation books, and my own anthologies, I believe if you can get your story out to the world, we can change the world. You know how I know that? There's one best-selling book that we all love. It's called the Bible. I got to tell you, stories are 2,000 years old. Don't die with that story inside of you. I believe that life happens for you, not to you. And so all the bad things, that might be the very best part of your pitch. So you take the authenticity, you take the genius of the stuff that you want to share with people, and you get it out there. Stop hiding, stop playing small. And if you take those small steps, I got to tell you, the world is waiting for you. You just may not realize it. So the last thing I would say is lean into community, whether it's the LA Tribune, the people that you see speaking up here, and certainly lean into McKenna and myself. And I'll see you in about an hour and a half if you want to work with me personally. McKenna?
That's beautiful. Remind me what the question was real quick. I got a little entrapped in what Forbes said about the
book.
It
was so good. What are two principles that people can think about that are tuning in right now or listening to the replay as they think about shifting that paradigm of how they tell stories and engage with their communities? Two principles rather, they can think about throughout that journey and throughout that shift.
Oh, I love that. I think the number one thing that I listen to Forbes say all the time is there is a story in you of why you do what you do. Something happened in your past. For me, I watched my mom get screwed over by people taking hundreds of thousands of dollars, telling her they'll do all this marketing things, and it didn't work. And that's why I do what I do. What is that thing that happened to you so long ago that has shifted something in you to, you know what, this is my life's mission, this is my purpose. And I encourage you to lean into that story, because that story will forever be more powerful than any feature or benefit of your product or service that you offer. And then the second thing is show up with confidence. And I know a lot of people always ask me in Forbes, how are you confident? How do you do it? You know what? Build the illusion to achieve the dream. It's one of my favorite quotes, because it's sometimes I don't feel the most confident. I don't feel that, oh, I've got all the answers inside me. But you know what? I'm going to show up. I'm going to give 100%. I'm going to speak clearly, and I'm going to give what I have to offer. And hopefully the people around me will reciprocate that. And I encourage you to keep showing up, because you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great.
Oh, and next week is that girl's birthday. She's turning 22 with her twin brother, and I could not be proud of the way she articulates. Alicia, I want everyone worldwide to hear her voice, because this is the voice of the next generation. Les Brown has said it. Sharon Lecter has said it. They've all met her and worked with her. Rex, you know, and I'm excited to be part of her journey moving forward, and we're excited to be part of yours.
Wow. I saw you cheering on. That was so beautiful and so lovely. McKenna, Forbes, it's been such a delight to have you on with us today. And Forbes, yes, you are in the business of confidence, right? Because when people can own up and share their story and that conviction, and like McKenna said, understand and identify that root of why they do what they do, it shifts how you show up in the world and how you hold yourself, because you understand that you're contributing, you understand that you're serving, and most importantly, you know why, and that why fuels you. So thank you so much, Forbes and McKenna, for joining us today. It's always a pleasure to have you as part of the Los Angeles Tribune community. Enjoy your call later today, and McKenna and Forbes will be on the lookout for all that you continue to do coming into the new year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ava and Rex. I love you guys. And Mo, give a big shout out to Mr. Mo.
Big shout out to Mo. There you go. We'll see you soon. So good, Rex.
So I'm going to bring up my guest, Danny. He's coming up now, and that was wonderful. That was awesome. Oh, thanks, Alicia. So Danny, there you are. Somebody brought you up for me. How are you?
Hey, how we doing?
It's good. Good to see you, and I'm so happy that you're here. I told the people the other day when you were with Michael that you'd be coming back. And
we are back.
Have a discussion, and you know, we would start with the, you know, kind of the first three principles that you put out for people, that the technology has to work, and so I'm going to ask you about that. But how are you today?
Doing great. It's great to be back. I was just watching the last segment, and always a pleasure to take in so much cool insight, and learned a lot just from that last segment. It's great to see everybody interacting in the chat as well. If you're with us in the chat, let us know. And Rex, how are you doing, sir?
I'm great. I'm fantastic. You know, I met McKenna. She was 18 years old, and just a powerhouse, just a total powerhouse. And so, you know, the people like her and like you, because you both deal with the world of technology that is oftentimes beyond the rest of us. You know, we just don't know what to do. You know, so McKenna has been talking about that. Maybe we can continue that conversation. What's important for people to know who may not be that tech savvy, and that could have someone do it for them, or they could learn to do it for themselves. I mean,
Well, the principles I've shared for years is technology must work is the number one principle, and we talked about this with Michael the other day.
We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but I would like to be able to go further with it for you.
Yeah, for sure. The technology is the important piece, especially today, right? So we just heard about funnels, and you got your website, or maybe you're using SMS marketing or whatever you're using, right? You're using AI. All of these things are what businesses also believe they need, Rex. This is a slight shift on this, because businesses believe they need this stuff, right? And belief is a powerful thing. In the chat, let us know, do you need technology to be successful? That's an important question. Like in online marketing, the technology must work. I was reading an article earlier about how Arnold Schwarzenegger got famous and there was no such thing as Facebook and WhatsApp and all of this stuff. Just the thing that flashed up on, social media earlier. Super interesting, magazines, traditional media. But today everybody believes that they need the technology to go out there and market their business, their product, their service. And while technology must work, it's also important to remember what works, what the fundamentals of marketing, the fundamental principles of getting a message out there. That's important too. And sometimes you can lose track of the actual message by spending weeks, months, years in web editors or software or email or whatever, right? Does that make sense?
No, I think it's just an excellent point, and one that needs to be said, because there's so many different platforms, and so many people do believe that they have to master all of the platforms, or they have to master the technology, or that without the technology they're not going to be able to get ahead. And yet people have been getting ahead throughout history, with or without the technology, with or without the media. They have somehow managed to do it. But in order to be successful in this day and age, mindset does matter.
The mindset is a super important piece, because the confidence, the ability to put the offer out there, which is my next principle. So technology works if it's needed. You've got to put the right offer in front of the right people. And just hearing in the last segment about the confidence, the ability to articulate your message, that's the important part, right? And what often happens is people get caught up in the tech so much that they're never able to articulate the message. And when they are trying to articulate that message, there's something in the back of the mind that's thinking, does this page display on mobile? Are all of the colors on brand? There's all of this stuff that starts going on in the back of your mind, and it actually can detract from your ability to do one of the most important things, which is to command attention.
So this is fascinating, because I've been there where I don't do any of this stuff myself. I don't know how to do it. It's not my wheelhouse, So I've relied on other people, and I've been in development hell on certain things for way longer than I ever thought I would, and then some of them never even came to fruition because of who the teams were. So development hell is something you don't need to get caught up in. How do they prevent that? I mean,
it comes back down to the belief, though, Rex. If you believe you need it to the developer, right? After working with thousands of people over many years who have all wanted this technical thing. They wanted a website, they wanted a funnel, they wanted emails automated, they wanted fancy apps that plug into your social media that do all of this thing automatically when somebody comments a keyword. They want multiple workflows that fire different emails based on customers' behavior. They want all of this stuff. They believe that they need this stuff. One thing always comes back. It's every single time, no matter who you're working with, from schools to doctors to dentist office to entrepreneurs, across the board. All of the incidents, every single time I've spoke to somebody and they've said, hey, I need this technical thing, their mind is shrouded with this urge to go out there and be the best in terms of the tech. Does that make sense? So they're going out there with the technology, the first thing that comes to mind, and they're missing some valuable points, and they're missing some important aspects of the whole marketing campaign. They focus too much on automation, but they're not focused on the message. They focus too much on the funnel, but they're not focused on the delivery. Does that make sense?
Oh, it absolutely makes sense. And it's not only the delivery, it's the delivery to the person who you're delivering to and what they need and what they want or what you're helping them accomplish. So sometimes the focus gets so caught up in technology that they forget about the client or the customer or the patient or whatever you want to call them, and then the message that they're delivering to that person and how it helps or enables the person to accomplish what they want to accomplish or solve what they want to solve. I would add too that sometimes it's the idea of getting into technology so much or AI doing something for you is that if it does, or if somebody does it for you, then you don't get the experience of having it. You don't get the benefit of making the adjustments and going through it. It's one of the reasons why coaching or mentoring or working with people or a team of people who can help you through things is truly crucial, because they're going to be able to point out things that you wouldn't otherwise see. And if we're just relying on technology and building a funnel, and the funnel is automated, then and there's nobody there to tweak it or to look at it or to go, is this serving its purpose? Without that human, go ahead.
This is the thing about development hell or developers, right? Developers will take you this way and they'll take you this way and they'll take you this way. They'll take you where you want to go because they're bound by the instructions that you give them. So if you've got this belief that you need the best technical thing, the best server, the best funnels, the best, all of that stuff, and you're focused in that zone, they will happily take your money and they will build stuff and keep building stuff. We worked with a guy and he was right, we're ready to launch. And then he's like, oh, actually, I've just seen this survey. I think we need a survey. So I'm going to go and hire a developer. He's going to plug the survey in. They plugged in the survey. Right, we're ready to launch. He's like, oh, man, I saw this other thing online. We need a countdown timer. So what I'm going to do is go and hire a developer and plug in the countdown timer. And this went on and on and on and on to the point where he never launched. And I think like 10 years later, he's still not launched.
So that's the perfectionist mindset. I mean, they never get it.
There's a thing about ready, fire, aim, and an ability to get something that's a viable product online quick to validate, will this work in the eyes of your audience, and stay focused away from those shiny objects. That will move you further forward than any tech. You just need the simple foundations. Right?
I love that, and I want to ask you a question on that. But what I love about that too is that there are a lot of shiny objects and a lot of people who will tell you anything or do anything or say anything. I call them empty suits. They've got a prominent position, but they don't have the goods to deliver. So somebody who is right now watching, who's going, I want to launch my business, or I need to sell product, or I want to, put my book out or something like that. Can they do it down and dirty? They don't need to go through all these, hoops and everything else to.
Comes down to the conversations that you're having, right? And one of the big things I hear all the time is people say, right, we need a big bunch of apps and stuff so we can run traffic, right? You don't run traffic. Maybe this is like a bombshell for people in the chat right now. I believe that you don't run traffic, you create conversation. And as soon as you believe, actually, we're not running traffic, we're out there to create conversations through a medium, whether that's an ad or whether that's an interview or a podcast or whatever. If you switch from, hey, we're going out there to run traffic, to we go out there to create conversations, all of those fears and anxieties about your marketing and all of this tech, they just disappear, because a conversation is a very, very basic thing. Conversation is super simple, right? And it involves more than one person. And you can do that through ads, you can do that through media, you do that through various technology, but you don't have to overdo it. A conversation with the right person can unlock a path that you didn't even know was possible, that you didn't even know existed. You see where I'm going with this?
I do. That's such an incredible point, because again, it comes back to, if you don't have the experience, or you don't have the guidance, or you don't have those conversations, you don't know what you're missing. You know, an interesting part about the brain is the brain does all these incredible things, but it also forgets things, and it does that purposely if you're not using it. If it's not important to you, you don't need it, so the brain writes over it. So you don't see the opportunities yet you might have saw or seen, because the brain's not looking for them. But when you have a coach or a guide or some conversation like you're suggesting, you have the opportunity to notice what you've not been noticing and then move further forward faster.
And the cool thing about your brain is it's the best tech, right? It's better than any other tech out there. So I would spend more time honing my conversational skills than I would worried about the tech. And yes, simple web page, simple funnel, you know, an ad, but don't spend 6 months or 6 years trying to build the perfect contraption, because that does nothing for your conversation that you're about to have with somebody in an ad, over a telephone, on an email, in a direct message. And that is how you can start, launch, and establish your business without needing to spend thousands and thousands and thousands in development. So if you can shift your mindset, hey, we have conversations. Well, this is the question for everybody in the chat right now. That on Facebook, there's over 300 people watching right now, right? How many conversations have you had in the last 7 days with somebody who would be interested in buying your product? And that could be through an ad, that could be through, you know, email, it could be through your mailing list, it could be through a podcast, it could be through this. So currently right now we're talking to 334 people just on one channel, and I know this is all over the place, right? How many conversations have you had? Put a number in the chat, let us know. I asked this in my high ticket coaching programs, and people pay me a big bunch of money to try and unlock the mind of like, oh, Danny, I need all of this tech. I'm like, you don't. We need something simple. We need to open up these conversations. Let Facebook, give us some numbers. How many conversations have you had in the last week? I asked this question and they go, none. So in which lies your problem? Yeah. You know, come back next week, you've had 10 conversations like, oh, Danny, you won't believe what's happened. Business is moving. I'm like, how did that happen? You say, well, I spoke to this person. You're like, oh, would you believe it? Right?
Well, what I love about this, that's so absolutely,
it's great that people can put a number on it. Go on.
Well, I was just going to say is that in the world of dating, you know, I've coached people forever, and just go say hello. The more people you say hello to, the more people you might befriend, and the more people who might be interested in you. If you never say hi, you know, they won't know either. So,
So let's take that though, Rex. So how can we very quickly say hi and open a conversation without feeling like we're going to sell a bunch of stuff, or that we're spammers or some scam thing going on? How do we open an ethical conversation as simple as possible, the shortest funnel? What's the shortest funnel? It's like, hey, comment, direct message, phone call. I don't know. What's the shortest funnel that you can actually deploy in your business right now to have more conversations, just to get that original, authentic, ethical hi? It's like just the simple hi. How are we doing? How's everybody doing today? Let me know in the comments. It's like, what's the simplest way to do that for your business? Do you have a simple marketing channel? Maybe we should register simplemarketing.com, right? Because everybody wants to like make this complicated.
No, it's very true. You know, and the other thing is, you know, this is a forum about marketing and promotion and sales, and people have a concern for all those aspects. And what you just said is, what's the shortest way to get to open a conversation with somebody that is ethical and honest, and that is transparent, and that you're there to help, not necessarily to sell. You know, it's one thing. I mean, if I have something that can serve you, I want you to have it, but I don't want to force it on you. I want you to, if you decide that you want to have it, it's there for you to take, you know, or for you to purchase. But getting people to understand that they have value that they're adding to other people is important.
That doesn't take $10 million in technology to do it, though, right? That's the thing. So it's simple conversations that encourage people to ask for more information. That's marketing, right? So if they then say, oh, tell me more, you think of a door-to-door relationship, door-to-door sales. right? If there were no conversation happened in that process, how would that work?
So if I said something like, if I had something that could help you over whatever your difficulty was today, would you be interested in finding out what that was? I mean, that seems to be an approach that people have used for a long, long time. What would you recommend?
The main thing for me is that you understand that the thoughts, and we just talked about the perfect customer in the last segment, and there's different beliefs again about what that might look like. So you believe you need lots of technology, you believe you need this perfect avatar. There's lots of beliefs when it comes to selling some stuff. Do you know what the problem is that you solve?
Great question.
That's one of the foundations of all of this. And lots of people come to me, they're like, hey, I've got this idea for a great business. It's like, what problem do you solve? And they can't articulate that in 3 seconds. You've got to be able to go back to those foundations. Are we having conversations? Do we know what problem we solve? Can we scale this? That's like, wow, now we're in business.
That's cool. That's cool. Now, we only have a few minutes left. And when I was on with Rick, I promised people that you and I were going to talk about something that Rick and I and you and Ben were doing. Would you like to share a little bit about that before we have to leave?
If people would like to know more, we are doing something cool, and it is going to help people sell more stuff, and it's going to help people open more conversations. And if people are interested, I always say the writing's on the wall, right? We don't need technology, too much technology. The writing is literally on our walls. We've got posts out there. You can see them. You can say, hey, tell me more. There's Facebook, there's Messenger. Rex has got a link on his screen right now. If you believe that we could help you to open more conversations, make the most of a minimal amount of technology to do that, be ethical, be fair, maybe get some more deals, get some more sales, get some more leads, reach out. It's as simple as that. And, there's posts on the wall. We're doing some stuff on Black Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be live. And we're live all the time, Rex. But like you said earlier, never once do we turn up and just pound that sales pitch.
And for people don't know, you're the co-host of Create Your Best Life with Rex, although you haven't been there lately because you've been really, really busy.
We're diversifying.
But, huh?
We're diversifying. We're both moving in mysterious ways at the moment. But I think if folks genuinely wanted to learn from your good self, learn from Rick, and learn from Ben Gay III, which is an opportunity in itself, and get some of the insights that I've picked up over the last 20 years, things that could only come from conversation. Like, this doesn't come from textbook, it comes from conversation, right? So if that kind of interests you, the writing's on the wall. It's on Facebook wall. Reach out, find Rex, track us down. That's the pitch.
They
Simple.
They could also write somebody info@rexsites.com and make a request.
Yeah, for sure. And it's great to be able to support people with their business ventures, and certainly supporting you and Rick and Ben is a pleasure. So lots of exciting stuff coming. We've got some stuff coming up on Black Friday. It's going to be awesome. It's different to what anybody else does, as you can tell from the way we talk and what we're talking about. But I strongly believe that a minimal approach to the tech, more conversations, and the community element is the way to win, especially 2024 coming into 2025. And if you sat there thinking, man, I've not really had a great deal of conversations, or I am overwhelmed in technology, or I don't know how to open an ethical sales message without seeming salesy, without talking myself out of a deal, then maybe there's something cool coming up that you need to check out.
You will send us a letter. By the way, I have a gift for you if you come and you sign up there. And Danny, you are awesome. I love
anytime. It's really a lot of pleasure.
You have done so many things over the years. You started by becoming part of the Two Comma Club, selling fishing tackle, and you add value and you make connections, and you constantly serve so many people. I'm so impressed with who you are and how you show up and the things that you do, and I'm so fortunate to be your friend, and I appreciate you.
So much fun, and thank you, Rex, everybody at the Tribune. Big shout out to Mo and to Michael, everyone behind the scenes. It's been awesome sharing some of this insight and experience with people.
You rock. And this is Donna.
Hi.
Hello. Danny, I just have to say that a lot of what you were saying, I was in the green room and listening. It's absolutely true, because before all of this technology existed, we only had relationships. And it wasn't until after the technology came, we think we have to have all of those things in place to do what we do best.
Well,
So
that's
thank you
the
for sharing
perfect link, because the third principle is build and maintain the relationships, and you can't do that without being able to have the conversation. You can't do that without a little bit of tech. We're here to help.
Well, there's also another important point. If all the internet went down and it was never to come back because there was some disaster, we'd still have to have relationships, and we'd have to be able to communicate. Maybe we'd be beating on trees or doing smoke signals, but we would still have to have the relationships and further those and develop those.
Maybe.
Absolutely true. Thank you there, Danny,
Thank you.
for everything that you've been sharing with us today. Well, Rex, we get to continue on with our show today. I've been listening backstage, as I mentioned, and there's been a lot of amazing content and a lot of education today.
Truly. We are blessed. I mean, I feel blessed to be here and to be able to participate with our speakers and our panels and our hosts, whether on camera or off. And so I know that the people who are participating in the chat room and who are watching either live or in replay, the value that you get to take away from this is pretty immense. It's incredible. So, I'm pleased that we can do it, and I know that I'm hoping you're pleased that we're doing it.
I absolutely love it. So we're ready here for our next panel, and we're going to start bringing them up here. So we're going to add up here to our stage Dr. Bill Janishak, and we have
Dr.
Frank
Bill.
Ingram,
Whoa.
and we have Joe Ingram. So welcome.
Oh my God, Joe!
Wow, that guy Frank has the same name as me.
Wow. Hey, Rex,
Right?
how are you?
Rex is in the house.
Good to see you. Now,
Rex
now,
was talking about me when he said he's really grateful for everything.
well, let me say something, and that is now the tides are turned. There's more masculine energy on this.
There is.
So Donna, welcome.
So I know you were the only male there with
myself.
Forbes.
Yeah.
Here we are, the opposite.
Yeah.
It's all called balance, right? So we're here to talk about a little bit about the hero's journey, but not necessarily in the way that we might think. And I know it has nothing to do with pickles or pickleball. So please, Dr. Bill, I'm going to have you share just a little bit about that.
It's great. I fell in love with the hero's journey a long time ago, and well, it actually came from Frank and Joe mostly, because they would hound me constantly about the hero's journey, and we started out with that. And the great thing about the hero's journey, I'm not specifically knowing where you guys want to go with this, is that it's applicable to just about anything that we're talking in personal development, whether it's you personally trying to get in the best shape in your life, or your business, or your marketing, or all your relationships. And I'm just excited with everything that goes with this. I use this framework when I'm treating transformational patients that are going from very sick to being the best version of themselves. So I'm excited. Yes, sir.
I want to cut you out. I was going to say, so maybe you can clue people in who may not know what the hero's journey is, or where it originated, what it is, so that they can understand how you're using it.
Well, perfect. So the hero's journey was started by Joseph Campbell, and it was a book called The Hero of a Thousand Faces, where he studied cultures throughout millennia, and all the transformational stories. And it's in everybody already knows it. It is in every story. It is Rocky, it's Luke Skywalker, it's The Matrix, it's Dorothy from Wizard of Oz, it's Jesus, it's Buddha, it's Abraham. And he has broken it down into steps, and some say 15, some say 12. I like 12, like Joe likes, because it's a 12-step program. And it's where you started. And like I said, I could go on forever with that, but it starts out where you are, the steps that happen that are necessary for you to transform. And they're counterintuitive if you don't know the path. And last year, when Joe decided that we should do the whole program about the hero's journey, which you were graciously a part of, Rex, and we appreciate that. And, you know, Frank wanted to expand it even further. And we took those steps and we brought in everybody else's personal hero's journey. And in this marketing context, you can use the same thing. It's still applicable. It's the truth. It's the roadmap to where you want to get to.
I love it. I do have a quick question. And Joe Ingram, maybe if you can shed some enlightenment on this for us with a traditional sense of the hero's journey. Most of the time we see ourselves as our own hero. But are we to see ourselves as our own hero, or are we supposed to be the mentor to ourselves as the hero?
Yeah, so it's very, very difficult unless you're Rex to mentor yourself, right? And so most of us require the external mentor to come into us. So what I look at in the context of what we're looking at in the marketing side, so marketing is the art and the science of connecting what you offer to those who need it, right? I'm also known as the sales genius that's out there, and too often marketing and sales aren't put together. Okay. And when I look at the steps where you have the ordinary world, the call to adventure, right? Then the mentor appears, those kind of steps through the journey. I think what's important to note, like Ed Milet said it best, with where you are uniquely qualified to help the previous version of yourself. And so when I look at this and say, how do I incorporate hero's journey into marketing, and how do I decide what I'm going to be doing? The answer is start with the pain in the situation you're in, because you were there once, right? And if you can now market, hey, this is where I was, this is what I did, and this is how I got out of it, that will walk you through the entire 12-step process, right? To get you to be that individual that can help the next person. So don't go trying out and solve every problem that's there, but you need to stop and mentor yourself to find the next mentor. That's what I would recommend to you.
Well, I would just jump in and say that the three gentlemen here did a really wonderful program, an online program that people could participate in, and took everyone through the steps in a different way. But they thought about it, they thought it out, and they put together this program. So in helping people, and let's go to Frank now. But in helping people, there's the end result. That's where you want to get to, the destination. And then there's the journey to that end result. And sometimes there's upheavals and downheavals or things that you discover along the way. And is that what the journey is about? Is to get to where you want to go and understand that process of going through it? And that there's a transformation that occurs?
Well, yeah, I think it's important to know if you dive into the hero's journey that it repeats itself consistently over life. So you have that 12-step process every time you come across a big hurdle in your life, something that's going to require you to grow. So as you deep dive into it, you realize this step, I may be on step 4. Oh my gosh, that means the next thing I need to do. So it's really important to identify that. And then obviously the end result is to achieve your goal, to grow, to be that next level version of yourself. But I think when you're identifying those things as you're going through a big change, you could say, oh my gosh, I went through something similar, although it may be a completely different hurdle you came across in life. But you say, these actually are the steps that I took as I go through the process. So it's really important to identify where you're at, what's the next step, what are your partners that you need to take, and then where is the end goal? What do I want to achieve in the end?
Wow. I'm going to pass it to Donna in just a second, but I want to say, one, I love that because it says there's process going on and it's a non-ending process. You're always somewhere in the journey. But the other thing is it is true, and anybody can answer this, that you could have multiple journeys going on and being in different steps in different places. You're dealing with this over here and that over here and this over here. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive.
No.
And that doesn't mean that it's confusing. I mean, it's not confusing by having different steps in different endeavors of your life.
You know, Rex, I'm glad that you brought that point up, because that was something that I was thinking about listening to Joe and Dr. Bill and Frank speak was, can you be at different points in the journey with different areas of your life? But the other thought that I had with, if you study the hero's journey, is we have our everyday reality world, but what about the other world, the non-ordinary world we go to? How do you work with that in sales and marketing using the hero's journey process? Frank?
Joe will jump in on this one. Because Bill paused. So we'll take out.
Yeah, the interesting thing with that is you have to insert yourself in that. A lot of, if you look at quantum living, right? So we're non-local, right? So we have all these things going on at once. We are in a world that we only believe that we are in a world because that's where we grew up. You had nothing to compare that to in the beginning. When we have a vision, an aspiration, a next step or a next level, that you'll see that you can live vicariously through. How many people have you worked with that went to go see Tony Robbins and said, oh my God, I want to do that. I never thought it was possible. The same thing in marketing is, if you're starting out and your marketing consists of hanging a sign on your door or a website, but then you learn networking, then you learn events, and you learn something else. That's a different world. It requires different skills and different aspirations, different team members to get you there. And we've all been through that. That's how you go. But that's the steps on the hero's journey. You take those steps you'll have a refusal of the call. You'll meet a mentor virtually or live, and then you start into that next world. And that next world is a fight because you don't know what you don't know. So and being prepared for that is the growing pains that you have, and that's exactly how you can play in both worlds, and that will get you into the inmost cave when you have those conflicts.
So is there a hero's journey that people go through in marketing, meaning as they reach out to people, and they've developed their business, is there a way that the process can describe what they go through to be successful?
Yeah, I think Joe can speak on that really well.
And he's gone, so it looks like we need you or Frank.
So
till Joe comes back.
Frank, you want to address that?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that when you're dealing with marketing, you're dealing with oftentimes the unordinary world, right? The new world that you're in, if it's not your comfort zone. So anything that you're dealing with in there, for example, you may have people that market old school. I'm one of those people. So I'm one of those people that will often will do the mailers that are going to show up on your door from a direct marketing perspective in there, and we'll do birthday cards, and we'll do a lot of different things that are an old school way. But when you get into a different dynamic, if you're going into an online presence, if you're trying to get a social media presence out there, all of those things are things that, if they're not comfortable for you, you need to have somebody else that's been down that path. You need to be able to identify mentors, people that inspire you to do those things. If those things are not your comfort zone, you're going to have somebody that holds you accountable, somebody that inspires you. So, Bill talked about, having Tony Robbins in there. That Tony Robbins is amazing. I love him, and he gives me that inspiration. But Tony's not picking up the phone saying, hey, guess what, did you get that done? Did you follow this path? What did you do? Like, he's my emotional support, but he may not be the person that I need to go to if I want to be a marketing expert. If I want to learn about a different skill that I don't have right now, I need to go down a different path.
Wow, that's such a great point. Now, let everybody talk to that point, but it's like Tony's an event, and then there's the everyday reality, and so don't confuse the two, because you're not going to be taking the steps with Tony. Tony's the thing that you went to. Now you've got to apply it. There are other people who can help you apply it and to
That's
move you forward.
immersion in spaced repetition. That's what Tony would be an immersion event where you just drink the Kool-Aid, but you've got to find those people that are going to help you take the Kool-Aid at home and mix it together and sip it along the way. And that's where habits and identities are shifted.
And to remind you to do it every day.
Yeah, kick your ass a little.
Yeah, right.
So I'm most curious here for some people who might be new to entrepreneurship or maybe just starting a new business with this idea and the concept, with how you guys lay it out with marketing. It's so incredibly important. Say I went to an event, I was totally immersed, I drank the Kool-Aid, now I go home. What's next? What would you have with that new entrepreneur or someone with a new startup in the process of the hero's journey? How would you help launch them?
Let me jump in on this one. So if you look at it, the immersion event that you went to is required because no one makes life-changing decisions, right, in their normal habitat. That's why you have to go to something to experience that need for change and recognize it. And then you take that leap to say, okay, out of ordinary world, let's go to special world. Those last about 72 hours before real life kicks your butt right back into where you were before. And so you need to understand that that's going to happen. And that's where the mentor comes in. So the answer, you asked the question about what do you do after you decide to have a new business? You need to contact people that have a business in the same realm that you do. Now, when I say contact them, I mean, go ahead and jump on YouTube and look for somebody, right? Find somebody that isn't necessarily in front of you, because the people that are in front of you that know you tend to tell you can't do it. Sorry, experience, right? And so because they want to protect you from the failure as opposed to, let's go for it and try. So find somebody that's external to you. And if you can get in front of them live, please do so. But someone needs to talk you through your business, your way of doing things and the way you want to do it. So again, there's general knowledge and then there's something specific. If I wanted to learn to be a chiropractor that understands how the brain works and all the neurology and everything else, I would go to Dr. Bill and say, explain to me what it is you've done. But I wouldn't go to Frank to go find out how to do it, even though we both are really good at cracking our own necks.
Really good.
Like yeah. So, but again, we have different skill sets and not everybody is that master of all, right? You've got to get somebody who's in that world and find that individual to help you. That's that mentor that helps you with the tests, the allies and the enemies, right? And gets you through that ordeal.
I love this conversation because 50 years ago, when I'm starting my career, one of my superpowers is seeing what's wrong and then trying to fix it, adjust it. And so I looked at the seminar business and personal development improvement. And I see people getting jazzed, they get pumped up, they get the adrenaline rush, they get all that kind of stuff, and they feel really good. And then they go home and they, as you would say, within 48 hours, 72 hours, it's all gone. The magic's worn off, the car's out of gas, and they then go, I got to go back and get my car filled up, and they run back to another event. And many of them started this chain of every so often they go to get pumped up. So what I wanted to do was just tell the strategy and a method and a practice for people to do in going home. And I would liken it to like unpacking your suitcase. When you get home, you're going to take out some of the things that you learned and you're going to put them, where they belong. And then you're going to come back to them and do this and do that so that you have a practice for keeping it alive and making sure that you do it each and every day. Because otherwise, that adrenaline, that oxytocin, all this stuff wears off and you're just left with, oh, geez, now what? So what you just said about getting another person, an accountability partner, the person in the trenches like yourselves who can assist a person to do it. Like Dr. Bill can do the work in his office, but the person has to go home and then do the things either through self-care or with a partner or somebody else in order to keep the thing going. So you bring up such incredible points about how people sustain the changes that they make.
Absolutely. And thanks for the plug on our unpacking seminars, Rex. We appreciate
Love
that.
Rex. The three of us do a seminar called Unpacking. We love that you shouted it out. Right?
Oh, that's cool. That's very good. I didn't know. So that's I'm happy to serve. And,
It's a bonus.
And
that was our marketing for the. Thanks a lot,
Yeah.
Rex.
Did you guys notice the marketing? How it went all the way around?
I'm happy to promote, but I also want to promote the hero's journey. Can people see it or watch it now? Is it still available, or what's going on?
Yeah, Hero's Journey is still live. It's on the YouTube channel that we have. So Ingram Interactive is the YouTube channel. But if you went there and typed in Hero's Journey, it was a 7-part segment that we went 8 days instead of 7. But it was absolutely laid out and done perfectly to get you through all the steps. But it was spoken through the hero's journey of all the different people that attended and the guests that came in to share theirs.
Yeah. So, and anybody interested in that, because we put it together and we were mesmerized by the stories of people that we thought we knew. But when you get into the details and we start pulling that out, we were blown away. Rex, your story was amazing. And it was time and time again. And it was very interesting to us. After Joe and Frank hounded me to do this event, I did it anyways, but I was pleasantly surprised.
We are very persuasive.
Yeah. It was all that NLP training that
we held you accountable.
But it's interesting, and a lot of people came back later and said, you know what, we remember that, then we lived our lives, but once you brought back into that framework, it brought back the detail, and it made it real again. And if you want, everybody has a hero's journey, and we don't take the time to pick it apart and appreciate what it is and what we've been through. We are more powerful beings than we give ourselves credit for, because we have a habit of running back to our ordinary world. It may be a little different ordinary world, but we forget our level of greatness. And one of the things that you've got to stay immersed, like we just talked about. I got these two knuckleheads to hang out with and constantly reinforce each other. And
Rex and Donna, is that who you were talking about?
Yeah. It was amazing. It was amazing to be in that environment.
And I'd just like to jump in, Don, in regards to the next steps. And when you're talking about marketing, it's really about what does that individual need? There's no cookie cutter to marketing in there. If you're somebody who doesn't like to do a certain thing in there, then that's what you seek in there. If you're really good in a face-to-face interactions, then that's what you focus on, and then you identify other partners that can help you in those areas that you're lacking in there. And you can't just have a one-stop shop. This is what we'll do, all those things. And I'm in real estate, so you have a lot of people that'll come in and say, I need someone to run my social media page to do that. I need somebody to create my website. And I've seen people that will spend thousands of dollars getting the most amazing website designed, and then have nobody go to it. So each one of those processes is an individual thing. You need to identify where you're at in life, what you're good at, and what you need help with if you're trying to get the 360 experience for marketing.
Excellent point.
Yes, absolutely. Say I went through the whole hero's journey course that you guys do. Are results typical, or are they individualistic? Is there a commonality with results with people that have gone through the program?
So ours was an event. So it was something where we went in and explained it. But just to recap, everybody, you got call to adventure. You're sitting in your ordinary world, right? And all of a sudden you go, hey, I have this idea, this need, something pops up where you told yourself, I need to market my business so more people find me, right? And then we stop and tell ourselves, no, I refuse the call. So now I stop and I go, no, I don't want to do that. And I fight it. And some people get stuck there, and that's where their journey ended. And they're just at step 2. right? Then you meet a mentor. Then you cross that threshold where the mentor shows you what's on the other side of ordinary, okay? And then you're going to come through. Then you get tested. Then you find out who's your friend, who's your foe, who's against you, what's happening in that scenario. But you're in the new area, the new world, okay? And then you approach this big challenge and you go in, go, oh my God, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And you have to do the deep soul searching in the cave. And then bam, you end up hitting that ordeal, that big thing where you put your money into the ads, right? And you go, okay, now I'm going to go place my marketing budget, and now it became real, okay? And then there's a reward, and then we adjust and we go back and forth, and then you decide to do what? The same thing we've all done throughout our lives. It's the road back. So now you're going to go back to the ordinary world, and when you go back, you have this magic potion or this formula that you can share with everybody else. And it's the sharing with everybody else in the ordinary world. That's how you're going to get through your entire hero's journey. So where you're at, and I will tell you, as I think Rex and Donna, you both brought up, can you go through more than one at a given time? And the answer is yes. And that's how we get overloaded, right? There's 5 areas in your life that you need to be worried about: your faith, your family, your finances, your fitness, and your fun. Right? That's where I say, and you could have a hero's journey in all 5 of them going on at the same time. But unless you know the framework, you don't know how to break down or separate yourself, right? It's Eckhart Tolle who came out and said, something happened, and instead of me being upset about it, there was a space around it. There was a space around it. What do you do that? Bill said we're in the quantum, so we step back away from what's actually happening to us. You need that space so you can see what step you're in. And once you can separate it, like Frank said, you're in the middle of it. Now you go back one, look and go, oh, guys, I'm at number 5 in this. So you know what I know it's next is the challenge is coming right at me because I just found out who's against me and who's with me. And so now I know the ordeal's coming up. But now you can see the framework of what's happening in all those areas. And for one, it'll give you a piece that you've never known. It's a piece to sit back and say, guess what? And I say this to everybody I meet whenever they tell me they're going through stuff. I'm like, look, you have a track record of 100% of going through crap and coming out the other side alive. So why would you bet against yourself that this is anything different than what you just went through? So it's a continuously we're being tested, and we have a track record of 100%. If a guy got up and hit a baseball over the fence all 100 times, it's better to bet he's going to do it again than it is to bet against it. And so I'd bet on you.
Well, that's awesome. I just want to add, if you're alive on the planet right now, you're successful. You may not define it that way, and that's why a lot of people feel that they aren't, because they cherry pick what they think success is about or happiness is about, and they don't believe it applies in certain cases. I want to ask you an important question going back to marketing. If you come up to me and go, how do I get to this particular restaurant? And I go, it's here, there, there, and there. I'm providing you information, but I'm not marketing you. I'm not selling you. I didn't want you to go to the restaurant. I didn't care. I'm just giving you an answer. Right. And some people provide information. They're not trying to sell you on anything. They don't have a call to action. They don't have anything. But if you're marketing something, wouldn't you say that implied in that is a sale, and that at the end of your marketing, you should be asking for the sale? Because otherwise, where do the people go? They don't know. So you have to tell them, correct?
Right. So what you just did. So here's the thing. There was a story where like the elephant breaks loose from the circus. Okay. The marketer goes and attaches a banner for the actual circus to the leg of the elephant. So as the news is freaking out, right, the elephant going through town is called advertising. Marketing is the fact there's a banner telling you where to go and associate with it. Okay. And so at the end, right, you go, well, I think I want to go to the circus now. So the call to action was, the circus sales go crazy because an elephant walked through downtown. And you just have to break it down and go, advertising released him, marketing attached the sign to the back, and the salesperson was running behind with tickets. Okay. But that's how you have to look at your life and what you're going to do. It's not about give me directions to get something. It's about evoking an emotion that's going to get somebody to understand what the next steps are and have the ability to have a next step at the end. So, and there's agreement from the dog.
Right. Amen. There. Yeah. And the dog always agrees with you, Joe.
It does. Yep. Yep. It's the elephant it liked.
It just shows that you're barking up the right tree.
Dad joke included.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah, for free. That was for free.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Don't speak for me, Frank.
Perfect.
I have a GoFundMe
I
account.
wrap it all up and say, let's go with that. So
visit the Patreon.
So I'm real curious here because the three of you have been doing this together. You had the live event. Would there be anything you would want to know, like Dr. Bill, is there anything you would like to know from Joe Ingram that he hasn't shared yet?
No, Joe shares constantly on whether we want him to or not.
Check my social media. You'll know more about me than Bill will. He never logged in. Yeah.
Just regarding the hero's journey, I think he covered it pretty well. He pretty well. The journey, when you talked before about whether it was individual or if it was just predictable as you're going on, and the answer is yes. The steps in the journey are predictable. That's what Joseph Campbell did when he set out and kind of put this framework together. The outcomes are going to be individual because we're individuals. Some people their big ordeal in their transformation is to get out of bed and figure out how to balance their blood sugar on a regular basis so they don't jack themselves up. Other people want to make $1 billion and impact the world and take that to the next level. Some people may want to just scale their business. Some people it's individually you, because we're all individuals. And, when I talk, I'm a brain body dude, but the only reason we take care of our body is because it carries our spirits and our dreams around. And if you can only lay in your bed and do nothing, you can't take your dreams very far.
Oh, no.
But that's what we want to do. And those are all individual. I think we're all divinely gifted with a special gift that our life's purpose is to bring out into the world. And if you can bring enough of those together, you make a great world.
Some people want to make impact locally. Other people want to make impact, regionally, and then you have globally. Yep. And you have to decide what it is, because that in and of itself will have a different hero's journey depending on where you're going. You'll still have a hero's journey through whatever you're going through, but it's just going to depend on what is the special world or the unknown world.
Yeah. And when you get people together that you can share each other's journey, the impactful, it just increases. It's a force multiplier. Sort of like a Glock 23.
Valid.
Yeah, we're 19.
So, Frank, I'm kind of curious here. Do you see everybody always going through the hero's journey, no matter where they're at in life, no matter what they're doing? Or is there ever a time that their hero's journey just does not apply?
Well, I think anytime somebody is either going through growth or somebody is seeking the next level, they're going to be going through a hero's journey. But there are tons of people that are doing nothing. They're just stopping. So they had something a lot of times thrust upon them, a death of a parent, or a loss of a job, or something that in there that would have sent them in motion to the hero's journey, and they get the first couple steps in and then they just stop. They feel like the next levels are too hard. The things that need to happen, the partnering, all those things are just too much, and they stop. And some people do that for years and years and years. And in our series, we talked to people that went through that said, you know what, I did nothing for 2 years until the pain of doing nothing forced me to actually go through what I needed to go through. So there's a lot of people that are not going through a hero's journey to completion, to the end, to the positive end result. But everybody will start down that path. It's similar to the steps of grieving. If you're going through the process that's in there, you know what the next step is. You know how I'm in denial right now. I'm doing those other things. But there's a lot of people that won't get on this event. There's a lot of people that won't take that next level in there, and they'll talk themselves out of it in there. So to get on the hero's journey to the end result is always growth. Whatever you're doing in there, you are a different person when you get to the end of it, because you've gone through all those steps and you've evolved to someone different. Now the next hero's journey may be personal, it may be business related, it may be any of those things in the end of the day. But if you decide that it's not worth it, then you could stop, and you'll see those people that just are, dead inside or in pause mode. And many people need to take that break just to regroup. And so, a lot of the people we talked about, they were later on in life. They were, 40s and 50s before they realized their goal, their purpose, and got the courage to go through their hero's journey. So you'll see people at all stages of it when you look through life.
Wow. Well, since we've been discussing a journey and we've been talking process and we've been, giving some really good advice about how people both initiate and maintain the changes that they're making. If you were to sum up each of you as to the benefit of understanding the hero's journey for yourself, what would you tell the person right now who's watching why you should figure out where you are in the journey?
Well, I'll start since I have the big screen, and I will say the number one thing that came to me is that it is a process and it will repeat. So if you know somebody in life that's never had a struggle and lives a charmed life, you're a better person than I don't know that. So I know that people are going to consistently come upon this. And when I realize there's a roadmap ahead of me, I can follow that roadmap, I can get to the other side, and then I can reach back and help the next person as well. So to me, that's the number one thing about identifying that there are steps that will repeat, the rinse and repeat situation for your entire life. So that's the most important part for me.
Frank, that's a good point, and I want to add something, because if you know somebody who's lived a charmed life, they've never had a problem, they've never had an issue, they've never had a struggle, they've never had to go without, run, because they're not the person you want to learn from, because they've had everything happen kind of magically, and they're not going to be able to tell you what to do if the going gets tough, or what to do if you don't know what to do, or where to go, or where to get those things, because they won't know. And so that's an important, because there are some of them, the silver spooners who just have had it really pretty easy, and then the rest of the people who have struggled and done hard are better equipped oftentimes to tell you what you need to do if their heart and mindset is in the right place. So thank you for that. Dr. Bill, we lost Joe, which could be a good thing.
His camera froze out, so he said, but every time he gets frustrated and he doesn't know the answer, some tech always takes over. It's a flaw.
Backs out, and then he'll jump back.
His call to adventure, he refused it. He had technical difficulties. He'll be back at some wonderful time and enlighten us all, as he's awesome, and I love working with him. And not as much as Frank, though, because Frank's here and witnessing this whole thing.
Right. I did it for you guys.
We appreciate that Frank. When you're talking to somebody, it's very simple. You want to go here. This is the roadmap. These are going to be the sunshine unicorns and rainbows that are going to happen. This is going to be the mud and the suffering, but on the other side of that mud and suffering and everything else that you're going through is going to be the next step and the next step. And if your outcome is important enough to you to follow those issues, those problem times, you'll get to what you want. And if not, then you will repeat the process over and over, just like Sisyphus, always pushing the boulder up the hill. And just when he thinks he's get there, because he hadn't learned, it's going to fall back down. It's a process. It's a proven process. It's a great framework, and you can either jump on board or you can get off. But it's always your choice. But it's a roadmap. This is what's going to happen. And if you know that it's part of the journey, it's not as hard. If you know that I know if I do a workout and this workout sucks, and that the pain of doing the workout at the end of it, I know it's 3 minutes. I just have to suffer for 3 minutes. It's the unknown that gets us going. You know, there's that study with the mice. They put them in there and they struggle, but then they finally take them out. They go, oh, okay, well, there's going to be an end. They do it again, and that mouse will go 8 to 16 times longer than they would before, because they know that there's an ending of it. And this is just simply a framework. Here's where you're going. Take it, leave it. Get on the bus, don't get on the bus. So it works for everyone.
I absolutely love it. And so thank you, Frank. Thank you, Dr. Bill, for sharing this. Thank you, Joe, who's
You don't have to thank. You don't have to thank him. I'm here for the accolades.
We'll think so later.
For rides our coattails constantly.
For this amazing discussion here with the hero's journey, because it is so applicable, it is so true, it is timeless wisdom that we all go through from time and time again. So thank you for being here with us.
It's always a pleasure.
Okay, so Rex, as we transition here, what are your thoughts here? And Parisa, I'm going to bring you up just for a minute with us here. Share with us some of your thoughts about the hero's journey and some of the last panels.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I obviously, I love these guys, each independently and together as a collection. What they've done is they've taken the hero's journey and they've helped people to understand a very important point. You're always in process, and you may not know where in the steps you are, but if you can identify where you are and you know what's coming, you might know, well, there's some hardship that I'm going to face, but you also know that after the hardship, there's relief, there's a break, there's something. And so it can inspire you to always keep going and not give up. And to be able to understand that and appreciate where you are in your own life, because you could use it over a lifetime, you could use it over, a thing that you're attempting to do currently. It's just a template to be able to understand and frame what's going on in your life. And that can be a very wonderful and useful thing to have. Don't believe it. I mean, it's not necessarily true, but use it as if it were true in order to make the changes that you want to make.
Yeah, I love that you shared that, Rex. And it was powerful because, the hero's journey can be applied to your personal life, but also to your business. And it's a great way to reflect on how are you actually feeling? What are you actually thinking? And then figure out what action to take next. Parisa, I know that you were intently listening in on that last segment with Bill, Joe, and Frank. What was going through your mind as you were tuning in?
Yeah, thanks, Alicia. So I was definitely behind the scenes, taking all my notes, getting everything prepared for everyone that signed up at the link. You get all my notes, and I've been very diligent with making sure these notes are thorough, because it's the tidbits that really help land and the ones that you can kind of walk away with. But instead of speaking to the content that the gentleman from this panel just spoke about, I want to talk about the context in which they were speaking from. If you notice the camaraderie, the lightness in which they're able to banter and be able to flow and continue each other's sentences, the environment that they've created amongst themselves shows that they've been committed to going on this journey genuinely together. Excuse me. And how powerful is that? You're not just going on and doing your own thing. And as Dr. Bill was saying at the very end, on the other side of the issue is the next step that's going to get you there. Yeah, we all are dealing with our own issues. We all are going to see those next steps should we choose to be resilient and remain plugged in and connected and diligent with that path. However, what magic can be created if you choose to do it together? You know, they shared so many incredible things, and I encourage everyone, if you missed some of it, go back and listen to the replay once this is done airing. And really, though, pay attention to the context, their dynamic, the demeanor, the delivery of how they were interacting with one another, the playfulness. When we are in a playful state, we're able to retain information a lot better. We're able to experience harder, more challenging things a lot easier with a better flow. The point is to do things together, to go on that journey, go on the path, handle the issues, tackle the issues together. So I thought that was really powerful and really awesome panel that we just had.
And what I absolutely love, because we started off with the hero's journey and they were talking all along about having a mentor. And so I'm really excited here to bring up Ernesto Verdugo, our next guest speaker, because he has been a mentor of mine for over the last year, especially with trust and credibility and how that works in marketing. So welcome, Ernesto.
Hey Donna, how are you? Great to see you guys. Regards from southern Florida.
I think you just got landed too.
I just did indeed. I was
So-
hoping that I was going to be there earlier, but yeah, I just did. So I'm happy to be here.
Nice, nice. Can you share with us, we're talking about marketing here on the Los Angeles Tribune here at the Marketers Summit. How important is trust and credibility in marketing?
Well, I think it is the absolute essence of everything. I keep on thinking that a lot of people, whenever they are thinking of branding, they have a lot of very different ways of interpreting branding. I mean, they can think of, it's going to be their color, the color palette, or it's going to be their logo, or it's going to be, the typography or whatever it is that they are using. But in reality, the reason why people want a brand is because, of course, they want to get credibility and trust. And that's the exact reason why credibility and trust is so important.
Mm-hmm. So when you look at trust and credibility, especially in the AI world, how can we use AI to assist in establishing that? Because that seems to be, I mean, we've been talking about tech along the way too, kind of where the world is going.
Yeah, well, AI it's a sort of like a double-edged sword. Right now, because of what is happening, I mean, right now, anybody can just wear the robes of an expert and say, well, I am an expert, while in reality, they are actually putting themselves using AI as their way of knowledge. But in reality, they are not like that. And also, so that is one of the problems. How do you distinguish the real experts from the people which are just, they're not really the real experts? So that's one side of the coin. And on the other, in the other side of the coin, right now, the world on artificial intelligence is changing the internet 100%. Because if you go right now and start searching, one of the things which is the most important thing is that the AI actually gets to recognize you 100%. So whenever people search for you, that the AI is going to know who you are. So if you, for example, search for Donna Campbell, you are going to see that the AI will know exactly who you are. If you will search for John Smith, I mean, possibly they will not know who this John Smith is. And that is one of the things. So that's why everybody, and this is something that I recommend to everybody, they have to make sure that they have a very strong digital footprint, because if they don't have a very strong digital footprint, the AI is not going to know who they are. And that is already a problem, but it's going to become a bigger problem in the future.
Ernesto, I love that you're talking about digital footprint. We've been here at the Marketers Forum. Today is day 5, and marketing is key, community building is key, but findability is also key. So having a digital footprint and making it easier for people to find you and connect with you and understand who you are and what it is that you do. you host, Ernesto, these I want to call them like brand activations, workshops, experiences, where you travel around the country with individuals that are part of your community and help them with their branding. What are some of the key aspects of those experiences that you can highlight today for our audience to share with them how they can really stand out in today's digital world?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, one of the things which is incredibly important for people to do is they don't have to try to be found. They need to be known, which is a different story completely. I mean, being found is one thing, being known is another. It's another thing completely. So what you need to do in order for you to be known, and once again, you need to be known for the AI, is that there has to be enough evidence of whatever work that you have done in the past all over the internet. So I mean, it doesn't matter where you're looking for, and in order for you to do that, you should not really be that much worried about the regular results on the internet, but you should be a lot more worried about the pictures which are there on the on the internet. So one of the things that I suggest everybody is search for yourself on Google and see how many pictures whenever you go into Google Images, try to see how many pictures that have you got indexed. And now you can do the same thing in Bing. You can do the same thing in Yahoo. And this is going to tell you, well, how well known you are. And the better known you are, the less people are going to question your credibility and I mean, people are not going to be questioning your fees. People are not going to be questioning the anything. So it really works out for you the moment that you start really thinking on how is it that people are perceiving me, and that is the most important thing, I think.
I think that's truly priceless because I think we think about that often enough about how other people might perceive us and our own brands because we know ourselves the best and we know what our brand is and our communication. But when you look at from another person's perspective, are you really communicating your brand, your trust, your credibility to the other side? As we wrap up here and transition, what is one quick tip that you can share to really look at and see how other people might perceive you?
Yeah, well, let me is it possible if I actually give away something that is incredibly valuable for people? Is that okay?
Please share.
Okay, so let me tell you what I recommend to you. What I recommend to you. I have written a full book on this specific topic, which is called Supernatural Leadership, which it is the way in how you can influence people before they even met you, and that is for me the most valuable thing that you can do. I made it also an audio book, and you can get it. You don't even have to put your email or anything. I mean, I honestly want to help anybody from the audience right now, from the Los Angeles Tribune. So if you go to Verdugo, VERDUGO.VIP, Verdugo is my last name. You're seeing it right now on the screen. Dot VIP, which is them /audio book. You will be able to actually see the manuscript of the book. The book has not been launched. I hope one of the things that I hope is that I will be also working with the LA Tribune later on for it. It has not been launched. The audiobook is already there. You can just listen to the audio, and you have the 12 steps that you're gonna help that they're gonna help you get the better results creating your digital footprint. It is actually written through using the hero's journey, so that you can. I know that you guys were talking about it a little bit later on. It's going to give you just absolutely incredible results. And of course, if you think it's valuable, I will really appreciate if you give me a couple of comments on Amazon. And I tell you, I think that for me, even though I had some technical issues getting on the call, I think that's for me the biggest contribution that I can provide for all the audience.
Thank you for that. And definitely make sure you guys register with the link for the Los Angeles
You don't
Tribune.
even have to register.
No, we will make sure it goes out to the
open.
whole audience that registered as well, in case they did not see your segment. So,
okay.
So thank you, Ernesto, for sharing all of that amazing insight with us. Okay.
I mean, I know that Ernesto is traveling, but he made it a point to come in and share. And I know he has touched the lives of so many of the people that he's taught through his yearly coaching program on how to elevate. I'm going to make this word out right now, but knownability, right? How are you more known in the world? That word. So we're going to run with it. But it's really, really powerful because a lot of people will connect with you before they meet you, right? And so what are you sharing with them and how can they connect? Would love for you, Donna, to share maybe 2 gems. I know you've worked with Ernesto in the past, but 2 gems of what you've learned from Ernesto over the time you've worked with him that has really just shifted the way you've thought about knownability. And then we're going to transition to our next segment hosted by Julianne Meyer.
Yes, I think one of the biggest pieces that I ever have taken away in building trust and credibility is, one, having a Google Knowledge panel. And if you don't know what that is, I will encourage you to Google a Google Knowledge panel. But it's really when people look you up on Google, do you have a presence? And what is that presence communicating? And without it, you're not going to be well known. And without that presence, people may not know who you are. Or you might have a very limited profile and you might be shown with 6 other people that have your name. So having a Google Knowledge panel is a key, but I think it goes beyond that, because the second thing that I've learned within Ernesto's program is really how to use artificial intelligence to become omnipresent so people can find you no matter what location and no matter where you are. So those 2 things were huge for me.
Wow, that's powerful. And Julianne, I know that you were tuning in and excited for the panel that you're about to facilitate, but would love for you to share kind of what stood out for you as you were listening to Ernesto just now.
You know, knowability. To me,
run with it.
I'm trying to say the word right. But honestly, there is a huge difference. So I like the distinction, because a lot of us don't think far enough. We stop at a level and then we don't keep going further. And that's really what he was talking about, is taking that a step further and going farther with having that connection with the people. So I really like that in particular. But I also want to point out that, like you said, he was traveling and he still came and still shared his wisdom. So I want to say thanks for that.
Value. When you have value to share, it doesn't matter what you're doing, where you're at. The value, words like knownability are made up through the value that Ernesto has shared with us. We're about to transition, Julianne. We're delighted for your next panel, and Donna and I will see you all soon.
Thank you. And we'll wait. Can we bring them up, please? I'm very excited. Michael Laversi, welcome. Jason
Hello,
Bergman.
how are you?
Hi. And Sam, sorry, I'm going to murder your last name. I'm going to say it very American, Pepin. I know that's not how you actually pronounce it, so I do apologize. Michael is also on vacation, so thank you for being here. And Jason, Sam as well, thank you very much. Let's start with you, Michael. You have a TV show called Total Disruption. You're an entrepreneur, and you actually, one of your business partners was on the summit as well earlier this week. So tell us a little bit about what marketing means to you.
Marketing's everything. We hear knownability, we hear all kinds of things that people talk about in terms of visibility and everything else. Marketing is just connection. It's just getting the conversation started. And to me, it's about how many people want to talk back. It's just repping a conversation over and over again, or it's repping a message that creates impact. And to me, you can't impact unless you're out there being known. So the essence of marketing for me is impact and starting a conversation.
You know, something you said, for those that are watching are familiar with Parisa Rose, and she's always talking about reps. So I just love that you sort of reiterated that in your own way. Jason Bergman is a luxury real estate agent in California, among many other things. And, you know, I've known you for a little while now, but I also know that you do old school, new school marketing. And I'm just kind of curious, what's your favorite way of marketing right now?
I'm really liking our IRL in real life. I think if you mix old school IRL events with some retargeting, it's kind of like the secret, you know, formula for me right now, and it's been working. Yeah. So I think taking the physical and seeing people and talking, whether in my business it could be door knocking or having you know, free coffee and conversations for a morning, and then actually being able to retarget those people back on a Facebook or Instagram with those emails is really fascinating to me. And for me, being known, Michael mentioned it, and I think the guy before, and I remember Grant Cardone saying that a couple years ago. My business is micro versus macro, so it's really fun for me to get granular and really try to like hone in on that small footprint of what I'm trying to focus on. So that's really fascinating for me.
I love that. And for those of you who are watching, Jason and I actually met on social media. So I started following him because of what he does. And that's how we're even here in the first place. Now, Sam, oh my goodness, for those of you who have not met Sam yet, he is an actual genius and your business is marketing. So you know, with being so young and yet having so much wisdom, what would you say that you see differently about marketing than, say, somebody my age who's 46?
Right. No, absolutely. For us, marketing is the scientific and strategic art of creating meaningful connections between brands and their audiences. So the truth is, everything is rooted in neuroscience and psychology because selling and conversion starts in the brain. So not only the persuasion in which you want to have to harness basically what the human brain is capable of, but focusing on how people think, feel, and make decisions is at the forefront of everything that we're doing. So I love to think about it, think of marketing as, how would you like to be remembered? If you had to put some key values, some key missions, but if you had to put a feeling in how you want your target audience to assess you, that is marketing. And that's why it's such a powerful art that is studied now for hundreds of years. But the art of modern marketing, though, is definitely bridging the gap between the human mind and data, definitely technology. And I'm sure we're going to talk about this within this panel as well. But making sure we have tools in which we can, through data, make sure that we humanize that data with basically neuroscience and our ability to not only resonate with others, but also being authentic and doing it in such ways that is sustainable is not only what's most impactful, but what's more meaningful for all parties involved.
I love that you said that. And once again, that word authentic is coming up. And for those of you who've been watching this forum for the last 5 days, you've heard it before. So I love how everything builds on the last person who spoke and the person before. And we've also been talking a lot about how, you know, there's the intangible to marketing and also the tangible, like you were talking about with the actually scientific and making sure, what are the milestones? Are we hitting our marks? So Michael, for you, I'm just curious, how do you find that balance between being intuitive and using those tools?
Well, it's a catch-22, right? So being intuitive means you don't really have anybody you've talked to, but I like to respond to people I'm talking to. So how do you start the conversation? By being intuitive. You check the vibe of the news, check the vibe of the world, you find the space that no one's operating in, or you answer questions that you think are out there, right? I listen to the environment, I listen to the news, I look at what people are afraid of, and then I start marketing to a solution of fear. And to me, that feels good. It's comforting. It's mixing data, as Sam said, right? It's mixing up what's going on out there. And sometimes data for me is not just numbers, it's environment, right? It's that environmental, you know, constraint that people are under that I'm marketing to, right? I'm solving a problem. We all are, right? We all solve a problem. It's not really fear-based marketing, but I just feel like if you can speak to somebody without actually talking to them, And then you fail at that a bunch of times, and then a bunch of people raise their hand, and you keep recycling what you're doing. You're like, okay, great, I'm in the right conversation. And then you start listening to what people are saying.
I really like that. What you're talking about is a holistic approach and sort of trusting all the instincts and all the data and everything out there, that it's not just the numbers, it's also the environment. I think that that is so important. And Jason, for you, I'm curious too, because I've been watching you a lot on social media, and we've actually met in real life as well. And you are very good at connecting people and places. So I'm curious, how did you get over that sort of initial being uncomfortable doing that? Because we've all been there where it's unfamiliar in the beginning, and then all of a sudden we're like thrown in. How did you become comfortable with that?
It starts with the first step, right? Just taking that leap. And I think not having to spend as an independent entrepreneur, like, these brokerages or other giant people, I'm like a Zillow or a Redfin from in my business that I'm competing with, they can't talk to people in real life. It's a robot. So me being able to take you out for coffee and connect you with someone else, or, hosting a Thanksgiving pie giveaway, having those actual real conversations, and then, like Michael said, answering the questions, but repeatedly answering. My cycle is very long. Occasionally I get a short one, but it's just repetitive over and over, and keeping my personal journey, I think, along with what I'm trying, when I meet you in person, it's going to keep going over and over, and trying to help people and let them know that they're being helped and not sold to is very challenging. But just trying to keep the narrative, I think, is really important, and getting over that hump. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really love that. I always say, and I didn't come up with this, but everybody likes to buy, nobody likes to be sold to. And I just think that that is something that's very accurate. We don't always like to be told what to do. So to be able to connect with a person and come towards them with a different sort of approach is so that they understand that that's what it is, that you are actually trying to help. And I think, Sam, that's what, the learning code and all these things that you do in particular kind of address that issue. I'd love for you to speak a little bit more into that.
Yes, true connection starts in the brain. So what we found was, when brains aligns with neuroscience, they transcend just being a product or service. They become an experience. And truly, what we found is data. And I love what some of our panels basically said on this. Data is not only just numbers, but data help us tell the story. But the truth is, it's the insights that actually writes the future. And that's why when we're talking about the bridge between these two, that is exactly what a marketer's most powerful tool is. And in order for you to be able to communicate to your target audience, the truth is, there is no message that is good enough to sell the wrong person. So everything starts with not only understanding your target audience, but finding ways in which you can become closer to them, speaking to them, and therefore converting them not only more effectively, but more and meaningfully, because the truth of any product or service should be to solve a problem, and therefore should be helping the other person more than what you're receiving in exchange. Any relationship is built on the basis of a valuable exchange, whether they're monetary or transformative. So really think of yourself as somebody that the more I help people, the more I elevate my social status, but most importantly, the more good that I'm doing, and therefore the better I feel about myself and the world surrounding me. I love the quote by Jim Rohn, which is, you don't see the world for what it is, you see the world for who you are. So when you encompass these capabilities yourself, and you flourish a growth mindset that allows you to not only connect better with the people you'd like to connect with, since you can help them, but doing such thing that is not only the most fascinating thing of them all, which is to actually help somebody else, or at least to inspire to do so. So that's typically what we aim at doing, is how can we speak to our audience so effectively that we can transcend just the simple messaging that we're delivering, but we're making them feel like they ought to feel to move forward.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And it's coming from the heart too, like you've been saying. So I really like that. And plus, and for those of you who are watching, Sam was reaching out to make sure that he was going to be able to show up in the most powerful way possible. And that is doing his research. So I love that you do that in all the ways that you show up in the world. Michael, I've got a question for you that's a little bit off of data, but it has more to do with marketing styles. Now, not everything is for everybody. So some people write books, some people do old school mailers, some people the internet. It just sort of depends. How did you decide which avenues that you were going to take, and how many times have you tried to, say, go down one path and find out it doesn't really work for who you are?
I'll answer the last part of that question first. 10,000. I've been down about 10,000 roads, figured out my machete's dull from chopping so much brush that, you know, I've failed a lot. I've actually succeeded a lot in failing, if you know what I mean. It's kind of like, all right, I've gone down this road, gone down that road, gone down this road. You know, listen, I'll be honest with you, marketing, entrepreneurship, it's not for everybody, right? Jason and Sam will tell you. It takes a tremendous amount of energy. And marketing's the same way. It just takes a tremendous amount of energy to go outside yourself and say, listen, I want to make an impact. But what led me down the way that I go about things is it's ironic that we're all on the same panel. I'm sort of tying in some of Sam's thought process and some of Jason's thought process. And I've never met these two awesome guys. So amen to all this. You know, I'm a real world person. And I feel like I started marketing sort of the old school B2B. Way back 30 years ago, I rapidly grew a 0 to 6 figure fitness business, just people to people to people to people and referrals and real life experience, right? Going out, demonstrating power and doing that stuff. And then from that, I then started marketing to people with audiences. I picked up the phone and gave them a call. And I mostly do most of my marketing still today that way. And then I transitioned to marketing inside a vacuum. Got a TV show on this cool network called E360. And the TV show has led me to other credibilities and other insights. So again, it's still person to person. It's still a small niche. I just took the small niche and then said, okay, what's an even bigger small niche? There you go. And that's how I've sort of grown what I've got going on today.
I love that because it encompasses that it's okay to try more than one thing. And as you grow and change, your marketing will grow and change. And Jason, knowing that you have this long cycle of how you do things in general, how do you keep going if you're not seeing the results you're expecting to see? Because some of it's compound and some of it's tipping point. And a lot of us want to give up before the magic. 3 feet from gold. I mean, let's talk Napoleon Hill for a second.
Yeah.
We want to give up right before. So how do you stay the course, even if you're not getting immediate results?
As entrepreneurs, you have to have an insatiable appetite. I think everyone can agree on that. And I think sticking to what you're trying to do and not trying to be everyone, you know, for me, these guys probably, you know, I don't know if you have a personal brand, but for me, it's brand and it's about my personality, not necessarily my business. So I'm pushing myself. Mm-hmm. And for me to, you know, I got to check myself. I got to check in with myself. I have to remind myself, done well, done better day and night. And for me, it's a personal journey that's tied into the success of what I'm trying to do. And in any business or sales position, consistency is key, just like marketing. And I think the power of brand, especially in this digital world and going against this AI is really trying to use that together and just stand out in that way. And that keeps me motivated every day. And helping people too.
Yeah, and helping people, of course. For me, that's kind of like a gimme. I think that for everybody here on this panel, impact and helping people is number one. And the money that comes is kind of a direct relation to how well you've helped other people. So I really like that you shared that, Jason. And Sam, you are by far our youngest panelist, but also so intelligent. And I'm curious too, you know, Jason brought up something that I really would love for you to speak into because you have a different perspective having an entire company about marketing.
Yes.
And that is, how important is it if you have a product to make sure that you humanize it?
Yes. Well, these days we all always buy from people we like, know, and trust. That's been a rule of thumb forever. But in a digital age, it's so flooded, so crowded with basically other people that might do similar things that trust isn't given anymore. it's definitely earned, and it's earned click by click, interaction by interactions. So a way in which we can leverage multiple touch points is definitely the most impactful way to go about, because the truth is the likelihood in which you will meet someone once, tell them about your service or product, and they will move forward on the spot in slim to absolutely none. All right, to be very honest. So because of that, you always want to make sure that through an understanding of your own sales cycle. So obviously my sales cycles in marketing is way smaller than in real estate, and obviously on an agency level. So whatever that sales cycle is, what you want to do is being very pragmatic around not only how you want your marketing to feel. So again, for example, Jason mentioned this ERL. You love things to be done in person, in real life. He's a standout guy. That's fantastic. It might not be your case. Maybe you're more of a content person. Well, that's fantastic. Whatever it is, you want to establish a marketing strategy that leverages a funnel in which you can understand that at top of the funnel will be people that barely basically see you, they barely get to know you, but slowly but surely get to the interest phase, the awareness phase, and therefore get to the selling zone where you have a key chance to sell to them. And the truth is, look, numbers persuade, but stories captivate. And to sell, you need both. So make sure that you leverage both of these elements within your strategy and tactics. That way, you not only increase the likelihood of it being successful now, but most importantly, being sustainable in later stages.
That is a gem. Thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I think a lot of people are missing, is that it's not a one-prong approach. You've got to have all the things in order to really be successful with that. Michael, I'm curious for you, what is something that you wished you would have known that you know now that you learned the hard way when it comes to marketing? Because we've all been there.
Oh man, only one, again, like it's not going to work, period. Sam just said, Sam, you might as well just repeat what you just said. It takes multiple prongs, but you could have this beautiful idea, campaign, crazy thing you want to stunt, you want to pull. You could have the most wonderful idea. You're so excited, and it just flops. You put out a couple of emails, or you put out a social media thing, or you run it by a few individuals you think you're trying to influence who have groups, and it's just falling on deaf ears. That literally is the hardest. Where do I go from there? In other words, I'm counting on a boost in profit. I'm counting on a boost in revenue from an actual campaign, right? We do campaigns with an idea. We don't market like we're just out there socializing, right? We actually market to try to create this impact. And eventually, we're all capitalists. We want something to happen transactionally at the end of the day from marketing. Otherwise, why are you marketing? You're just doing goodwill. They're two totally different things. They can be synonymous, and both are equally powerful. But if you're actually trying to get to a transaction at some point so that you can actually sustain your lifestyle, when it doesn't work, it sucks. It hurts. It leaves you in this space of, okay, now what? And that's really the hardest thing to do, is to cultivate the now what. What do I do now? What do I come up with a different campaign? Where did I go wrong? Where's my self-confidence? How can I detach myself from this outcome? And then how can I regroup quickly and do something else quickly? And that's the biggest, in a long-winded answer, that's the biggest problem. Failure, rebound, reset in a truncated time frame, and detaching yourself from the negative outcome.
Oh, I'm so glad you shared about that, because we've been talking a lot about all the ways to be successful, but a lot of times we forget about all the times it just didn't work. And you might have the most wonderful product or idea in the entire universe, but for whatever reason, it just is flat as a pancake when it comes to the public. So I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because it is really hard to rebound. How do you keep doing the same thing over and over again and with the same enthusiasm as if it was the first time? I really like that. Jason, Mike brought up kind of I think it's an important point, because he was talking about it being goodwill. Sometimes if you're marketing and you're not getting the result you want. And I think a lot of people think of, especially when it comes to social media, as it being more like vanity, like, look at me. So how do you translate from sharing your life to and who you are? Because that is how people pick you out of somebody else. How do you translate that into actual customers or clients?
That's a fine line, because you want to be who you're trying to attract. right? So
Yes.
if I'm trying to attract, then I've got to have my pillars that I represent for myself, whether it's business, personal journey, and really trying to be consistent. And I don't always get results. You guys know, I mean, I try not to be romantic about certain things that I try to do or campaigns, or if you pay too much attention to social media, you're going to try to do some silly song on TikTok and it's going to make you look ridiculous. It's not in your wheelhouse, you know? But a story that comes to mind is I emailed Drips. I may have met you, I may have not. I've got different categories. And I had this woman call me and say, Jason, I've been getting your emails. I'm so sorry. I haven't replied. I'm ready to buy a house. I looked back and she never opened an email once. She only saw my subject line. So that tells me that, it's not one way. I think, we all got to find which way works, and just trying to like hone in on that is really, I don't know. That's how I've been getting away with it. So, and it seems to work for me. So.
I think that that's a really good point too. And it's those reps, it's that consistency, it's that showing up and showing that you're reliable. And, it just shows who you are as a person. And I think that that is a really important way, because you are marketing by doing that, by showing who you are. And Sam, I'm curious too, because you've been working with people, individuals, but also companies. And what do you think is a major difference between somebody who is huge versus somebody such as myself, who would definitely be trying to connect more one-on-one?
It's always about internationality. So it always begin, and I love what actually Jason said on this, which is you need to look like the people you want to attract. The truth is, the human brains is all constructed of concepts and patterns. So we associate things together in order to not only save time, but it's just a matters of human biology. So basically what you need to assess in your strategies is that specific target audience, and whatever they are. It could be B2B, B2C, B2G, which is governments. That will be basically first and foremost, because that will educate not only yourself but also anyone working on your marketing to what is necessary to happen for the people to actually move in the direction you want them to move. So when you're thinking about myself and basically going after plenty of people, you always want to think about leverage. Leverage is how anyone becomes successful at any times. Leverage can be people, can be human capital, can be technology, can be all sorts of things. But if you want to actually go after companies and you have something worth sharing with the world, say it, but make sure that you're consistent towards sharing it. When you're thinking about not only social media, but email marketing, and in every single channel's paid ads, retargeting, whatever those are, your objective should always be, let me make sure that I position myself as the world leader, because we have what we call the alpha dog gene, meaning that we always ought to chase the number one, right? The reason why the only runner you can remember is Usain Bolt is because he's the greatest of all time. So you want to act upon those biases to make sure you position yourself as the world leader, as the solution provider to the problem you're solving. Once you're doing that, you not only retain the novelty in doing such things, but you also are telling your audience that you don't need to look elsewhere. You're in front of the number one person anyhow. Just embrace it, leverage it, and you will see not only your conversion go through the roof, but also you also find that people adore feeling like, again, like you said, Julianne, very, very successfully, they're not sold to you. They're just led to an outcome in which not only help them in the long run, but also is an easy conscious decision to make, because again, you appear as the greatest likelihood of success in their desirable outcome.
That's very well said. I love that. Well,
Great.
we are almost out of time for the panel, so I just wanted to do final thoughts really quick. Michael, we'll start with you.
Well, I just want to say it's been a pleasure sitting in with Sam and Jason and yourself, Julianne, as always. I think you guys are awesome, and you guys have given me a lot to think about and some ideas and different approaches. I really do like the combination of everybody here and what we're all talking about. And I really think for those of you out there that really want to market and really want to go to it, you have to realize it's not a one and done deal. And it's just like any other skill. It takes reps. And it takes a little bit of failure, and it's either going to take one or two resources, time or money, or both. And if you don't have, if you're short on money and long on time, guess what it's going to take? If you don't have a lot of time and a bunch of dough, guess what it's going to take, right? So there's just nothing else outside of that, right? It's energy in some capacity to make impact. And if you're going to market, you're going to do whatever medium you choose to do, lead with impact, lead with what you're going to do, lead with the results, and somewhere along the way, you will find your way.
Very well said. Thank you so much, Michael. And Jason, what are your final thoughts?
I also wanted to thank Sam and Michael. It's been great. And Julianne, thank you so much for having me. I'm going to touch what Michael said just a little bit. I've realized for me, it's not one way people are communicating with me, even though I might be communicating with them a certain way. You might DM me even though you got my letter, or you might find me on Instagram even though you got my direct mail. And I might retarget you based on my QR code from a flyer you got. So cover people up. You're not going to know which way they're going to do it, and it's all going to be different. So just focus on whatever's working.
Oh, wow. Well said. I love that. And Sam, what about you?
Well, I want the audience to understand that the future of marketing lies at the intersections of technology and humanity. As AI, AR, personalizations continue to evolve, you want to understand that all marketers that hears this basically as we speak needs to prepare for a world where innovation drives strategies. And what you want to understand is one thing that is irreplaceable is human creativity. It's this understanding, it's the emotional intelligence behind what makes us irreplaceable. And ensuring that future campaigns basically not only are both cutting edge and heartfelt, but are based on the basis of what makes you so special. Always remember that tomorrow's marketing will belong to those who innovate today. And that innovation today needs to bring human emotions with cutting edge technology. So keep that in mind, leverage it, and hopefully the world will be a better place because of it.
I love that. I love that so much. The thing that I keep on hearing, I just want to say too, it matters the reps that you put in, and to keep going and try all the things. And it's not all one approach. And I just love how everybody brought something different to the table, yet it's all similar. So everybody built on each other. And I just want to thank all of you for being here today. It has been an absolute pleasure. And we are getting ready for our next panel. So gentlemen, thank you again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm so excited for what's coming up next. Rex, we are here. I know that you have an amazing panel, and I'm so excited to hear. Oh, you're on mute. So
I have one guest.
Oh, well, one guest. Well, Sean. Well, I'm excited. So what was your main takeaway from the last panel?
Well, what I liked is that each person supported each other person, and they brought up points that we all need to know and to use, and they together created this kind of gestalt for us to imbibe. It wasn't one person saying do this and another saying that. It was all pretty cohesive by the way they collaborated and cooperated and presented. So I'm just very pleased with all of it. I want to watch it again for all the fine points, but I like the interaction.
Me too. It was kind of interesting because they'd never met each other before. Different age groups, different businesses, but yet there's still that same through line for everybody. So I think that that's pretty remarkable. But anyway, I think it's time for your panel, is it not?
It's time for my guest. It is right.
Sorry, I keep saying panel. Your guest. I apologize.
It's all right. We'll call it the Sean Stewart panel.
There we go. Well, it's you too. How about that?
There you go. So we're going to bring Sean up, and thank you, Julianne. It's so cool. And here's Sean. Sean, my friend, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm excellent. Happy to be here. Stoked to be a part of this.
And we're happy to have you. So for the audience, Sean is the son of a working writer, producer, director in Hollywood, Douglas Day Stewart, who's produced and written a number of movies, and Officer and a Gentleman being one of them. That then became a musical and now is a novel. And Sean helps his dad and promotes his dad. But Sean is an artist in his own right. You're a rapper and you do a lot of really wonderful creative things. I've gotten the pleasure of knowing you for many years. And you also do something really fascinating that we're going to talk about here today. But tell us a little bit about yourself and about your career and your rapping and your artistic endeavors, and
Yeah.
let's enter from that avenue, because I know that that's important.
That's a fun avenue. So as Rex mentioned, my father is Academy nominated screenwriter. So I grew up with not just creativity, but actually accomplishing like timeless art in my pedigree. And so when I got into the coaching and service-based industries in 2010, I was really coming from the mindset of a creative and really not understanding business very well, but being able to have a lot of gifts in helping people. And so I studied under Tony Robbins and a lot of amazing mentors. And 15 years later, I've now worked with thousands of people and integrate that creativity into the business piece. My business, Rock Your Gift, is focused on helping people using stages and events to share their message and to bring their gifts to the stage. And so it's been an amazing journey to be where I am today, not only working with so many entrepreneurs and helping them to grow their businesses through the work that I've done, but also being able to integrate my own art into my business. And we do that through both our events where we integrate creativity, whether it be my own or bringing on guests. We have sometimes at our events guests. There was a guest from So You Think You Can Dance who is getting everybody into their groove. We have artists that come through. And so we really like to bridge, the thing that lights you up, what we call your genius zone, with your business, and find a way to create a business that's really the one that is what you're here for, your calling, your purpose, so that you're lit up and really doing the work that you're meant to do in the world.
I love it. I love it. Now, but let's take a step back, because
Yeah.
what you up? I mean, when I first met you, you were on a podcast of mine with your dad talking about screenwriting and different things, and it was maybe a year later that you said you got training and you did your career path changed.
Right.
But you're lit up by this endeavor, this artistic endeavor, and your ability to express yourself as a performer and an artist, and then you bring that kind of artistic sensibility to your willingness and purpose in helping other people.
Yeah, I'm really struck by the idea of that when and this also translates to my clients, when I am really inspired by my own work, like when I'm really doing the work that I'm here to do, then business is easy. It's fun. And the message that I share, it's coming from a place that's undeniably true and authentic, and people resonate. And when on the flip side, I and my clients do business from a place of overlooking that and doing something that maybe is going to make money or going to get them to the next level, but it's void of that passion and purpose, then when you do the marketing, when I do the marketing, when we put ourselves on stage and we share a message, it falls flat. It doesn't come across as authentic. We don't attract the people that we're really called to work with. And so this insight of realizing that this alignment is central, in this industry where there's so much about systems. There's so much about processes. There's so much about reverse engineering and funnels and marketing. And the problem with that, although all that stuff is beautiful, is that if it's not buoyed by the thing that lights you up and that the thing that really is what you're in this for, then it all is just like, it's almost like AI. It's like AI coming from a human, where it's just kind of like a robotic message that makes sense on paper, but doesn't have a heart to it. And so that's really what I'm here to do, is to show people how to be more effective in marketing by tapping back into the thing that they love, that sometimes, and this is the kicker, sometimes it's the thing that feels like it's too much about you. We've been taught in marketing that it has to be always about the customer, and that anytime we put the spotlight on ourselves, that we're making it about us. But I believe that when we put the spotlight back on us and what we love, we are better marketers, because we're actually sharing the message that we are divinely called to share with the people. And most people don't talk about that. It sounds woo-woo, it sounds whatever. But I know a lot of people who are like me, who are entrepreneurs and also creatives. They feel like they're in a box because of all the marketing messages telling them that they have to not care about their own message and only focus on what they can reverse engineer from the avatar. and it's making them feel like they got to get out of this industry. Their messaging isn't landing. They're blending in with everybody else. And it all has to do with the fact that they haven't been given permission from others and from themselves to actually go for the thing that lights them up, even if it doesn't make sense yet. And that's what I'm a stand for.
Well, you just demonstrated what you were talking about too, because as you spoke, you got more and more passionate, and it shows,
Yeah.
And but that passion, that enthusiasm, comes from your purpose and from your mission and your vision. One of my favorite stories, I'll keep it real brief, is Edward C. Barnes in Think and Grow Rich. We're introduced to him where he wanted to be the partner of Edison, jumped the train dressed as a hobo, went to see Edison, and said, "I'm here to put you on notice. I'm going to be your partner." Edison couldn't hear, so he didn't know what he said. Took a look at him, said, "All right, you can work as a janitor." But Edison, when it was reported why he gave this bum essentially a job, even as a janitor, and by the way, Barnes did become Edison's partner and retired a very wealthy man, but he said, "I looked in his eye, and he had this look in his eye, and the kind of look that he had you'd never ignore. I knew there was something going on with this guy, and that's the kind of thing you're talking about, is having that passion, having that thing ignite inside you, and to keep that fueling that and keeping it going. Now you help connect people up who do that, but how did you get started? I mean, we got that you went to training and everything, but how did you start going from being the artist and the rapper and the person in that position who then said, "I'm going to help these people and I'm going to do this"?
Ever since I was a kid, I was interested in basically helping people. I was doing it through my song lyrics originally. And so if you go back to the songs or the poems that I wrote early on, they were always they were transformational message, because I was studying personal growth since I was like 7 years old. I mean, studying things from Wayne Dyer, or from Deepak Chopra or Marianne Williamson. When I was 7, my mom got me into this stuff. I'm always amazed when people have just recently in their 30s or 40s found personal growth. I'm like, how is that possible? I literally was born into it. So for me, it was a natural move to say, okay, I want to start. I was working to make my music happen for about 10 years in Los Angeles. I was on stages all around New York and LA. And but there was a calling in me to actually make it more tangible and to work with people intimately, one-on-one or in groups. And so I followed that calling, and I got trained by Tony Robbins in 2010, and I learned some transformational skill sets. And then I immediately jumped out the gate in 2010 and had about 26 clients in the first 6 months. And the reason was because I was using speaking as my marketing strategy. And so it really was about me jumping into the speaking game and just trusting that I had a message to share, and a lot of people were attracted to it. And that's the origin of it. But I will say that the real reason that I started to listen to the creative voice, because my business became very much like copycat for the first few years. I was studying Tony Robbins, I was studying Brendan Burchard, I was studying people, and I wanted to be like them. And it got to a point where my client calls and my coaching calls felt heavy, because I was putting on a mask and a facade of who I wanted people to see me as, because I thought that my music background wasn't respectable in the business space. So I was hiding it. And so it got to the point where I didn't even want to show up to my coaching business because I couldn't be me. And it was at that point, it was around 2017, when I had this breakthrough that I was going to integrate my love of rapping and performing into my business. And everything told me I shouldn't do it. There was a strong voice from a guy in the industry who said to me, "You can't do that. It's all about you. Don't do that. It's all about you." And I was ready to listen to him until I was at the point of ready to quit. And it was I'm either going to quit or I'm going to do the thing in my heart. And I just I just made a decision and I went with it. And everything changed. It's people come up to me after I do my events and they're like, "I've never had anybody tell me that I had permission to bring my art into my business." It was such a breath of fresh air. So it took me pioneering something where there was no modeling. There was no mentor really for me. There was just a calling internally. And so what I get to be is not only that mentor of saying that I've been able to integrate my music, my business and art, but also to inspire people when others tell you can't do something, but your heart is saying I need to bust through all the noise and all the voices and just listen to it, because what you're doing is you're pioneering something. And it's so funny how the industry, based on Tony Robbins' advice, all comes from modeling. It's like success leaves clues. We got that. But the problem is that also modeling is another word for copycatting. And there's a reason why there's so many people that sound so similar if we look at the oversaturated nature of the marketplace right now. So if you really do want to stand out, it's important for you to stop trying to be what other people want you to be or what you think is going to sell, and actually do the thing that you really desire to do, but no one's giving you permission to do, because there's people waiting for you to do that so that you can light the fire for those who also feel that way.
Wow. Well, I'm an expert modeler, and I do a lot of modeling, but a lot of modelers have it wrong. I mean, they just have it wrong. It is about the things that are similar that you could copy. It's also about the uniqueness, the contrast, the differences that set somebody apart and make them special. And unless you have both of those, you're not actually doing a model. You are actually just copying. And so there's a lot of finesse in there. So there are a lot of people calling themselves model. What I love about what you said is that you were aligned, you're congruent, there's an integrity to it. It's, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is what I can do and I can offer. The number one thing, here's a truism. Do you know when there's any new innovation, the people who resist it the most and who are most wrong, who they are? And this is rhetorical. It's the experts. It's the scientists, the doctors, the lawyers, the attorneys, the manufacturers, everybody. They go, can't work, won't happen, doesn't do it. Because they're so wedded to what was going on before that they miss everything that could be. But you, on the other hand, saw an opportunity and said, I'm diving into it. You went full speed. I was going to ask you why speaking. I think you've addressed that. But you also came up with something else, and you might incorporate that into it. You have a strategy for making a particular way for making this business work.
Yeah. So for me, I realized that marketing is really there's one thing that I do naturally that is always attracting clients and is the greatest marketing strategy for me and for the people that I'm here to serve, and that is speaking. The online sphere, there's so many options, and I love them all in their own ways. But the thing is that it hurts my brain a lot of times to try to force myself in a box of some of these marketing strategies that are built around more of an engineer type of thinking. And there's a lot of us out here who are built to be marketers, but we're not engineers. We're people that love to share a message on stage, and it comes through us like we're just like have this thing to share. And there's people, it's like we light up the room and we transform. And that is marketing. So I built a strategy that uses speaking, but also uses what I think of as the second greatest marketing strategy, which is joint venture partnerships. There's people all around us that have access to the audiences that we're dying to get in front of. And if we would just ask them if they'd be willing to share a message with their people, you would get in front of people that you never even knew possible, and you don't even have to leave your home. So what we do is what we call a virtual speaking tour. We help our clients launch these tours. And this is based on utilizing joint venture partners as the fuel. So where the typical joint venture model is one in which it's like a product launch, and you would get 40 or 50 or 20 partners that are going to send, and you kind of blitz the marketplace over a period of time. Those are awesome, but it's also a lot of work. We like to create a business model where it's not so like exhausting to put it together. And so what we do is just like a speaker looks for meeting planners in order to book stages, we look for joint venture partners, and we book our own stages virtually every 2 weeks. And we have one, two, or three partners on every one of these. So the entire year is booked out for me. And every 2 weeks, I do a talk to a new audience, because I have these partners that have 5 or 10 or 20,000 people on their email list. We put the whole, marketing thing for them. We put the swipe file and everything. So they don't really have to do much. And we've already created a really successful workshop system. And so whether it's, the way we do it, where we're doing talks every 2 weeks to new audiences, or how we do it with our clients, where we do this as a done for you, it all gets built out. And so you have this like marketing machine. This has really changed the game, because I just needed a way to rock my gifts on stage, because that's what produces the best results, and get out of the complexity. The complexity is out of control. There's too many steps to these systems, and people can't even get past module 2 in these training programs to ever get to module 6 or 7 to finish the friggin' thing. And it's like, let's just get you a stage. Like, how about that? Get some people in front of you and share that message that you know is in your heart, and you're going to grow your business way quicker and way easier.
Well, that's, what's so cool about that is it's twofold, and that is that you simplify the process and you make it easy for people to do. You help them get through the steps, and is. I mean, I think where I'm having trouble talking is because I just think it's so brilliant. You have, and I think part of it is maybe being a product of a child in a Hollywood home. You understand how difficult that industry is and how content needs to be made and produced and distributed to the right people so that content can flourish, and be distributed to an audience. But if they're not going to do it, someone has to do it. And you took the initiative and said, I have to do this. I've got a voice. I'm going to put it out there. But not only that, you said, I have a mechanism for getting other people to have a voice too.
Yeah. There's nothing that lights me up more than having people step into that full power internally, like we talked about earlier, where they're really lit up by the thing they're here to do. And they're showing up in this place where they're unapologetically willing to share that message, and then creating stages and events for that to be the way that they can position themselves in this marketplace. I did a 3-day event in 2017. And at that point I had, a small list, a small audience, but I was committed to doing events. That event, which by the way, we had the great Les Brown, he was a part of my first 2 events. This was the catapult that I needed to really get my business to the next level. And it was because it was scary to host a 3-day event, but it was the greatest thing because it got me to take all of those ideas around creativity and business and merge them together into a formula. And then I got to bring on all these incredible speakers and artists and create this experience that I always like to say, it's kind of like a demarcation line. Like after I had that event, I could never go back to the person that I was before. And that's what I like to help my clients with. Like there's a lot of these strategies. And I talk to people that, I've been in the game 15 years and people are in the same place they were last year and the year before that and the year before that. There's like these maybe incremental improvements, but a lot of times it's like they're just standstill. So with events, I always see people make quantum leaps. It's like, they're able to, like, we've never had an event that generated less than 6 figures. And that's what we do for our clients. You can come in and create an event and like suddenly become a name in your space because people are like, wait a sec, you have Les Brown on your stage. You're doing this 3-day event. You've been able to fill this event. The whole perception changes. So that's really where the fire is for me. It's really like stepping into that unique genius and then being able to present that unique genius on stage and make a high ticket offer and enroll people into your programs. That's the essence of the work that I'm doing.
That is so absolutely incredible. Could you also share maybe some stories of people you've helped or people who have gone through your process that
yeah,
so we know how it
absolutely
works?
Yeah. So a client of mine, her name is Jody. She came to me with the goal of generating 6 figures. And the biggest problem was that her messaging was off. And it happens a lot. People are, like I said at the beginning, they're sort of created a business that's what they think they should be. And I like to kind of get in touch with where the fire is and get them reconnected to what this is really about. So we redesigned her offer and her messaging. And then she was able to launch this event. She didn't have a lot of people there. She had 15 people there, but she had a high ticket offer on the back end. She had 7 people join her in her offer and ended up generating $106K from that event, actually eclipsing our 100K goal when we had that first initial session. So that was Jody. That was pretty cool. Another client of mine, his name is Noah, and Noah came into working with me, had been in the business a while, but like a lot of people, he was stalled out. He was just not making much progress. And I immediately helped him apply this workshop method and this JV partner strategy. And he was just on fire because once again, he was like lit up by the message. He had been given permission to do the work he was really here to do. And so, which for him was about working with healers and this transformational stuff that he teaches. And so Noah was able to come right out the gates in his first workshop and get 3 clients into his group program. It ended up being about a $10,500 workshop for him. I mean, that was amazing. So whether they're people like Jody who've been in the game a while, or people like Noah who are like at a standstill and needing that next level, I've been able to be really effective with a lot of people. And the other thing, just real quick, is like this client of mine, Travis, he's a very successful person. He already had a successful business. But when we add on this workshop or speaker system, it can double, triple, or just radically increase their revenue simply because that visibility platform now shoots them to a new stratosphere. They're getting more call bookings, and they're really showing up as like a category leader. So it has been really cool to see what's possible.
Well, that's really important to point out because so often those of us who help people overcome their problems, and find new solutions, oftentimes end up solving problems, but forgetting that there are people who are doing pretty well, and their problem isn't so much the problem that the other people are having. They just want to do better, or they want to enhance something. They want to extend, reach out, scale up. They want to, so there's both sides. Like the bird needs both wings in order to fly.
Yeah. So to me, I like to think of at the centerpiece, what I'm here to do is amplify people's results. So the best clients for me are those that have an audience of some level, who have some progress and some momentum in the game. And when they work with me, it really all comes together, because whether it's like gaps in their sales skill, or it's not having a regular like stage they're speaking on, or it's the messaging piece, we just kind of shore up these pieces and then amplify those results. And it's even the name of my upcoming event is called Amplify. So to me, it's really about that amplification process.
Oh, that's wild. So that's really cool. Now, but also, isn't it also true that you transformed yourself in the same way, that you were kind of down and out at one point, and when you started speaking, you had this kind of breakthrough event where you made a significant amount of money that like convinced you that I'm on the right track? I mean, I think often that's the kind of thing that people need to, they need to convince themselves that they're doing the right thing.
Well, to me, what happened was, and you brought up my dad, but when I did my first 3-day event, I was freaking out because it was a lot of money to put down, and I was completely concerned that I wasn't up to the ability to really crush it. And I was putting myself into a situation that was scary. I had a baby on the way, and I was about a month out on the event, and my dad had visited, and he came to town here in San Diego, and he's an amazing man, very supportive, but he was also he's not familiar with the coaching or consultant space. And he was worried for me. He said to me, I think you're out of your league with this event. That's for other people. Those are for those other people who are at a certain place. And I actually believed him for a little bit of time. My whole spirit dropped, and I decided that even though I was going to lose a lot of money, that I was going to back out of that event, because I didn't want to lose my shirt over it. And it's better to cut my losses and all that. So I actually went home from that conversation with my dad, and I was really like, I'm not going to do this event. I called my mom. I called my online business manager, everybody. And I was like, it's over. I'm not going to do it. And I was very sad. And I went to bed that night, and I was a horrible sleep, but I woke up around 7 a.m. and in the apartment complex that I was in, they had a jacuzzi. And so I went and had a little morning meditation session in that jacuzzi. And suddenly this message started to emerge from me. Like, I had this message to share with people, which had to do with owning their unique gifts and following their calling and doing the work they're really here to do in the world. And I realized that not only would I always regret if I didn't do this thing, but there's all these people that are waiting for this message. And so in spite of the fear, in spite of what my dad said, I came out of that little morning session in that jacuzzi with conviction that I was going to do it. And that was really that demarcation line, in essence, for me, was it was a decision that there's nobody that can stop me. There's nothing that anyone could say. I'm too committed to make this happen. And that's the centerpiece of what I'm here to share with people, is you must be willing to go through the fire to share the message you're here to share, because there's people that are waiting for you to be brave enough to not let anything hold you back. And so by holding the line and doing that, that was the moment where I really became an expert and a professional right there.
I love that because it also meant, had you not gone through that, who are you to coach other people to try and go through it? But you went through it. You went through, the doubt, the dark night of the soul, the whole kind of thing. So that there's another side to it.
Yeah. It's the most powerful thing you can do. And that's what entrepreneurship is, right? It's ultimately about entrepreneurs, they take risks on themselves, and they bet on themselves, and then it's kind of like all of these rewards come to that person who risks and bets on themselves like that. And yet everyone else who stays in that safety zone, they're looking up to and admiring those of us who take those risks. And they're like, they don't get it, but they have it within them if only they will drop the attachment to the safety net and actually risk and put themselves out there. It's pretty cool.
Very cool. Very cool. So listen, I know we only have a little bit of time left, and I know you have a free gift to give people, and maybe we should talk about that now, and then have you share a couple of tips or something that people can do.
Yeah.
However you want to do it. If you want to get the gift out, to them now so that we don't run out of time, or
yes. Well, do you want me to say the name of the gift, or do you want me to put it in a chat, or do you have the gift, or what's the best way to give that to you?
I don't have it, so you can say it and we can put it in the chat. I'll try and type it in.
Okay. It's go.rockyourgift.com/video-75. go.rockyourgift.com/video-75. And what that is that's what we call the Fill the Room blueprint, as well as training. This is for those of you that want to do more events and speaking. Yeah, you have a question for me?
Check this out to make sure that it's what's going on here. It's in the comments. It didn't come up. Oh, here, let me see if I can show it there.
Yeah. Yep, that's correct. So for those of you that want to do events and you want to figure out how you can get more people to those events, we've distilled the strategies and the swipe files and the processes, like everything we do to fill our events. We fill events every 2 weeks. So we've had to really get this dialed in. These are organic methods. We're not talking about ads. We are talking about joint venture partners. We are talking about social media. We are talking about email lists and other strategies that we use to fill our events with. Generally, we get about 100 people to our events every 2 weeks. So we know what we're doing. So we're giving you this entire strategy with this Fill the Room blueprint. And it literally is a document that's chock full of all the emails we use, the strategies, the swipe files, even the JV partner correspondence message. It gives you the social media posts that we've used to fill events. So it's just really everything you need to fill your next event. So that's specifically what's there for you. But to answer your question about tips really quick before we complete, the number one thing is if you want to follow what we're talking about here, this method that I'm sharing, you want to define a date of your next event. A lot of people are waiting for something in order to define the date of their event. But I always want to share the first thing is to define the date. And so you can look at your calendar right now and say, I'm going to do a talk. And forget about how you're going to fill it and all your how-to questions. Just say, I'm going to do a talk on this date, whether it's virtual or in person. I have people doing in-person workshops. I have clients of mine that are doing virtual workshops. But if you want to end 2024 powerfully, set yourself up with 1 or 2 more events before the end of this year. That's tip number 1. Tip number 2 is to make a list right now of 3 people who have access to your audience. Who are 3 people that have an email list or have a following in some channel that you have a relationship with? Write those names down right now. And I want you to send them a message immediately that says, I really love what you're up to. I would love to have a call where we could talk about ways that we could collaborate and support each other. Are you open to having a call with me in the next couple of weeks? I've got some amazing things I'm doing, and I'd love to share your work with my people. And see if you can book 3 or 4 or 5 calls and get a couple partners who are willing to send for that workshop. Those 2 things, locking the date and being able to ask a few people to share about your event, will now put you in motion to doing an event that's already going to have people at it. And then the last part of it is to just make sure you share a message that's aligned with what you're here to do in the world. And that's something that we go deeper on when I work with my clients.
Wow, that is amazing. But I love that because it takes it from being up here and a want and a wish and something that could happen someday, and makes it happen in whatever time frame you choose to put it in. I love that. That's great. And then you have the follow-up of reaching out to people and cooperating and collaborating with them and adding value to them and they to you and to your audience. It's beautiful. It's really a wonderful way of approaching business and art. And I don't think business and art need not ever be different. They, because if you want your art out there, it needs somebody to get it out there for you or yourself. And if you look at show business, it's the manufacturing of content or art or storytelling or music or dance or film or whatever. So yeah, they are intertwined.
Totally. I think that our art and our business has to be one, because our art is not about necessarily creativity or anything that we typically think of as art. Your art is really what brings you to life. And so if what brings you to life is not in your business, there's probably a reason why business feels like is not working or it is heavy or whatever, because it's not that thing you wake up every day and you're like, I have the best job in the world. I do what I love. I mean, if everybody could wake up saying that they do what they love every day, like how much more successful would their business be? But instead, most people feel like, it's this slog. I got to post stuff on social. I got to get the word out. I got to do this thing. It's like, yeah, because you're not lit up by it. So you have, in my opinion, you have to combine them. Otherwise you're going to struggle.
That's beautiful. We're gonna wrap. We're just gonna stop, but because the next segment is coming up. But I want to give you the final word now that I've said we're wrapping it up, and to let you to continue to just say what
my final word is something I've already said, but just to hammer home is that when the marketing world wants to tell you that you don't matter and you stifle what lights you up because of that, I want to give you permission to know that that's not true, and you do matter, and your voice matters, and what got you into business in the first place, whatever that reason is that you took that risk to build an entrepreneurial business, that is your purpose, your calling, and it really is important to integrate that into what you're doing and know that it's going to be uncomfortable because people don't talk about this. And at the end of the day, I believe that innovation is really about integrating that art in your business and uncovering that unique message that no one else is here to share. That's going to help you stand out as a leader in this space that's very crowded. And that's what we've been able to do with Rock Your Gift. So that's my message and stand for everybody.
Well, I want to thank you so much for your message and for who you are and for how you show up and for being here and sharing with all of us. And I hope you have a fabulous rest of the day and the evening. We'll be in touch as we always are. But have a great one. And thank you so much.
Appreciate you, Rex.
You bet. Likewise, man. All right. So we're going to have our next guest, and we're going to have Alicia come up. And I guess I'll bring up. There you are. And our next guest is going to be somebody who's pretty well known in different publishing fields.
Yes, he is. So our next guest is Mike Alden. He's a 3-time Wall Street Journal author, USA Today bestselling author. He's a speaker, he's an entrepreneur, and he's really known for business development and marketing. He's also the founder and CEO of Blue Vase Marketing. He has a retail company that's inspired around positivity and creativity, and he does so much to bring authors visibility, but also to connect community. He's also recently an author that is part of Triumphs of Transformation, a book that is a Los Angeles critically acclaimed best-selling book. So Mike Alden, I know I just kind of walked through a few of your experiences, but you've touched the world in so many ways. You've helped really magnify the work of authors all around the world. Would love for you to share more with our audience about who you are and all that you do.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited. I think I think Dr. Tara Marie Stayskull is going to join us as well.
Yes, she is.
Who's also a part of this book. You know, what an amazing stage, and all these people that you had here. Again, congratulations to you and all the people who are listening today. It's I popped in here and there, and boy, the talent that has been on today. It's just truly, truly remarkable that you're able to bring all these people together and then share all this information, to the world. It's great, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Yeah, my story is like kind of it's classic entrepreneurial. I grew up pretty tough, or surrounded by crime, drugs, and violence, but I always knew I wanted more out of life. I always knew that I wanted to be better in life, but I wasn't really quite sure, how to get there. And at one point, when I built a pretty massive business, and and I started to write things down, and thinking about like, why am I so different? Like, why am I different than the people that I grew up with? Why am I so different than the family members who are dead or in prison? Like, we grew up in the same household with the same parents, the same everything. What makes me so different? And that was kind of the working title of my first book, which ultimately became the book title is called Ask More, Get More: How to Earn More, Save More, and Live More Just by Asking. And, as a kid who grew up the way I grew up and the difficult things that I had to go through in life, I never imagined that I could that I could be an author. In fact, I didn't even know really what that meant. But I knew that I had a story. And as I started to tell my story to people, it started to resonate. In fact, Rex was on earlier. Rex and I met on Clubhouse, and I really used to enjoy telling my story. But what I realized is that when I became an author, when I became a published author, things changed for me dramatically. My businesses have generated hundreds of millions. I used to be on TV every single day for 15 years straight. I didn't have the beard, and I was usually wearing a suit, and my hair might have looked a little bit differently, but I was doing all these great things. But I wasn't invited to the places that I really wanted to be. I wasn't able to get into the rooms that I wanted to be with, true 100 millionaires, true billionaires, and people that were just playing at a much higher level than me. But when I wrote that first book, and I was able to tell my story, I started getting invited into those rooms, right? I started getting invited into those events, even though I wasn't anywhere near as far as the level of success of some of those other people, but it opened doors for me like nothing had ever done before. The money and all the other things that I was making, nothing came close to becoming an author. And that's kind of why we're here today.
So, Mike, I mean, you have been such a successful business person. Your books have generated millions and millions of dollars in different spaces in retail, in the wellness space. But what was it about your story and your voice? How did you actually translate and transform your story into your first book and into the remainder of the books that you've worked on?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think that one of the first things that I did, a lot of people have that, that self-doubt, right, or that imposter syndrome that I used to hear a lot about on Clubhouse. People always thought, well, I'm not good enough, or maybe my story isn't really that unique or isn't that interesting. Well, you know what? I'm here to tell you that it is. Right? I'm here to tell you that, the things that you're going through are very similar to other people. And once you realize that just because, you're not selling hundreds of millions of dollars or doing all these big things, your story, the things that you're going through, other people are going through it as well. And when I started to get, the feedback from people before my book was even published, I realized, wow, I think I have something here and it's helping people. So for me, what it really was is I realized I was able to help people. And, that's an invaluable, kind of, infusion into my body. You call it my ego, whatever it is, but it made me feel great knowing that I was helping people. And you know what? It started out, quite frankly, with my family members, with my friends, with the kids I went to high school with. They're like, hey, Mike, I read your book, Ask More, Get More, and this thing happened. I had this one girl that I went to high school with. She's a beautiful person. She adopted 4 kids, from Africa, 4, and all 4 of them needed braces, right? And it wasn't covered under insurance. And she read my book, and she just ultimately asked the orthodontist, hey, look, I don't have the money. This is a huge expense for me. I love my children. Can you help me? You know what he did? He gave her 2 sets of braces absolutely free. I'm giving myself chills just thinking about it, because when I think about the impact of that first book, and ultimately I've written 7 since, and we're going to talk a little bit about, I know Dr. Tara Marie is going to talk about this one right here, Triumphs of Transformation. Ultimately, for me, I knew that my story was changing people's lives, and it's a beautiful feeling.
Wow, that's so powerful. We have Dr. Taryn Marie Stashko, who's also joined us and is part of Triumphs of Transformation. And Dr. Taryn, we're going to get to you in just a moment. But Mike, would also love for you to share more about how you have, as you've evolved, not only as an author, but as a business individual, how you've been able to achieve the success that you've had, where you've been able to generate millions and millions of revenue for the companies that you've had that are in different spaces. You have a clothing company, right? Which is kind of like a passion experience for you, a wellness company. Would love for you to share more about the role that marketing has played in business growth and expansion along your career.
Yeah, when I first got into marketing, I got into direct response marketing and mostly in television, right? And I've met all of the gurus out there and all the people, and I've sat in, with some of the most brilliant minds in marketing. And what I realized, there isn't necessarily anything new in the world of marketing. People say, "Whoa, what are you talking about? Social media and all these other things. There's all these new things." Yes, the mediums are different, right? But really, ultimately, the thing about marketing that I think a lot of people miss, and this is something that is critically important to every aspect of marketing, and Dr. Tara Marie is brilliant at it, and she'll talk about it in a second, which is telling your story. Not only telling your story, but telling a story. One of my first products was a joint health supplement that we sold on television. And when we decided to put it on television, we analyzed what was on the market, right? And there were 50 different other joint health supplements that were pretty well known in the marketplace. 50, right? And what we did is we just told a better story. Or we told the same story, just in a different fashion that resonated with people, right? So ultimately for me, all the things that I've done is I've just told a better story. And that's really all it is. You can use all the technology that's out there, but you have to be able to tell a great story. And whether you want to be the face of it or not, whether you want to be a copywriter, look, with AI and ChatGPT, they can certainly help. But at the end of the day, there is no pill, powder, or potion, or no new technique that's going to change anything other than your ability to tell a better story. If you can tell a better story and resonate with people, everything will change. And that's what happened with me. My story just resonated with people. And then we grew on that. And ultimately, again, it got us to where we're at today. It got us to you. It got us to the LA Tribune. All this stuff was related to my story. And I know I keep talking about this because I'm really excited about it, this right here. Ultimately, it turned into this book right here, which led me also to Dr. Taryn Marie and this book. And she'll probably tell you about the business that we started together that is probably going to blow your mind. I don't want to steal her thunder. I'll let her tell that story.
Yeah, let her tell that story. But I love that. We had Kyle Wilson on earlier, who's founder of the Jim Rohn Institute, and he was talking about the difference between principles and tactics. He says tactics can change with the tools that are available to you, but principles, they don't shift. And storytelling, that is a key principle that we've been hearing about throughout the Marketers Forum, and that ability to connect and be authentic through your story, through sharing what you've been through. It really, really resonates. Dr. Turin, you have joined us here today. You are a New York Times bestselling author. You're one of the most foremost thought minds in the resilience space, and you have figured out a way to connect with your audience and truly build a community through being open and honest about your story. You've also worked with organizations such as Nike. Would love for you to further introduce yourself to our audience and kind of how you really felt comfortable in sharing your own story. And then in just a moment, we'll get into triumphs of transformation.
Thank you so much for that. I'm delighted to be here. What I noticed early on when I was an executive at both Cigna and Nike is I would have women come into my office and they would be interested in, receiving some mentorship. And so they would ask me about how I got to the role that I was in. And, rather than talking about tactics or even principles like you mentioned, I told a story. And I oftentimes started with a story of being dyslexic. And that is not what they were expecting me to say as an officer of a Fortune 50 organization. But the reason that I told that story is because I think so often for women and men, we believe that our experience determines our future. And so they would look at themselves and say, well, I can't be this or that because this has been my experience, because I didn't have that degree, because whatever it is that we tell ourselves. And so in understanding, thank you. That's Geronimo. Thank you, Geronimo. That's so beautiful. And so in sharing our stories, what we realize is that we're all more alike than we are different. We all have a unique story to tell, but when we really get down to the core of that story, it is a universal story. My story of dyslexia is not necessarily about having a learning disability, but it is about a moment where I saw more for myself. Can be more. I think I can do more. I think I have an opportunity to up level. And then what we decide to do in that moment, if we decide to believe in ourselves and invest in ourselves. So being able to share a story, I think, is the most human element of what we can share with one another.
Wow. Being able to share your story is one of the most human elements that we can share. It's so true because it's so real and everyone has a story and everyone's voice is important. Mike and Dr. Tribune, you recently came out with the book Triumphs of Transformation, where 28 individuals from around the world shared their own personal stories of resilience, of experiences that they had been through and how they were able to navigate those experiences. Why was it so important for you to get the message, the underlying current of the message and of the book out there for authors? And what are ways that you have been able to connect with and build further community through this book, Triumphs of Transformation? We'll start with you, Dr. Turin.
Yeah. Well, I think the power of our story is not to be underestimated. All of us have a resilient story. That does not make us unique. That is a universal that we all share. But oftentimes, as we walk around, we sort of carry that resilient story in our pocket. And it's really the last story that we share with people. Why? Because we think that people are going to see us differently. We are going to be ashamed of the challenges that we experienced. We think to ourselves that people really knew the whole story or the real story, that, maybe that would limit us in some way. But in fact, rather than being sort of the last story we tell, I think our resilient stories can be the first story that we tell. Because to your point earlier, it's about generating greater authenticity. It's about being more human. It's about creating deeper connection with one another. And so we felt that it was an incredible time. I think Mark Victor Hansen really sort of spearheaded the idea of the compilation book, 30 years ago. And we thought, what if we sort of brought back, Chicken Soup for the Soul, and we made a hybrid cross between resilience stories and Chicken Soup for the Soul? What could that look like? And could these stories be a way that not only, we're inspired ourselves by telling our stories, but it actually becomes a roadmap for other people as they read these stories to say, you know what? I believe that I can get through this challenging time in my life because I remember a story of someone that seemed to be going through something harder. And you know what? If they made it through, so can I. And so we really envisioned a book that would uplift people, that would encourage people, that would help all of us make sense of times that I think feel profoundly disorienting and uncertain. And we brought this book into the world because we were so excited to not only provide something of value to our readers, but to also be able to build, to your point, Alicia, community of authors where together we would be able to showcase the hearts and minds and voices of other authors and to give them the opportunity to become a published author, because both Mike and I have seen the profound difference, the incredible impact that has made for us in our lives in terms of being able to not only share our story, but also to, as Mike shared earlier, to be able to up level and to be in the rooms and to have an incredible conversation and dialogue with people virtually and in person that we may not otherwise have been able to or be invited to have had had we not become published authors.
You know, it's interesting you share that, Dr. Turin. We opened up with a segment with Brian Tracy earlier today, interviewed by Michael Fompkin. And Brian Tracy said, your book is your business card. Your, the first 6 letters of the word authority is author, but you're adding an extra level and layer of that, saying that like your story opens up the door. It opens up the dialogue. And, the same way that your book is a business card to connect with someone and tell them what they know, it also is an opportunity for them to experience who you are and connect with you from that perspective, so that whatever else it is that you do, they just are able to see you in a different light. Mike, you've worked and authored a number of books on your own, sharing your story, but also co-authored books with other individuals. What was it about Triumphs of Transformation that for you, you're like, this is my perspective of my story that I want to share with the world, but this is how I also want to uplift the collective through the stories of all of these other authors that are part of the project?
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's a great question, and it's interesting because a lot of people do have a story, and a lot of people think of the idea of becoming an author as a very daunting task. And you know what? It is. It's not easy to become an author, and let alone a published author with a top 5 publisher or like with our publishing house as well. It's not easy to get all that stuff done, right? But so many people do have a story, and it can take a lot of time. If it's 40, 50,000 words, and it's got to be, it is a very long process. And so people might just give up and say, you know what, I don't have the time for that. I gotta finish on, work on my other business, or I'm just not going to do it because it's difficult, right? And that's true. It is. However, with a compilation book like this, with Triumphs of Transformation, people were able to, tell their story in a bit more concise, condensed, fashion, in a way that was able to articulate what they wanted to articulate and get it to the masses quickly. Right. So when we put this together, and Dr. Taryn could talk a little bit more about it. I mean, I believe she interviewed over 200 people before we landed on the 28 or so authors that are in this book. We wanted to make sure that they were a good fit and they resonated really, with our core values and core principles, which is truly, we want to help people. I mean, a lot of people say that, right? A lot of people say, oh, I want to help people. And, it's like, really? But I know Dr. Taryn really wanted to help people because she put her own money behind this thing. So for me, why I wanted to be a part of it is look, I've written 7 books already, right? And I think I have another one in the works. And it's just kind of, be candid with you, it's just kind of on the shelf. It's a lot of work to put aside and to write. But I did have a story that wasn't in all my other books that really is related to books and how it's changed my life. And I was like, I think I can put that together and put it in this story and have it so that it does work well with all the other authors. And I also really wanted to get it to the masses because I believe that one story that I didn't tell in all my other books can really, really help people. So that's why I wanted to do it. And that's also why I wanted to be a part of it, because this one in particular, this book, the people that are in this book, some of them might not be, quote, brand name, so to speak, although there's a pretty big actor that's in there. Their stories are remarkable. And just when I read them, I'm getting the chills just thinking about some of the stories and the things that people went through. And like, wow, like I've gone through some stuff, but it's nothing compared to what all these other people went through.
Yeah. So that storytelling is so important. And there are so many different mediums that you can share your story and connect. You both have podcasts. Mike, you've interviewed people like Forbes Riley, who was on earlier today and was talking about the power of storytelling in her pitch. Kevin Harrington, Lewis Host, what are some of the gems, insights, and principles that you've learned through the interviews that you've conducted on your podcast around how people can connect and help further their visibility? We made up a word earlier today. It was knownability, right? How are you known in the world? But what are strategies? Because, I'd be remiss if we don't go back to the fact that you've had such successful experience in marketing and really helping people with their reach and their impact?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the answer you're looking for, but I think it'll be really valuable, which is, 10 years ago when I started my podcast, I had a full-on television studio, production studio, sound studio, the whole thing. And a mentor of mine came in and he says, "Hey, you should start a podcast." And I was like, "What? What's that?" So he starts telling me what it is. And I'm like, "Well, who am I going to interview? I don't have anybody to interview," which is kind of not true. And he said, "Well, why don't you just start off with local entrepreneurs?" So I started out interviewing local entrepreneurs, and I'm generally interested in people's stories as well, right? So Grant Cardone was on my podcast twice, and he came on the second time and he joked a little bit with me. He says, "Well, I hope I'm better than your barber." Okay. Well, my barber, his name is Ward Arthur, okay, has been a barber for 30 plus years. And man, you want to talk about somebody that has stories. You want to talk about somebody who's resilient. You want to talk about somebody that knows how to build a business. My barber, tells an amazing story and teaches people how to be successful. But here's the thing that I want to, and Taryn, so I actually paused my podcast for a couple of different reasons. And Taryn's podcast is in the top 1%, I believe. And she could talk a little bit about that. But I'll tell you this. There's a bazillion people out there at podcasts. We know that the barrier entry is really just this computer and a microphone and your willingness to start, right? So it's not expensive. But I'll tell you this. The title of my next book is titled Connection Capital. If it wasn't for my podcast, first my books, then the podcast, the people that I know today that are in my phone that I can text and they'll respond, it is a direct result of my podcast, right? So if you haven't started a podcast, if you haven't launched one as it relates to your book or your business or whatever it is, I know that everybody's talking about it. This is not new, but I'm just here to tell you that it changed my life. It connected me with people. Why? Because I had something of value to offer them, right? I had a platform. I was on TV for 15 years, but this was a little bit different. This was now the audio version of it. A podcast, especially in conjunction with a book or a brand, is so powerful. Now, here's the last thing, and then I'll let Dr. Taryn, because her podcast is amazing, is you have to start, right? You just have to start. Don't worry about it. I go back and listen to my first podcast. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I even said that, But you just have to start. If you need a script, start with a script. If you're not comfortable with that, that's fine. But just start. And again, if you don't have anybody to interview your next door neighbor, interview the local sub shop owner, because they have a story to tell too, and they love telling stories.
Wow. Love that, Mike. We started earlier today with James Andrews, and he was talking about the power of connection. He started in the music industry, but that connection capital is so powerful, and you never know where it will take you. Dr. Taryn, you do have a podcast called Flourish or Fold, Stories of Resilience, and you've had the opportunity to interview people across industries, because resilience, your story, everyone has one, to Mike's point. What are things that you've kind of learned or understood from people that you've interviewed in your podcast? How can you crystallize some of those gems to share them with our audience that's tuning in today?
Sure. I started Flourish or Fold Stories of Resilience because what I found is that it's so easy to look at people that have quote unquote made it, right? Whether that's someone on the stage or on the sports field or on the big screen, and to say, you know what? They got there because they knew somebody or their path was made clear. And I think that's a really dangerous belief for all of us to hold. And what I found as I looked at my own journey and as I had the opportunity to meet other people that had been able to do important and meaningful things and be in the public eye to some extent, is that every single person had faced not just one challenge, but a series of incredibly significant challenges. And I thought, we've got to tell the story behind the story so that as we encounter challenges on our journey, we have the opportunity to know that that is a normal part of what it means to, pursue our dreams, right? Like there's a quote out there, I don't know who said it, but it's sort of like the bigger the goal, the more audacious the vision, the more potent the calling, the bigger the challenges that we're also going to face. Because on that journey, depending on what, anyone believes spiritually, I believe that God puts the challenges in our path that are commensurate with the goal or the outcome or the vision that we imagine, because that lets, the divine kind of universe know that we are ready to be anointed with those benefits. We are ready to receive, the goodness of what we imagine, because we've been willing to prove it on the way. And so, you ask, what did I learn, in kind of an aggregate of people that I interviewed? The people that I interviewed often maintained the vision. No matter how many people told them no matter how many people told them it wasn't possible. You take Jamie Kern Lima as an example. She wanted to be on QVC with her beauty brand. I mean, she heard no, so many times at every step of her journey. Now, what I will say is that the people that I believe are most successful know what feedback to take in and what feedback to ignore. A lot of times we listen to our friends, and our friends know nothing about running a business. And so what we get to do is we get to find the people that have done what we want to do or are doing what we want to do, solicit that feedback, and be willing to sort of pivot along the road, like how we're going to get to that journey, but all the time maintaining that vision for the ultimate goal.
I love that. Knowing what questions to ask, but then also understanding who to ask the question to, and then taking that a next step to figure out how to discern that information to figure out how to take action. What are one or two kind of marketing concepts that someone maybe gave you advice on and you were unsure about, but you said, let me just try this out and see what happens? And maybe what was the result coming out of that?
Yeah. I think for me, one of my greatest challenges has been a willingness to be seen. I had hoped early on that when I did resilience, I would sort of just be able to dive into the content of what I was doing. And I learned very early on that people would care nothing about the work that I've done until they felt like they knew me and we could build a relationship and they cared about me, that I built that level of care and credibility inside our relationship, personally or digitally. And so, I think the advice that I got was like, Taryn, you've got to be more vulnerable. Taryn, you've got to tell hard stories. Taryn, you've got to, be willing to be more human and less perfect. And that was really tough advice for me, because it called me to push myself outside of my comfort zone and actually tell the stories that I was afraid to tell. And initially, I didn't think anyone else wanted to hear.
But you told them, and we are so glad that you have. What about for you, Mike? What are rather one or two kind of marketing concepts that you've come across along your journey of growing and scaling businesses, where you kind of took that faith walk to say, haven't tried this before, but something in me is telling me I should explore this? And what was the result that you've seen? Because you have been able to grow a few companies to scale in a very, very massive way.
Yeah, it basically is echoing, what, Dr. Taryn has said. I've told this story before, maybe not publicly, but, so I've been involved in hundreds of direct response, advertisements. Dean Graziosi's show, How to Be a Real Estate Millionaire. I was on TV for years with some of the biggest long form advertisements in the history of direct response. And prior to that, though, I was an attorney at another company, still an attorney, but I was practicing at this other company, and I was editing one of these advertisements. And I was editing really just for legal purposes. That was my job, right? But what I did was I cut out what we would call a flub. Basically, there was a mistake. The host had said something like basically what I'm doing right now. I was like, something like that, and I cut it out. right? And the gentleman who was in the advertisement came to me and he said, hey, you know, everything looks great. He's like, but there was a part there where I kind of stuttered a little bit. Where is that? I said, well, I cut it out because it's a little bit, you know, makes it a little bit more seamless. He said, put it back in. I said, why? He said, because no one speaks the way I'm speaking right now. This is not perfection. People don't respond to perfection, right? You know, in fact, they get intimidated by perfection. I want people to know that I'm real. And he was real. It's just he was a great speaker. He was a great performer. And very rarely did he ever screw up, right? But he wanted to put it back in so that everyone would feel more comfortable. It's like what Dr. Tara Marie was talking about a little bit earlier, feeling more comfortable with him, with his story, and understand that, like, you know what? He's not perfect. You know, everything isn't we say, like, you know, roses and cupcakes or unicorns and cupcakes, as Dr. Tara Marie says. You know, we all have our things. And that, from a marketing perspective, I think, again, is very, very valuable. To be vulnerable, like Dr. Tara Marie said, to let people know that, hey, you know what? You know, things aren't perfect. But if you do this, if you come along the journey with me, if you decide you want to be, you know, an author in this book, then I can help you, right? It's not going to be perfect. There are going to be things that might not necessarily be the way that you want them to be, but I can guarantee this: if you come with me on the journey, you're going to get what I'm telling you, right? And so I think that, for me, was so profound. In fact, all of my advertisements, I intentionally would you know, leave things in as well, and then we'd also have fun with the outtakes at the Christmas on the Christmas parties. But I think that's it. You know, you can chase perfection, which I think is okay, but we're never going to get there. Chase it, but also just understand that you really just need to get your story out there. And don't worry about the flubs. Don't worry about the fact that you might not speak in a manner that everyone else wants you to speak in. Be who you are, and that works every time.
That's so important. I think, you know, in this world of social media, people are used to seeing these pictures. I saw a post earlier today, and it was like a cartoon, but it was someone, and it said my profile pic, and then it was a different graphic below, and it was like my tag pictures, right? And it's like, oh, when it's the profile pic, you want to be all buttoned up, and in the tag picture, right, you're kind of free flowing, you're acting how you are. And it's so important that you brought up that point, Mike, because we've been hearing it over the last 5 days of the Marketers Forum about authenticity, about connection. But what does that actually mean? But it's actually about showing yourself, your full self, and not feeling like you always need to over edit or over correct yourself, because then people understand and realize that it's true. Mike, you have a clothing company. It is fun. It has an inspiring message. Can you talk a little bit about that for a moment before we go into closing remarks?
Wow, geez, I wasn't expecting you to mention that, but yeah. So the name of the company is called Wicked Happy. You know, I'm from Boston, and you know, the story is an interesting story. I was actually at a live event speaking to a lot of marketers, a bunch of young marketers, and a gentleman came up to me and he showed me, you know, what he was doing. He had this T-shirt company. At the time, I had a couple hundred employees. We were doing like just stupid numbers. It's not even worth saying, and I was very unhappy. You know, very unhappy. And people objectively, they look at it and say, how could you be unhappy with all this stuff you had? I just was, you know, because a lot of you hear this all the time as people get older, right? You know, I think you just have to get there, right? And I was chasing the money, you know, and that's it. But I wasn't really focusing on my happiness. And so I came back to my hotel room and I was talking to my partner now. And I said, you know, man, I said, I just want to be wicked happy. You know, and he says, I think that might be a T-shirt. There are all these T-shirt guys at this event, you know, and then I said, well, I think it actually might be a brand. And then so we started out with the vision of just really wanting to help people, again, like the stuff I'm talking about, but with happiness and something fun. And, you know, Dr. Tara Marie actually has worked with us really closely and taken this business to a level, quite frankly, that I couldn't even see. You know, I was telling someone the story earlier, you know, when I got together with Dr. Tara Marie and her expertise, you know, again, I feel like I'm a pretty smart guy. I feel like I'm a great business person, but I also know that I have a lot to learn, and I'm willing to actually learn from others. And when she looked at our brand and our messaging and all the things we were doing, she says, hey, if you just do maybe this way, or if you tell your story a little bit differently, I guess, her psychology background certainly helps with that. If you tell your story a little bit differently, watch what will happen. And I would love for her to actually end with what happened, and Dr. Taryn, what you did to take our business from this little, kind of t-shirt hat company to a company that is now selling to a multinational publicly traded company. And it's all because of what you did and that little slight tweak in the psychology of it.
The people, I am one of the people, Dr. Turin, would love to know what you did to help scale that company, and also the perspective from a psychological perspective of how you kind of infuse that knowledge into how you expanded that reach.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think the first thing is building on something that Mike said earlier. We get to focus on progress over perfection. How often does the vision of what we think we should be, what we think we're creating, or, I'll put my work out into the world when stop us from simply making progress? And so when I was able to stop focusing on perfection and instead focus on progress, that made an incredible difference for me. And that's also how I was able to approach the brand Wicked Happy, because when I saw the brand Wicked Happy, there's also this, sort of ethos in the world about like toxic positivity, right? And so I wanted us to differentiate ourselves from that idea of toxic positivity, but also to be able to talk about this as an aspirational brand, to be able to give people an opportunity to think about what it felt like to be wicked happy. What were those moments? Where were they with their families? And then also to be able to think about when would they have an opportunity to be wicked happy again. And so, we've done many things in terms of, shifting the message a bit to talk about the brand as being aspirational versus a constant state. And then something else that was really meaningful for us was to get connected with the right people. Recently, I interviewed Brandon Dawson from my podcast, who works very closely with Grant Cardone. And Brandon said, so many people are just trying to get in the door, right? Like whatever that door is. He said, worry more about who brings you through the door than getting in the door. Because whoever brings you to the party, you're going to be associated with that person. And so one organization that I thought would be an incredible opportunity for us is Caesars. Caesars Palace, they have, property all across the continental United States. And so very important for us, kind of second thing, first thing's progress over perfection. The second thing is to think about not just getting in the door with your brand or with your business, but think about whose door you're going to walk through and with whom, because you're going to be associated with the people that you're doing business with. And so we wanted to find an incredible organization that would allow us to amplify the reach of the brand, but also, reflect positively on, Wicked Happy and the brand that we had already built.
As someone that is from Boston, Wicked Happy, I love it. But you hit on so many key points in your share, both Mike and Dr. Turin, as you spoke about Wicked Happy, but the power of messaging and just taking a look and retweaking that messaging. I mean, Wicked Happy is in a number of brick and mortar storefronts, but it's also online. And then the power of association. Earlier this week, we had Sharon Lecter on, and she was talking about the power of association. Yesterday, we had Dame Doria Cordova on, and she was talking about leverage and that power of association and helping people be an advocate about what it is that you're doing. And when that messaging, going back to that messaging point, when that messaging is aligned and that story comes through, then those that you're associating with really have the ability to be that advocate for you and to help you maximize your reach even further. We're about to go into closing remarks, but Donna Campbell has been here. She's been listening and she really understands kind of a lot of the key principles that we've been talking about. Donna, I'd love for you to kind of share a reflection of what Dr. and Taryn have just shared, particularly about how they've approached Wicked Happy, because I think it's very, very important what they've just shared for our audience.
Absolutely, absolutely. And happiness is always on the inside. And that's a place that I always come from. So I love the branded about wicked happiness, because now I have new terminology. But I think what's really important is what you said at the very end, Dr. Turin, is that who's on the other side of that door, because that's who you are partnering with. And oftentimes we want to get our message out to the world. We want to be known. You want all of those things, but yet we don't always consider maybe what's on the other side may not be in alignment with what and who we want to be. So it's a different point of view and a different perspective to take a look at in that. So thank you for that share.
So powerful. As we move into closing remarks, Dr. Chirin, would love for you to share with our audience maybe something that was on your mind or your heart that you wanted to get to but haven't had the opportunity to quite yet. Dr. Chirin.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind. Well, I'll just close with saying, relative to the Triumphs of Transformation book that we've created, and also the ability to be part of this incredible marketing mastery forum, is for those of you tuning in, your story is your superpower. Each of us have at least one extraordinary story, even if we're just an ordinary person. And when we tap into the power of that story and have the courage and the vulnerability and the authenticity to share that story in a compelling way, I think this is the greatest sort of unused currency that each one of us carry, is the opportunity to tap into our story, to create greater connection, to share a compelling message about who we are or the business that we're creating. And so I would invite all of us to think about our story not as being something that just sort of happened to us, but actually being a superpower that we can tap into to a much greater degree.
That's so wonderful. And what about for you, Mike? What has been on your heart and in your spirit that you'd like to share as we close out this powerful segment during the Marketers Forum here today? Mike, over to you.
Yeah, it does align with, the title of this book, Triumphs of Transformation. We've talked a lot about it tonight, myself and Dr. Taryn, about the difficulties that, that people go through in life. But I want people to know that, you're not alone. So many of us feel alone, especially in the world of entrepreneurship. It is a very lonely place. When you're looking at how to make payroll, how to raise money, how to get to tomorrow, right? It is a very, very difficult and daunting task as an entrepreneur. And a lot of people that are watching right now either want to be an entrepreneur or are in the world of entrepreneurship. And I'm here to tell you that as long as you can harness that inner resilience that Dr. Taryn Marie has taught me, that we all have. I think her line is, I hate to steal from her. I think the line is being resilient is the essence of being, a human being. And when you understand that truly, you will get to that next day. You will get through the other side. You're going to have those difficult moments. You're going to have those tough days. And I have them a lot. And I've been an entrepreneur pretty much my entire career. Even when I was practicing, I still had another business. But I'm here to tell you, if you can harness that inner resilience that Dr. Tamari talks about, not only in this book, Triumphs of Transformation, but also in her book, The 5 Practices of Highly Resilient People, you can get there and you will get there. You just need to get there. But I'm telling you again, you just need to have your own inner resilience, harness it and use it to get to that next moment.
Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. And everyone can find that moment and reflect or take a pause and figure out where they're at and move from that space. We appreciate you, Mike and Dr. Turin. Again, congratulations on Triumphs of Transformation being selected as a critically acclaimed Los Angeles Tribune bestseller. And for connecting with these beautiful souls, Dr. Turin and Mike, that you were able to meet from around the world to bring into this collective book and experience that you have shared with the world. And congratulations again for being in New York City, Times Square, just about a week ago. Very, very exciting. We will have to see you back soon. Triumphs of Transformation. I believe it's triumphsbook.com is where you can go and find that book. And it is also on Amazon. Until next time, thank you so much, Dr. Turin and Mike. Thank you. And in just one moment, we will be joined by Ava V. Manuel, the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, that is live with another one of the Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestsellers. But before we shift and move to Ava, who is live right now with our next guest, Donna, we're on day 5 of the Marketers Forum. This is 5 days of content from speakers joining in from all over the world. I mean, we've heard about mindset, we've heard about key strategies, we've heard about how to be authentic, and not just as a buzzword, but actual steps that people can take to really open up to being able to share their own story, which is such an important distinction. What are some of the reflections that you've had over the last 5 days being a part of this Marketers Forum and facilitating very important conversations like the Hero's Journey conversation that you were moderating earlier today?
Yes, here's one of my mindset shifts that I went through over the last 5 days. Because oftentimes we come and we have what we call service. We sign up for each other, we have our services, but then they say, you're providing a service, but deliver value. And we can deliver value all day long, but unless you take an action step to put it into practice, we may not be having, you're not going to receive the rest of the value. But here's where my mind shift was. And this is one of the things that I absolutely love about hosting with the Los Angeles Tribune, is because it's all about education. And through that, we can take it from that value step. And when we implement it, it turns into wisdom. So it's like all of these wisdom nuggets throughout the last 5 days, gleaning from expertise from all of these different thought leaders to put into action to say, hey, I've already gone this path. Here's a nugget for you. And here's another one for you. And if you start taking those and implementing it, you're going to be delivering so much more to your business, for marketing, for branding, reaching the people that you are meant to reach, and really growing and magnifying and expanding. So that's one of the things. It's service to value, but it goes beyond value. It goes to wisdom.
It goes beyond value to wisdom. And I love that word wisdom, because there's so much that comes with that experience, reflection, thought, strategy. Donna, you've talked about a couple of shifts. What is something that you feel like someone that's tuning in right now, and for those of you that are tuning in live, we encourage you to leave us comments and let us know your questions in the chat. But someone that is tuning in right now, who is a business owner or an entrepreneur or an intrapreneur, works in an organization, is trying to take a step. They're trying to distill all of this information and do like what we like to say action, take an action step. Right. What would you encourage them to do today? Is it to do a brand audit? Is it to look at their footprint on digital media? Is it to think about what their storytelling is? Like, what for you would be that one kind of, hey, do you have 5 minutes right now? Try and do this right now. Advice that you'd like to give to someone?
Yes, absolutely. One of the things is this fun little exercise that a coach of mine gave me a few months ago. And it really helped me dial down into what it was that I was wanting to do. So they had me write on one sheet of paper all of the things that I absolutely love to do out in the world. Didn't matter what it was. Might have been a hobby. It might have been, anything in addition to my work tasks. And then on a separate piece of paper, all the things that I did not enjoy doing, and to really take a good, honest look at it, because it's when you label what you like and what you don't like, you can start making immediate change. So if you don't know where to start, definitely write out those 2 lists, and it will start giving you clarification on you for what your next set of steps are. Then I would go back, I would listen to some of the different guest experts we've had over the last 5 days, find the one that resonates with you and reach out to them and ask questions, because like we heard with the hero's journey, you just need a mentor and they will move you through those different steps and help you along the way. And that's where I would start. And that's exactly what I did a few months ago.
I love that, Donna, because you're sharing 2 important gems here. This is the word of the day. Another one, gems. It's really take the time before you take action to kind of write down a list, right? And then figure out what insights or tools may be applicable to some of the points that you made on your list, and kind of make an action plan. And that is taking action, right? Writing down what you've learned, figuring out what you want to do as a next step. That is part of taking action, and then you can do it. And so I love that. We are in just a moment going to shift gears to our next guest. Ava and Mark Najjar are going to be joining us live in just a moment. And so we're going to turn it over to Ava, and then I believe Mark is going to join her in just a moment. And Donna, stay on here for this conversation. Ava, we are coming to you. Hi, Ava.
Hello. Would you confirm with me if you can hear me loud and clear?
You're good, Ava. We can hear you.
Oh, awesome. Well, welcome to the book launch here at the Sheraton in Anaheim for The Fortunes and the Fire. This is a book from Mark Najjar, who's joining us right now. So this is a very unique interview in a way that we're doing this live on the event itself. Just moments ago, Mark actually unboxed his first set of books and had a lot of press around the world, literally celebrate with him. So it was such a perfect experience. But Mark, I wouldn't want to put words in your mouth. I wanted to ask, and I know Donna and Alicia, you're there. It's a little bit of a different setup. I don't see your faces, so know that you just have to interrupt me on me because I can't see if you're signaling. You'll be signaling anything. But Mark, I am so delighted that you have written your book. So this is the book Fortunes in the Fire, from war torn country to the hills of Beverly. Mark, tell us what inspired you to write it.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me. Yes, I wanted to say a big thank you to Alicia on the other side. Thank you, Alicia. What inspired me to write the book? I think in everybody's life, there will come a time that you want to give back. You want to give back something, because I learned early on that the true pleasure lies when giving than receiving. So I formed a few lessons that I learned from throughout my business life and during my business life here in America. And I thought it can help a lot of people to know and navigate their way to success, knowing that where to go, where not to go, what to do, and what not to do. And I thought it can benefit younger professionals as well, so they don't make the mistakes that I made. So it's the way for me to give back. That what inspired me to write the book.
That's so awesome. Thank you, Mark. Well, Alicia, Donna, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you, Donna, for being in this segment too. Donna's also one of our critical and best-selling authors. And so, Donna, I would want to know, and Alicia, do you have any questions for Mark? And I'm just going to translate it to you.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, you talk about in your book how you were born in Lebanon. There was a night that changed your life. There were bombs that were going off. Your family, you lived in constant fear. And at 17, you decided to move to the US to become an entrepreneur. You started working in parking garages, and then you were owning your own and scaling your parking businesses. You opened a hair salon. You sold vitamins at malls. You got into real estate. What is it about your experiences and the mindset that you decided that you were going to anchor into when you were such a young gentleman moving to the States that you really want people to know and understand about your story, but also about what you've shared in the book?
If I cut a little bit of the middle of the question, but it's about the mindset that I came with. I came at the age of 17, having my family all staying in Lebanon, where there was the war then. And that inspired me that I had an obligation because I got the chance to come to the USA. They didn't. So there was some sort of obligation and feeling that I need to support and help back in that category. So in my mind, there was no room for failure. Either I'm gonna do it or I'm gonna die trying. So I just kept on, and I used that fuel, the love of my family, the love of what I learned, my childhood, to fuel my power to continue in that regard. I hope I answered the question. Now, uh, the gift shift. Yeah. Uh, the gift shift is another pillar in the book. It's a story that sometimes when you let me run this example by you. Imagine that when you got a gift for a loved one, the perfect gift, you knew they've always wanted it, but they couldn't get. You found it, you bought it, you wrapped it, and it's ready to give it. Awaiting that time to give it to your loved one, what was the exact feeling that you felt during that time, waiting to see the biggest smile and the oh my God features on your loved one's face when they open that gift? That true feeling is the power of the gift shift. So when you're carrying a gift to someone, you're excited because you're gonna see the beautiful reaction on their faces. Imagine you're carrying that gift inside you and keeping it inside you. You will be the gift to the world. This is the power of the gift shift, and it's explained in detail and what it did to me, how it transformed my life in public life and in business life and in championship life.
Love that, the gift shift. And Mark,
Great
before we
question.
close,
Yes.
would love for you to share one gift with our audience today that's tuning in around mindset, but also marketing. How can they connect? I mean, you've been able to scale and grow multiple businesses in Los Angeles. What is a gift of a marketing strategy or piece of advice you'd like to share with our audience today?
Well, the most marketing tool that helped me flourish and become an owner operator of multiple companies, the parking, the herb shop, the vitamin store, the hair salons, is people do business with you. They don't do business with your product or service. If people don't know you, they won't do business with you, or then don't buy anything from you. So it's all on you. You have to put yourself out there. You have to be genuine. You have to be coming from the heart. When people know you, people will do business with you. And I learned the lesson of the 4 seconds. Uh, there is our subconscious mind is immediately judging the first 4 seconds when you see someone. So when they see you, the best weapon, and forgive me that I use weapon because I come from a war-torn country, the best weapon that you have with you, or a gift, I'm gonna call it today. Starting today, we're gonna call it gifts, okay. No weapons. So gift for the peace. The the gift will be to put that smile on your face. You cannot imagine how powerful a little smile can go a long way. It will brighten the other side's life, the day, they will be attracted to do business with you. So if I want to say anything about marketing, market yourself, advance yourself, not your product or your service. Advance yourself and come from the heart. Whether it is a contract that you are trying to close, whether it is a cup of coffee are you trying to sell. It's about you. And if you're not presently present in your store or at your surface, train your second hand and third hand people to be like you or as much that they can be like you.
Wow. Thank you so much,
I'm going to give
Ava
you a chance to react to that.
and Mark.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you tuning in. We know
Well,
that you
before we
are live.
close, I know you want to close. I know that you want to close, Alicia, but before you close, I would want to ask one question to Mark. Just one question. How has writing your book and launching your book changed your life so far? In one day.
No, I have to say it's amongst the most exciting and life-changing experiences that I'm experiencing. So forgive me if I am a little bit overwhelmed, but when you come from the heart, a lot of chances and a lot of opportunities uh, become lights that you can see them along the way and you can touch them. It's been quite a great experience. I couldn't believe that we can finish it in the right time and have it at this a great convention and having friends and became friends, recently friends, surround you with all their love and support. And opening the box earlier on today was an amazing experience. We got one of the influential people who were talking on stage today came and cut the box with us. It's an amazing experience. I thank everybody who supported that phenomenon from there on. But if you're out there, you're hearing me, uh, please do write your book. Uh, with this team that I stumbled because of my maybe good intention. You are with great hands, a lot of credential, a lot of warm feelings that you get from everybody that's around you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mark, what an honor. We love telling your story. We love being a conduit to bringing your story to the world and changing many lives.
Thank you so much, Ava and Alicia and everybody in the support team.
Thank you. Back to you, Alicia.
That's so wonderful. I mean, Mark's book was published the Los Angeles Tribune. We've been talking about storytelling this entire 5 days at the Marketers Forum. Dr. Turin and Mike just talked about the power of storytelling. And Mark, you hit on such an important topic that I just want to bring back for our readers, which is that you can be selling a product or service and experience, but people want to know who the face is behind that brand. People want to connect with that person, right? And that is something that is so important to think about. And a book is just one of the many ways that you can connect with your audience and kind of distill some of the wisdom and your experiences to the why it is what you do, what it is that you do. Like Forbes and McKenna Riley were talking about earlier, as a way to connect with the people that you're ultimately trying to connect with through your product, through your services, and through the communities that you're building. So Mark and Ava, it's been so great having you on today. Enjoy today, Mark. I know this is a huge day. You launched your book this week. You were on the big public stage this week at that conference. Enjoyed this experience. And we're looking forward to hearing about how you telling your story evolves, impacts you in your community, but also how it helps to enhance and up level your business. And you have so many of them. So I have to see you back here with the Los Angeles Tribune, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. God bless you and have a wonderful day.
You too. Congratulations.
Wow. 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 A theme that I've heard over the last 5 days, Alicia, is everyone's talking about relationships and having relationships and marketing. And oftentimes, a lot of our marketing is transactional. Like we go to the store, we buy the things that we need, but relationships are really where it is. And with Ave and the books, it's all right there, the whole relationship of what he was sharing.
Yeah, it really is. It's all right there. And, Mark has a number of different businesses in Los Angeles, and he's grown them to scale. And he talks about how he's been able to grow them because he's poured into the relationships that he has with the people that are on his teams to help them figure out what their goals are and their dreams are and pour into that. And it has helped to elevate his businesses. And so pour into your clients and your customers, but also the individuals that are on your team. We are about to bring up our next guest, and she is actually joining us all the way from Australia. Her name is Rita, and she is an author. Rita Montalto, she is an author. She is working on a new book, and I'm excited for you all to hear more about Rita's story because she's going to share a little bit more about her upcoming book that's going to be coming out next month. But I'm excited to hear Rita share about the principle of time and how timing is key and how that helps. And when you have an idea in your mind, how timing can help all of that unfold. Rita, would love for you to further introduce yourself with our audience, share the work that you've done, and then, of course, please give us a glimpse about your book that will be launching just next month. Welcome, Rita. And hi,
Thank
Rex.
you. Thank you, Alicia. Yes, it's pretty exciting. I can't believe it's coming up this soon. I didn't expect for it to be released just before Christmas. So yes, it's oh gosh, where do I start? It's a story about a perseverance, and in a way, it's a way of teaching personal development in a very different way through a fictional book. And it's a wonderful story that come to me only just in January, believe it or not. And I've worked on it almost every day, and it's become something so beautiful. I can't believe it myself. So I can't wait to have it out there, and it'll really be quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. I mean, Rita, I've had the opportunity to get a first glance look at your book, and have really enjoyed reading it myself. But it's taking personal development and spirituality and mindset and weaving that through a fictional story where you can really kind of lean into the main character's experiences. Why is it that you chose to write a fictional book to share some of these principles and concepts that have to do with mindset and with resilience, that are themes that have come up today, but in a different way that really takes on its story form?
Yeah, well, I just thought it'd be a really different way to teach personal development. My big goal is to have it turn into a movie, and that would really be a great way to learn personal development through this amazing story. But I also developed a personal development game, which is a different way of teaching personal development again. So I'm a really big believer of we need to teach it in a very unique way to capture the audience and teach them, how to take action. And yeah, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rita, you do so many different things. You've created the game. You fly back and forth to Hollywood. You've written books. Yes. I mean, you are somebody who's in the trenches doing what you do, and you keep doing it. And I love you for that. That's absolutely awesome.
Thank you, Rex.
Glad
Thank you, Rex.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Rita, how have you thought about, we're here at the Marketers Forum. Of course, storytelling has come up a lot, but how have you thought about the ways in which you connect with and present yourself in the world as you get ready to launch this book that has so much depth to it? I don't want to give too much away because I've read it, so I'm going to let you lead from a content perspective. But how have you kind of thought about that as you prepare for your book to come out? And I know you have aspirations to see your book on the big screens as a movie one day.
Yeah, well, I tried to incorporate a lot of principles that, from Napoleon Hill. Of course, I didn't put his name in there. I changed that to Christopher Lane and things like that. He's a ghost in the story. And yeah, I made sure that the main principles of success were in the whole story, the perseverance and the, you know, getting rejected by basically people that you love and your friends, how they go against you because the character in there develops an actual game and everyone pretty much is against her. And so I feel that a lot of people will resonate with that situation where they're trying to achieve something quite, you know, significant, and not being supported by anyone. And I also know how that feels in real life. So there's actually a lot of real life things in there, although it's a fictional story, but I found myself subconsciously putting in what I've actually experienced myself. So yeah, I'm not sure whether that answers your question, Alicia, sorry.
Yeah, Ken, I want to ask you a question because I think it's fascinating. You know, it's one thing to write a self-help book where you tell people, okay, here, do this, let's do that, do this, do that.
Yes.
We're done. It's another thing to create a story, a fictional story based maybe in reality and using real principles for someone else. But just that process of doing it from a story as a novelist versus a informational writer, what's that like for you? Because not only did you do this, but you've created a game, which is a very similar kind of process. It's using the imagination. You're having to go on a kind of a journey. So tell us a little bit about your process as a novelist.
Yes, well, it took me a lot of rearranging of chapters, and it took a lot of, a lot of work to figure it all out. But yeah, I also, what's incredible about it is part 2 will be going inside the game, a bit like Jumanji. So that's the amazing part, which they'll learn even more about personal development. So I'm really excited about that. Yeah, so yeah, the process was actually quite lengthy, but I made sure that the main principles of success were in the story. And I also put a touch of humor in there and a bit of romance. So I've got a bit of mixture of things. How this happened, I don't know. I you know, God's helped me along the way for sure. I won't take all the credit, that's for sure. It's just, it was a complete download.
Love that. Yeah. And Rita, I mean, you're an entrepreneur, you are a coach. What are ways that you have navigated your business and connecting with the individuals that you've ultimately been able to coach as you've kind of expanded your coaching and then now like massively expanded that experience through your game and through the book itself?
Yeah. Well, I really want to concentrate more now on the game. Also having now a co-founder. So, and of course the book, I want to be able to get that out there. So yeah, mainly now I want to concentrate on the game itself, which will be digital and eventually physical. Yeah, that's the main focus where I want to go, because I feel that will change a lot of lives. I love that because
the game is so experiential, right? Yeah, the game is experiential. Sorry? The book is experiential in its own way, but so is the game. And it's really a way to bring some of the thoughts and the mindset that you talk about in your book and you talk about in your coaching, but to life in a way that people can experience it with themselves and with other people. Rita, as we go into closing remarks, what is something that has been on your mind that you've wanted to share with our audience that you haven't had an opportunity to do just yet? Would love for you to share as we move into closing remarks.
Gosh, I mean, with personal development, it really needs to be a daily thing. It's just like exercise. You can't expect to just exercise half an hour and think you're fit. So I just love how I'm immersing myself with like-minded people that are heavily into personal development, and it shows in their results. They're very, very successful people, and I love that. I feel just so grateful that I'm doing what I resonate with, and it's not work to me. All of this is just, it's not work to me. I just love being around like-minded people like yourselves and all the people I've met when I went to LA a couple of times on my own. It was a little bit scary, but you know, just really going out there and facing your fears. I mean, even now, me talking here, I'm facing my fear. I'm not really one to speak in front of a lot of people, but I know that has to change. So I'll get good at it as I do it more. So yeah. And thank you so much for having me, by the way.
Thank you so much for being with us, Rita. I loved your share because it was so real. It was so personal. When Mike Alden was on just a few segments ago, he was talking about how people want to understand where you're coming from and see that realness in you, because they can relate to that. It's been a pleasure to have you on, Rita. I know that our viewers have something to look for as Adversity's Gift gets ready to come out just shortly in December, and we will see you another time. Thank you so much. Wow. Rex, we're about to go into our next segment with our next guest, but before we do, would love for you to kind of share some of your reflections on that segment with Rita and what she's doing with her book that really is about mindset shifts and personal development through a fictional story, and also about her game.
Well, I have not read her book, but I know Rita, and I know Rita as someone who studies life and studies Napoleon Hill and studies these different principles, and we've been doing some things together and stuff. So it's what I know about her is what Sean and I talked about. She's aligned her passion with an avenue for business, which is to be able to present personal change and transformation to people in her style, her way, which is through a novel and through a game, is a way of engaging, others and getting them interested and curious. Sometimes, the self-help world becomes a little bit preachy, but through a novel, through a book, through, that kind, and that to me is something so amazing. And she's flown out to Hollywood. She's meeting with people. She's doing something. She's really, aggressive in a positive way about getting what she wants done and getting it out there to the people who she can serve. And that's my story. I'm sticking to it. I don't know where you went.
That's your story and you're sticking to it. I love that. I mean, I think what you said something that was really special there. You said she's doing it her own way, right? She's being unique and she's distilling all of the wisdom that she has come across in a way that's true to her, but connects with the audience. And Sean was talking about that earlier in your segment. And, that's so important. So I love that, Rex.
Well, the other thing, Alicia, that's really amazing is that some people are very logic oriented. Like some people love math, and some people like English, and some people like art, and or drama, and it's kind of like the mind works differently for each. The person who's very logical can present an argument, like they could be a great attorney or a debater. And somebody who's got a great imagination could be a novelist or a filmmaker or a storyteller, and that is Rita. You know what I mean? I mean, she's using imagination as opposed to other, typical vehicles in an industry where a lot of the books are talky books. I mean, this is something that takes you on it takes you on that journey. It's like watching Star Wars or watching something else where you're captivated by the story, but you're getting principles and lessons and things without it being, okay, here's a lesson, here's what you need to know. It's coming through the story. That's a very a wonderful skill for somebody to have, a talent that is really cool, because not everybody can do it.
Yeah, I love that. Not everyone can do it. It is a special skill and a talent. Thank you so much, Rex. We're about to bring up our next guest, who is a guru in marketing. Her name is Adrienne Branch, and she is the founder of Branch Out Marketing. I love her website. It says the future belongs to the dreamers and the doers. But Adrienne, you take a very niched approach to helping individuals, small businesses with their marketing strategy, and then empowering them with tools that actually help them connect with their audiences. We'd love for you to share a little bit more about what it is that you do. And I'm going to take that in a little different perspective and angle and ask you to share why it is that you got into the business of marketing and you really wanted to start Branch Out Marketing, your why. And then we're going to shift a little bit further into what it is that you do and the wisdom that you have. So Adrienne, welcome.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you guys for having me. It's always a pleasure to join here. But great question. You know, I think it really started back when I was running my financial planning practice and just saw so much opportunity for efficiency to connect with the people that I was trying to help. And I just saw a lot of gaps that were there. And I was like, wait a second, this isn't right. This is slowing me down quite a bit. And this is basically a whole nother job on the marketing side. So I was like, well, we can do one of two things. We can either sit here and sulk or we can do something about it. And really, I was missing that creative side of what I was doing. So I was like, hey, let me take a step back on the financial side and start this marketing company. I'm really, really convicted behind helping people who are helping others. And I feel like those are the types of people that need the most help. So, and I actually knew a couple, you know, right in my own network. So I wanted to say, hey, I'm building this company. This is what I'm doing. This is how I can help, because I see that these are pain points that were common to me in my business, and I can identify those in yours too. So just helping people get systems and processes in place, helping people story tell better, connect with their audience, and really just make sure that their interactions are meaningful, authentic, and genuine. So I work a lot with CEOs specifically, because I think that if I get an opportunity to connect with the visionary of the company, then I can extract all the information that I need to help story tell a little bit better and help them get connected to their audience in a more efficient and effective way.
That's so great, Adrienne. And as you've worked with CEOs, what are maybe the top 3 places that you start out with when you're first connecting with a potential client and trying to figure out how you're going to work with them and maybe what will be the most effective for them? Where are the 3 places you normally start out as you go around that journey with them?
Yeah. So, you know, one, I think as far as you're talking about the actual person itself, like my warm network, right, of individual people, I want to help the people that I know first. So, and I really want to spread my business with word of mouth versus any other way. But where we start the conversation specifically is more about, you know, how did you get here? Let's talk about the backstory, not what your goals are yet, but let's talk about how you got to starting this company. Typically, people are finding a pain point in someone else's area and they want to solve for it, so they start a business. And I love that. And I love that when people are solving problems for people who are in need or just need help in some other way. That's where we start to unpack, right? We unpack that vision. We unpack what they see them growing this business to. And then we talk about where their pain points are, right? What are some things that you can or that you need to implement right away that can help you 10x your business or connect with your audience more, or whatever those goals are. But really, I think the most important part of the foundation of any marketing relationship with their clients is knowing your client. And as you guys have touched on so much over the past week with this forum, is that there's nothing more powerful than a good relationship here. So I 1000% spend my time getting to know my people really well. I'm an advocate for them. I stand up for what they're standing in. And when I know them and know their way of thinking and know their processes, I can execute better and give them better deliverables and, you know, just kind of make it all make sense. So that's really on the marketing side, but internally from a systems perspective is there's so many pieces of technology today and it's super overwhelming. And the last thing a business owner should have to focus on is how do I just actually run it internally, like logistically, from technology stacks to how often I post to, you know, the list continues. All of that is taking away from their primary objective, which is why they started their business. And that's where I come in and say, hey, let me take these things off of your plate. You go execute in your vital priority topics, and I'll take the tasks that need to get done, but not necessarily by you.
That's wonderful. We actually have a question from the audience for Mon. So I'm going to bring it up because I think it is a great question. He said, Adrienne, what were the challenges you faced when you were first starting out? And how did you come up with the idea for the company? So I know that you said that you had some frustrations and you wanted to help the people that were around you. But why was it that you said, all right, you know, we're going to focus on a CRM with tools to actually help people get their message out there and to the world?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when I worked in finance, you know, there's this big wall of compliance and regulations and the list goes on that really prevents some of the systems being able to do what they do best. So if you're using any type of automations or anything like that, there's typically a barrier behind what your financial institution is going to let you use from a marketing perspective. So I was able to kind of find a little bit of a loophole, if you will, that's still fully compliant. So everything's all good. But just helping them get those systems in place so that way they don't have to have this barrier that's stopping some of their processes. However, some of them are still in place today. So I think just, looking at the whole process and being able to identify that this is something that I connect with, I resonate with, I have a solution for, or can create a solution for, and make some money while doing it and have the autonomy of my own business and the ability to build relationships with people that I really genuinely care about, not just for sales and pushing numbers and things like that. The whole thing was different. And it was definitely challenging in the beginning because I think a lot of business owners suffer from the imposter syndrome. I'm going from a finance, industry to marketing, which is completely different. However, within finance, there's lots of opportunities to have to market yourself. So getting that in and then just knowing that, hey, I have 20 years of sales experience. I've got experience in finance. I love the creative side of marketing, and that's where I pour into. Let me do something with all of this. So I started marketing with financial advisors, but still, the barrier of all the regulation was just like, this is not the most exciting place to be doing marketing. So let me think bigger. Let me help more people. Let me get behind people who are just doing really, really good things. But imposter syndrome set in for sure. It was like, I'm a career changer. And the only way that I was really able to combat that is just by moving the needle on what I was learning every single day. Every single day, I'm learning something new. It's in my calendar to spend at least 5 minutes learning something. And if I have more time to give it, then I learn it more. And to me, that's the only way to say, hey, you've built this business and you have to just continue to evolve, and that will just never change. And so kind of I'm at peace with that now.
I love that. We've talking a lot about throughout the 5 days of the Marketers Forum. There's so many gems and insights that people are sharing, but it really is about taking action and inspired action. Adrienne, what are the 2 most recent things that you've learned, but not only learned, but actually have implemented either in your daily life or in your business?
Oh, those are good things. Daily life, I think that there's nothing more important than taking care of your mental and physical health. And that's, I think, something that I've learned more with some depth over the last 5 or 6 years. And I think that if you've got your mindset right and your health right, you can achieve or accomplish anything that you want, literally anything that you want. So the world is your oyster, create the life that you want. And I believe in that unapologetically. So that's one thing on the personal side. I would say on business, oh my goodness. Today I'm learning video editing. Yesterday I was working on creating digital products. The other day I'm, doing highly complex automations that are customized for a business. I mean, the opportunities for learning in life are endless, but I also have that drive to want to learn, to want to be really valuable for my clients. So that way they feel like they're getting what they, are paying for, but also because I want them to know that I care about the business that they're creating as well. So pouring into those relationships and making sure that, every day that I'm learning something new, it's specific to a client because it's something that a client needs at that time. So yeah, that's what I'd say.
Wow.
So good, so good. Rex, what is on your mind? What are you curious about kind of Adrienne's story and journey? What I love about your story, Adrienne, is that you are a marketer that's helping people with marketing, but you're also doing it yourself, right? And I think, in that, I'm sure that there are personal experiences and frustrations that you've actually been able to pinpoint and then say, how can we enhance this or make it different for someone else because you've experienced it too. So, wanted to share that. I found that to be very, very interesting, and would love for you to reflect on that. And then would love for Rex to continue to be engaged in this conversation.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that. And I take a Alex Hormozi tip, and, I've taken his process of running a marketing business and kind of recreated it into my own. But if there was one phase of the process that I could say that stuck out most to me was create the product, sell it, make it better, sell it, make it better, sell it. And I just implement that mentality, just make things better and make them more efficient or whatever it is, but never stop working on it and never just say, hey, okay, that's good, and just move it off, right? I mean, some things will be good to do, but if overall systematically you can be better and move that needle, then everyone wins from that, in my opinion.
So I have two things. I mean, there's many, 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 many things, but two things that I think are really stand out, knock it out of the ballpark great. One is the fact that you're a learner and you have no you don't hide that at all. You just like, I'm learning this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, and you're continuing to learn, and you enjoy the process, and you're making things happen because you're a learner, because you're willing to dive in and take that. The second thing is more important than that, and without it, you probably couldn't do that. And that is, you said health was really important. A lot of people have money, but they don't have their health. If you don't have your health, a lot of the money can't do anything. And in fact, they can't typically buy you health. So if you want to help people reach their dreams and you want to reach your dreams, one of the first things we should do is make sure that we're healthy mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and then financially, so a bit, but because without your health, it doesn't matter if you have money. But with your health, you can accomplish all of the different kinds of things you do. And because you're healthy, both in mind and body and spirit, and with an attitude of, I'm going to learn these things, you're doing what you want to be doing. And I think that's beautiful.
Well, thank you, Rex. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's a post-it note that I have that stays on my computer every day, and it just says, stay curious. That's it. Just stay curious. Ask questions, learn about people. I mean, the best thing in this business for marketing is that I get to sit and learn and live life through other people's perspectives and vantage points, purely based on our conversation and genuine care for what they've gone through. And by doing that, I mean, there's a couple things. It's just wow factor in itself, but two, I can learn something through someone and not have to go through it myself. I'm going to sometimes sign up to do it that way. Like, that seems like I'd rather just not bump my head in this area. But yeah, absolutely. There's I take a Warren Buffett approach on my circle of competency, if you will, and that is health and family, fitness, mindset, productivity, marketing, sales, and finance. And if there's anything else that you want to come to me for outside of this, go to someone else, because I'm not your girl. Like, I stay in my skill sets and my areas that I know those things really deeply. Anything else is you never know what you're going to get, kind of like a chat GPT, if you will.
It's beautiful. I mean, I'm going to just close by saying, I work out of a home office often, but you work out of a branch office.
Yeah, exactly. Look at you. But
oh my gosh, so good.
Well, Adrienne, I just wanted to say really quickly, I've been backstage watching and listening, and I say I salute you, because having been a former financial advisor and a compliance officer for an investment firm, my background's in finance and marketing, but when you put it together and said marketing for financial advisors, but compliance and regulations, hats off to you. I will bow to you every day. They so need it, and I so understand. So I wanted to say I salute you.
I appreciate that very much.
Well, thank you so much, Adrienne, for joining us today and sharing your insights, but also your journey. Oftentimes we talk about what people do, but the why is just as important, because that's how you show up and that's how you connect with your clients and your customers. So we appreciate you, Adrienne, for sharing more about your story, and we are wishing you well. Yes, thank you. Mo Rock, our CEO, is joining us. Mon, I loved your question. Thank you so much. If you're tuning in with us live and you have a question for any of our guests, feel free to ask them in the comments, and we will work our best to address your questions. Adrienne, have a wonderful rest of your day, and
thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. Next up, really delighted for our next segment. We told you we're global. We just had Rita Montalto, who is joining us from Australia. And next we have James Wellington and Scott Waddell, who will be joining us. They are the founders of the Amala sales agency based in Australia, and they have done a fantastic job in expanding their reach and their scope and how they're able to connect with their audience. James also has experience in financing, and I think that theme is coming up a little bit here today. So I'm going to bring James Wellington up, and I'm also going to bring Scott up. I know that you two are actually in California today, very, very global, and had the opportunity to interview Brian Tracy a little bit earlier this week, who shared some very, very insightful nuggets on how to connect with audiences and kind of mindsets around sales. But first, we're going to go with you, James. I'd love for you to further introduce yourself with our audience and share more about the work that you do with Amala, and then we'll go to you next, Scott.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me all right? Just making sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Great.
perfect. Thank you so much for having us, guys. So Scott and I are actually partners in, we also started a digital marketing school in Australia, which is Australia's largest privately owned and run digital marketing school with over 12,000 students. We've been working together for almost 7 years now. We're both so excited to be here. As you said, you are global. You are global. So thank you, Mo Rock, for having us on and making this happen today. It's an honor to be here. And I'm actually in LA at the moment. Scott's still in Sydney. I think, Scott, are you back in the Gold Coast?
Sydney. Yeah, Sydney.
Sydney. So guys, we're excited to be here and to be on because what we really love is like transforming lives through the products, services, and businesses in which we work with. Owning a digital marketing school, it does give us a lot of, global impact and does allow us to work with, people like Brian Tracy. So we are the preferred marketing team and sales team with Brian. And it's a true honor to be working so closely with one of the legends and the greats of the coaching, business, and personal development space. And we just want to give as much value today while we're here. So I'll definitely be keeping my eye on the comments and chat section. We love helping businesses grow. I'm obviously the former CRO of Digital Marketing School, but have now started a Marla sales agency. So we realize that the funny thing about marketing is that they generally have a battle with sales teams. And we realize, no one wants to take responsibility if the business isn't growing. So we made a decision the end of last year that I would no longer be just the CRO, that I would actually go and create a sister company, which then allows us to have the communication between both marketing and sales, which then means that we can actually really facilitate the growth for the business. And also too, as you mentioned, Alicia, I do have a finance company, which again, it's one thing I will mention a lot throughout today's presentation is just the ecosysteming of businesses. I think a lot of businesses leave a lot of money on the table by not creating an ecosystem. So when you find a problem, you offer a solution and continue to delve deeper and deeper and deeper. So we really like to, problem solution, and then fix that with our own business, our own teams, and our own systems. So thanks for having us again, Alicia, and the rest of the team. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you so much. Really looking forward to this conversation because it is something to talk about marketing, but it is a whole other level to actually have a marketing school. So Scott, as you talk about more about who you are, would love for you to really deep dive into what it really means to educate people in marketing on the vast way that you do through your school. Scott, over to you.
Yeah, that's a great question. First and foremost, thanks for having me here today. I appreciate it a lot. And you might hear the Scottish accent. Can everyone hear that? Everyone loves it. Yeah, we love the accent. So yeah, that's a great question. I think that what I've learned from working in marketing now for over 10 years is marketing is change work. Like we're literally helping people make decisions to change their life. Now, you can use it for good or bad, right? And what I love to educate people on is you can use these systems and methodologies inside of the human and inside of a business to actually help people change their life. And so that's our philosophy at the Digital Marketers is we want to help people transform their life. We want to use words to help people make decisions that will increase the quality of their life. That is our core premise. That's what our heart wants, right? And so I do that on the marketing side psychologically, biologically and psychologically. And James does that on the sales side, biologically and psychologically, because the biology influences the psychology, right? And so when you start to look through the lens of biology and how the subconscious mind is perceiving the world and the environment that you're providing it, then you can actually manufacture and create safety in the marketing campaign so that people feel comfortable moving forward. And when they feel comfortable moving forward, that's when they can change their life because they've made a decision.
And so that's where we come from, is that place. And I do that on the marketing side with a really structured system, and there's a lot that goes into it. Maybe we can talk into one or two of those pieces today. And then James does that with a really solid system that he calls the neural unlock method on the sales side. And so that's us at our core.
That's so great. And James, and we're going to get back to you in a second, Scott, because we'd love to learn more about two of the aspects of the system. But James, would love to move to you for a moment to talk about that integration between marketing and sales. You know, they're often siloed in organizations, but sales and marketing go hand in hand. Your marketing plan, your sales team has to be on board, and vice versa. So what are ways that people can think about, even if they have separate processes for their sales and marketing, actually integrating those functions in their business to help them put their best foot forward in the world?
For sure. One thing I always say is that copy, which is obviously a very big component inside of marketing. So copywriting is the written form of the spoken word. So the sales process needs to be the spoken form of the written word. So when we communicate from a sales perspective, we always have cohesion between the marketing and sales teams. So generally when we work with the business, we'll take care of both sides. But what we also like to do is that even if we do consulting, one thing I'll always look at is educating the team in relation to what the market message on the front. Because a lot of salespeople get told something completely different versus having a marketing approach and a science behind it that actually articulates what's being said. That's why you may have heard, a few times the term bait and switch used. When someone baits someone, gets lots of cost per lead or low cost per lead and gets lots of leads in, then the sales team then becomes, like this separate silo, and they will go, the leads aren't working, the leads are this, the leads are that, and they just start to create this blame. But when you can allow the process of the sales team and the salesperson to be integrated inside of the marketing as well, you actually create that cohesive pattern and that cohesion between both teams. So one thing we always like to do inside of our organization with our teams is have open communication and feedback loops between sales and marketing. It's one organization, not separate teams. And that, I think, is a big thing that a lot of businesses struggle with, because, you might have outsourced the sales team, or you've had a marketer, or you've whatever you've done, the way you've structured your business. But having that communication and allowing salespeople to have a footprint in the marketplace and in the marketing really helps them to have more buy-in and work with the team. So we always, we'll do brainstorming sessions with the team. And because Scott and I have worked together for so long, our results have been able to reflect that. So we trust one another. The trust is a very big thing in business. I know that a lot of businesses, whoever's been there first generally has the greatest foothold even in the business. And sometimes it could be to the detriment of the growth of the business. You've got a marketer that's been there for 15 years and the sales team just churns and churns and churns and churns. And the marketers sort of got in the way and rested with their laurels. So we always come in and do a full audit and have a look at the business, if that makes sense, guys. And any more questions? I'm loving, I'm seeing them in the chat as well. It's great to see you all there.
That's so great. And I loved, I'm not going to be able to articulate as well as you did, but you're talking about sales and marketing as the written word and as the spoken word, and how you need to be able to understand and do both. And, I think that ties into a theme that we've heard so much across the 5 days in the Marketers Forum. We heard it from Sharon Lecter. We heard it from Forbes Riley earlier today, that power of association. We heard it from Kyle Wilson, but also helping people be your advocate, sharing your message with someone else. And so when you think about sales and you think about marketing, that message really needs to be clarified and understood and clear so that people can advocate on your behalf. Scott, what are some of the strategies that you share and you teach people on in your system? I know people that are tuning in are kind of eager for you to share upon. We won't have time for all of them, but a couple that you think will really resonate with our audience today.
Yeah, of course. I'd be honored to do that. So I think that I look at it through two lenses. I'll do a context and I'll dig into one section of it, and then we'll end there, right? Because we've got a time limit. So the context I look through and that James looks through is we've got two systems. We've got the human operating system or systems, and then we've got revenue operating systems, right? So the business has to have an economic model to work. But also, we're in the business of working with people. Right. And so we have to understand the human being, and it's not about understanding your avatar or none of that jazz. Like that's just one layer of it. We're going to look at this today at the depth of the soul, right? We're going to dig right into it today. And that's what really excites me as well, is being able to like really read human beings at a deep level. Because, I mean, the reason this is so important is when you can actually see your marketing through this lens, it gives you an unfair advantage. And the reason for that is because people can copy your funnel, they can funnel hack you and do all that stuff. But what they can't copy is the hidden stuff that they can't see because their eyes cannot see it. And so if you're able to do the stuff I'm about to tell you right now, just one section of it, it gives you an unfair advantage, right? Now, this is based on a premise that I read in a book from Dr. Bruce Lipton, which is The Biology of Belief, which is that perception, not genes, controls the biology. Just let that land for a second. The perception you have of your reality is what controls biology. And so a lot of people are thinking about, how can I enter the conversation I'm having in the person's mind? But what we actually need to think about is what's the perception that we're creating that's controlling the biology, and the biology's influencing the psychology, and the psychology drives behavior, right? And so the other lens we can look at, right, is the subconscious mind is there to keep you safe and help you survive. And so if your marketing message and offer is opposing to that safety mechanism we have, we get a rejection. Does this make sense, guys? Right? We get a rejection from the nervous system. And those statements like human beings, I just really vibe with that person. I vibe with them. How do we know that we vibe with them? We don't actually know consciously, we just feel it. Right? And so what I'm going to teach you today is what I call the subconscious perception mechanism, right? In the marketing, we must match their criteria subconsciously. Otherwise, we're out of rapport with them. And so the actual outcome we have is to be in subconscious rapport with them, right? You know what, like in things like NLP, you do mirror and matching and stuff like that. You can do that when you're in person, but how can you do that for an ad? That's the lens I look at it at. Now, think about this. Joe Dispenza said that by the age of 35, 95% of your behavior is governed by subconscious programs. And so by the time you're 35, you have a subconscious way of being. You relate to yourself in a certain way. You relate to others in a certain way, and you relate to the world in a certain way for those 3 dimensions. And so what we must do with our marketing message or offers, we must be a safety bridge between where they are and where they want to be. So think about this. Imagine someone is standing on the edge of a canyon and they see their dream life over there, but there's this massive gap there. I'm quite glad we've got a mechanism inside of us that creates safety. Otherwise, I would just walk and fall off and fall to my death. I wouldn't be, whoa, there's danger here, shit. And I wouldn't be like, oh, I need to actually build a bridge, or I need to find another route to get to my dream life. And so our offer, our message has to be a safety bridge. It has to feel safe. It has to feel realistic. Right. And this is what a lot of like hype marketing does wrong, is they try and excite and overexcite the person, and it freaks their nervous system out. And the identity actually has to change too much. Whereas we need it to change a little bit so it's inspiring, but not that much that it freaks out. Right. So there's 2 modes of awareness in the subconscious: safe and unsafe. That is it. Right. Safe. Is this safe or is it unsafe? And what we've got to do is we've got to tick the box of safety. So there's a couple of things, and guys, you should write these down when I speak them out. There's a few things that I have discovered over the years of studying behavioral psychology, NLP. So I created all these things, right? And applied them to marketing. Also mentors that I've learned from as well that have pointed me in the right direction. I credit them, and I thank, God for leading me to those people, because they really helped me become a great marketer. So couple of different things, and then I'll pass off because I know we're on time, is, are they more of a toward focused person or away focused person? If they're toward and we start using away from language, it's not going to resonate with their subconscious. They're going to be like, this isn't right. If they're an away from person and we start using toward, they're going to be like, oh, this is too positive, right? And so we need to understand what type of person they are so we can choose the language we use. The next thing, awareness spectrum. Are they aware of the problem, unaware of the problem? Are they already looking at solutions? Like what sort of validation pathways do they have? Like, are they externally referenced and focused? Or are they internally referenced and focused, right? What do they like change? Are they adaptable? Are they not adaptable? Like, if they are adaptable, what part of their life are they adapting? An example, if you've got a $50 million CEO that you're working with and they've got a really working system and you say, hey, you need to change everything, their safety system's going to go, whoa, you ain't changing this because this is the profit that comes into my business. So what are they willing to change? What sort of engagement style do they have? Are they visual? Are they auditory? Are they kinesthetic? How do they process things? Do they think through things? Do they feel things? And, how do they make decisions? Do they just automatically make decisions? Do they have to see consistency over a period of time? Do they have to see frequency? Or do they have to actually spend some time thinking about it, right? Now, here's the fact that I want to end on. 93, so experts tell us that 93% of communication is non-verbal. Non-verbal. 55% body language, 38% tone of voice, and 7% actual words. And so why are we so focused on the words? Why? I think it's a massive limitation in the marketing world. Why? Why are we not focused on the invisible that the human being can't even see? And as I say here, I'm just speaking, my heart's beating, my food's digested, I had 2 hours ago, and I'm not even thinking about it. Isn't that a miracle, right? And so that's what I want to bring forward to this conversation is, how can we spend more time getting to observe? Now, the question you might be having is, how do you do this, Scott? Now, I'm just going to leave this. Language and behavior leaves clues. And James, Mr. Wellington here, is a master on sales at reading people's language and behavior. He's like, I've never seen anyone like it. Never seen anyone like it. So I know James is going to be able to talk into this too.
So I want to comment and let you both, either James or Scott, answer this. I'm going to do it in a brief story. Yeah. Back by 1986 or 7, I was creating a brochure at college because they had computers and nobody else had personal computers, right? So I created this rapport brochure about connecting and establishing trust and meeting other people and doing all this stuff. And I was so proud of it. And as I was leaving, a woman friend of mine came in and I said, what do you think of the brochure? And she looked it over. She went, yeah, it's good. Okay. So we're walking out and we're going through the union of this college and she sees a sign that says, lonely, be here Saturday night. She goes, I'm going to that. I said, excuse me, I got to go back and rewrite my brochure. I went back and I retyped my brochure. So the point is you're appealing to processes and things that are important to people, not just the words, but the idea of whether they do move forward or they do move away from or whatever is going on. So please, gentlemen.
The big I'll answer that one. So the big thing for all human beings is an identity shift. So going from like unsafe to safe, going from not having something to having something. And then a lot of the time we sell too much in the what. So we actually have a process called the neural unlock method. And you guys can write these 4 questions down and really delve deep. And this is what we do through our marketing and our sales. And it's only 4 questions. The other questions are irrelevant. And it's what, why, how, and who. Those 4 questions, because everybody else focuses too much on the what it is they can do. And if I ask the question now and you were to close your eyes, what is it about this session that appeals to you? Right now, you're making a decision from a conscious, but you've actually went to an unconscious pattern. So you go, I like this session because you actually then went to an unconscious pattern to then get validation from the past. So what is it about this session? And then if I ask the question, why can this session benefit you? You've now went to an unconscious pattern before going to conscious and you felt an emotion. Why can this benefit you? And then I can use my language to then influence, why is this benefiting you? Because this is benefiting you to be able to transform and change your business so you can become the person who you've always desired. And now I can future pace you towards a future orientation. But then I can also use language to say, how come that hasn't happened in the past? And now you're like, James, get out of my head. Stop doing whatever this mind bending is that you're doing. But that's the power of understanding communication, as Scott mentioned, VACAD, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, auditory, digital. They're very simple NLP mental models and principles, but then done well with business and then done well with marketing and sales, it means you can communicate and have someone have an experience physically, even if you're not in the room with them. So that's really, you know, something that we practiced and we've worked on. And I think for both of, you know, Scott and myself, coming from different backgrounds and beginnings, that you know, experience that we really wanted to shift people, not just influence or inspire, because that does not make a decision, but actually shift the identity of the individual to make that buying decision by cradling them and loving them and showing them what this can do for them. So giving that identity to become that person as well. So guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed this session. In the chat box, let us know. We'd love to see your feedback.
Debbie Predator said, this segment is fire. She said, James, get out of my head. Nicole has been joining us the last few days. She said, this is phenomenal. Earlier in the marketing forum, we heard marketing is love. We heard marketing is conscious. And today we're hearing marketing is safety. I think it's so important that both you, Scott, and James talk about the psychological impacts of marketing and how you can connect people, not just from a demographic perspective of understanding who your target client persona may be, but also from a feeling perspective of what are they looking for? What is their style? What is important to them? That's so understated and undermentioned, but so key and critical. Debbie said, bring us more. This has been fabulous. Scott and James are definitely going to have to hear you back. Donna, I know you've been on before Scott and James leave. Would love for you to kind of share your reflections and get your question in, and then we'll move on to closing remarks before we start our next segment.
What I absolutely love, James and Scott, with what you brought here to the table is that it's simple and it's back to marketing basics. It's not like you were saying the avatar and all of the other noise that we hear. It's really going back to what keeps us safe, the who, the when, the what, the how, the basic questions that need to be answered. And that if you apply it from that point of view, that perspective, you can grow huge, large brands. And you started off with Brian Tracy, who's a legend, who's probably still following the same formulas. And if we follow your footsteps, we can do the same. So those are my takeaways.
Love it. So James, in 30 seconds or less, would love for you to share something that's been on your heart. You haven't been able to connect and land with our audience, but you'd really like to, as your closing remarks. And then Scott, we will move on to you. And then we'll definitely have to have you back because there's so much insightful information you shared. We know our audience is going to want to hear more from you. So James, over to you.
The power of words. So every word has a representation. So I just love to say, you know, a lead is not a lead. A lead is leading a human being. So you are leading a human being. It's human beings connecting and helping human beings. So I want to remind that even in the world of marketing and data and analytics and all those sorts of things, at the end of the day, it's a human being making a decision in order to transform and change their life, whether it be from buying a can of Coke or to, you know, buying a house. It's human beings, human to human connection, and that can often get lost in a digital day and age. So really make sure that your marketing reflects your essence and your spirit, because people will be attracted to your skill, but they will buy based upon your spirit. That's it for me, guys.
Ooh, they will buy based upon your spirit. Like Roosevelt Williams says, that's a writer downer. I'm going to write that one down. We're going to go over to you, Scott, for your closing remarks.
Yeah, I think what I would love to just close on is a picture speaks 1,000 words. And the subconscious mind works very well in pictures. If you can get your prospect to picture the outcome, they will feel the outcome because the picture speaks of it.
Any audio problems?
Yes, I think so. Alicia, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm on mute.
There
I
we
was
go.
saying here that we lost Scott. So James and Scott, it's been great to have you both joining us here to sharing your gems and nuggets. Buy based upon your spirit. That is different. I wrote that one down on a index card and I will be revisiting that.
Yes.
James, Jeffrey Ross, he's actually joining us from Australia, and Rita is too. So you have individuals that are locally connected to you here that want to learn more about you and who you are. We are going to move to our next segment, James. It's been a pleasure having you on, and we'll definitely see you back.
And
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you all.
I can talk and help you with James and Scott for days. That's really fascinating. So thank you.
Yes,
Love
well, thank you so much. I wrote it here too. Buy based upon your spirit. So we'll see you soon, James and Scott. I know
See
you
you
had
guys.
a digital issue, but that is okay. We are going to move on to.
What happened to Alicia?
Oh my goodness, she must have. It's been a fun week of technology at the same time. She'll be back on in just a minute here, but we're going to be moving on, Rex.
Oh, there's Alicia.
So we're moving on. I am now having a digital issue. We're moving on with our next guest. We have Brittany Victoria Waltz joining us, as well as Joseph Lazukin. So Brittany and Joseph, it's a delight to have you on. Would love for you to share more about your reflections, Brittany, that last segment, because I know you were tuning in, and then further introduce the work that you do. And then Joseph, we'll get to you next.
Love it. It was actually completely on brand for me. I am all about like the spirituality, the perception, and just having a better understanding of self. And that leads into what I do. I am an integrative wellness coach. So I focus on the mind, body, and spirit because healing is a multifaceted approach. And that is what I bring to my clients. And I also do podcasts as well. So I talk about different mental health aspects and what people can integrate into their daily lives to create a more fulfilling and well-being.
I love that, Brittany. And you have the Divine Energy podcast. You just heard, I believe it was James say, buy based upon your spirit. How does that resonate with you when you hear that as someone that does work with individuals from an energy perspective?
I think that being connected to spirit is so important. It's directly connected to your intuition. So this is something that I foster with my clients, with breathing techniques, with trusting their intuition, because there is an intuitive guide inside of all of us, and it is constantly speaking to us. And what happens is that the logic of our minds, it wants to override this intuition. So what I do is I help people build that trust with their intuition. And just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it doesn't work. And helping people understand that it is okay if you fail or fall on your face, because that is what a part of the journey, and that is what's going to lead you to the next steps.
That's so powerful. And Joseph, we'd love to go to you next. You are all about kind of building and growth and helping people aggregate and accumulate more wealth. Can you share a little bit about who you are and also your reflections on the last segment? Because I could kind of see you nodding your head at certain points in time. And I'm so curious to hear what you were thinking about.
And you might want to unmute.
Yeah, so my background, I ended up spending, millions of dollars for all these different brands, and I was able to see everything from coaches down to e-com, down to software, and kind of seeing how all of these different things ended up kind of aligning with people's identities and the different ways that they would end up presenting themselves. So, for instance, when it comes to coaching, we would end up seeing what were the key triggers that would cause people to be able to actually lean in and pay a little bit more attention and say, yes, this is something that I identify with the future self that I'm trying to become. And one little interesting thing where he ended up saying that people buy along with their beliefs is we actually would find for like self-development coaches that after 9 p.m., when people actually sit down and start to be able to reflect to themselves, they actually end up buying more often anything that has to be able to do with future promise of positive results in their life. So if you were to be able to aggregate the entire data, we would actually see that their conversion rates would skyrocket after 9 p.m. So just by shifting their ad spend a little bit, we would actually be able to increase their ROAS from being 1.8 to maybe 3, 4x, just by that small little shift. So leaning in and understanding your customer a little bit more and how they view their identity, and also when they're conscious of the actual problem and when they're thinking about how to solve it, putting the actual problem or I guess you would say solution to the problem in front of them just at the right time can actually make a huge difference as well.
Wow. And Joseph, I mean, you've worked with so many large scale kind of companies, landed so many contracts. You help people through SEO optimization, but connection and massive growth and scale. What are maybe 3 principles that have really been consistent in how you can in informing how you connect with your clients and then helping them figure out how to connect with theirs?
Yeah, so one of the easiest things that I would say that everyone needs to be able to do, doesn't matter how big or small your actual business is actually call your customers. It is the simplest concept in the world. Call your customers and actually get to know them. So one of the biggest things that we like, just to kind of give you an example of unique strategies that we would end up doing, right? So when we ended up dealing with this beauty brand, on average, we would make about $50 in average on profit from every single time that somebody ended up checking out a cart. And we would end up asking them, hey, blah, 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 why did you end up coming to our brand? Why did you end up buying? And what they would end up saying is it ended up being more body positive as far as like the actual like branding of this specific company. And as well, it also ended up leading into some of the actual things that they identified with. And we also then asked them about their morning routine because obviously, when you're talking about makeup and when you're talking about self care, you're usually talking about the morning or afternoon routine. And we found out a large percentage of our actual demographic was actually going to Starbucks in the morning. So, a really interesting marketing technique that we did, it was actually we would give a $5 Starbucks gift card with every single order that ended up coming in. And here's what we did just to take it a little bit further, because this is where it plays in the psychology of how you can pattern interrupt their day but also add in and then also make it more top of mind, whatever it is that you're trying to be able to put in front of them. So what we did is that we took the Starbucks gift card and right on the back of that little credit card stripe, that black strip, we ended up putting a discount coupon for 10% off. And then we ended up having another sticker that we would put on it that said Peel Me. And what ended up happening is that when they went to Starbucks to go redeem it after putting on the makeup with the brand that we were advertising, they would then obviously get in their car, go to Starbucks, be waiting in line, and then they would try to go to use this card. Well, you can't swipe the card if you have a sticker over the magnetic strip. So as a result, the Starbucks person would go, oh, hey, did you still want this discount? And it would actually turn the Starbucks person into our actual sales rep for actually bringing that brand back to top of mind all over again. So the point that I'm trying to be able to make is there's unique ways that you can be able to engineer and align your brand along with the existing life of your actual customer. So calling your customer, number one, hands down the most important thing that you can be able to do because it allows you to be further in alignment with what already fits into their life. Number two, the second thing that I would end up saying is make it fun. The thing is that when you look back at your favorite teachers or educators, the thing is, if you're just sitting there being talked to and you don't feel really engaged with and you're not having a good time, you're falling asleep. I can be able to personally attest to this because I slept through pretty much every single college class until I ended up dropping out because I just wasn't engaged. But the one class that I was engaged in was the teacher that would give us trail mix and pizza if we ended up doing like bonus points, right? So what I found out that in marketing, really great tactics that you can be able to do to make things fun is to figure out how to be able to gamify it and actually engage the audience in some form or fashion. So a really great tactic that we've used with both e-com brands and also be able to use with restaurants like actual brick and mortars, or pretty much there's a wide range that this could actually apply to, is we would do a bingo board. So, for instance, we would figure out what are our top actual grossing products. So, for instance, if we knew that we were going to make, let's say, between $10 to $50 per item, we would make sure that we would have, if we were looking at a bingo board, so you have 5 items at any given point, we'd make sure that we would make a profit of $50, $40, maybe $30, 20, 10, in any configuration of this bingo board. So that way we knew what our predictable profit was for this gamification model. And then we would have it where we would fill it with SKUs that are all different unique experiences within our brand. So if we were, let's say, a restaurant or Starbucks in this case, we would say, hey, if you get the fall pumpkin, or then if you get the mint mocha, and if you end up getting one of our cake pops, and if you end up getting one of our, I don't know, let's say our lemon bread, then you could be able to get a free item. And it could also end up being a really unique experience. So for instance, if you end up coming in wearing a red shirt on there, or if you end up high-fiving one of our staff members, it has it to where it really makes it engaging and actually gets people to lean in a little bit more. So we found, for instance, when we ended up applying this to an e-com model, we would actually have it to where we would engage people and we would end up saying, hey, even if you don't buy anything, if you end up sharing That's one of the squares, because that's the cheapest form of incentivization. And then that would actually cause this really interesting concept called the golden ratio. So once you start to have people actually sharing in a high enough quantity, you have a perpetual marketing engine that just keeps on having people come in. So as a result, by having one of those squares for people to be able to share, it brought on average about 4 to 5 new people to the actual process and continue to be able to flow that cycle without having any additional ad spend. And then we would have it to where one of the prizes that we would do for people that shared to be able to make it fun is that we would say, hey, even if you didn't buy anything and all you did would just share, let's say that we were selling a shoe company, right? So we had a really comfortable shoe company that we were actually selling. I can't say who the name of it is, but we had it to where if they shared, they have an opportunity to be able to go to LA and go play with one of their favorite basketball players, get a bunch of free gear, be able to have it to where they got to be able to go to Disneyland, a couple of other awesome things. And it was all taken care of just by them engaging with the brand. So we had a really cool offer that we ended up doing. And we also had a little Easter egg hunt in there where randomly we would have actually the person that they were going to meet randomly call random fans who actually ended up sharing. So as a result, it got it fun, it got it engaging, and it got it really unique in order to be able to get people to engage. So making it fun is the second thing that I would end up saying. And then the third thing that I would end up saying is once you know your customer, once you've made it fun, you have to be able to think at another angle. The last angle that I would end up saying is you really want to be able to realize that every dollar that you spend is a vote towards the world that you're trying to create. You want to be able to make sure that you are always in alignment with whatever it is that you are marketing. It doesn't matter what it is, your message, your marketing, you always want to make sure it's in alignment. So when I say you need to know your audience, calling them is a great step. And if you can't do that, polling is another phenomenal step. Always make sure to be able to poll people and show that there is a community of social proof behind it. Because one of the things is that even if you show the right messaging, but you do not show a community of proof behind it. So if I say I'm the best pizza of New York, but I have 0 reviews on my restaurant, it doesn't really mean a lot, right? But if you can be able to show a community of people behind it and be able to show that all those people, the community, is saying the same thing about you, that's going to allow for you to be able to not only show that you're in alignment, but also show proof of past performance, which is going to help people to be able to actually close the sale and get them over that hesitation of actually being able to commit those dollars towards the future that they want to create with you.
Wow.
And
So many nuggets.
I think Brittany has some things that she's going to share about
Yes.
how she does. That's cool, Joseph. Thank you.
There's so many practical tips, especially about the power of collaboration and subtly, but just by understanding who your customer is, you can connect with them further in a way that integrates with their daily life. So it's very additive. Brittany, you do a lot of coaching as a personal development coach, and really kind of tap in and tune into an individual's energy. When you think about energy and you think about the subconscious, what are ways that people can kind of connect further with their target clients and audience members in a way that they help make that other person they're engaging with feel safe, kind of tying that back to the conversation that we had with James and Scott just a little bit ago?
I think empathy is so important because at the end of the day, people just want to be heard, they want to be seen, and they want to be understood. So when you are showing them that you can do all of these things, they're going to be more likely to do business with you because at the end of the day, it is about people, it is about relationships. And if you can come and show that you have their back, that you care about them, that you are going to put everything aside and give them all of your attention, and you are going to sit with them and understand their struggles and understand what their pain points are, and that you are going to do everything in your power to provide a solution that helps you develop trust. And that's what makes people want to work with you at the end of the day. But Joseph mentioned a really great thing about pattern interrupt. And this is what I teach all of my clients, interrupting patterns, especially when it comes to self-sabotage, because we are all running on this subconscious programming, like the guys before us were talking about. We run on the subconscious programming and we keep doing the same things over and over and over again. And it's being aware of these patterns because, like, for example, I used to self-sabotage in a way where I was like, oh my gosh, like I procrastinated, wait until last minute. And then I'm like beating myself up for waiting for last minute. And then it's just like this downward spiral. And it's recognizing the procrastination. It's like, okay, I need to stop that. What is causing this? And diving deeper to really understand the root causes of it and interrupting that pattern every time it comes through. And with thoughts as well, like the negative self-talk. When you hear yourself talking about yourself negatively, you have to interrupt that and correct it with the thoughts that you would rather have. And the more often that you do that, you're going to develop new neurological pathways, and that is what's going to take the forefront, and then you will stop self-sabotaging yourself. So I really love that aspect of the pattern interrupt. But
that's so key and critical. What are ways that people can pattern interrupt the way that they think about connecting with their community, Brittany, as people think are marketing their products and services, to take a step and take a moment back to say, what are ways that I can pattern disrupt my connections so I can actually make more meaningful connections? What would you share with them?
I would just say that put yourself aside and focus more on them. You have to attentively listen and provide your feedback after. I think that oftentimes leaders will go in and they'll be like, this is what I think, this is how I feel, like, what's your feedback? I think it's better to do the inverse of that and really get to understand what everybody else is thinking, what everybody else is feeling, and then provide guidance on the backside of that. And community first is everything. I mean, the community that you are building, it's based on your values, your purpose, your vision, and you build this team around that to help you achieve your goals. So people first is always key to all of leadership, all of business, all of marketing. And you just have to be very aware of your surroundings. You have to be very empathetic and you have to be very compassionate. You have to understand people, ask them questions, figure out like how they're feeling, how they're doing. Don't make it just about business and about selling them something. You have to make it about the relationships. Like at the end of the day, like we're still humans. And if you're providing a service, you're there to help that human. So you got to be connecting on that human aspect.
That's so wonderful. Brittany, as we
Alicia,
move
what's that curling on your wall?
What's that?
I said
Oh,
Alicia.
Just the door. The door hinges.
What happened, Rex?
I was just practicing pattern interrupts.
There you go. We saw it live right there because everyone said, "Wait, what just happened? What are you talking about, Rex?" That was golden. That was so great. Brittany, as we go into closing remarks, what is something that you haven't shared yet with the audience that's really been on your mind that you really want to land with them today?
Quite a bit, but one thing I want to say for leadership is that you're also interviewing your leaders. Like you need to know that the leader that is in charge is going to be serving your best interests, that they are going to be help cultivating your skills, that they are going to be helping you grow and that they care about you. You're not just another number. You're not just smiling and dialing and hitting your metrics. Like this person needs to actually care about your growth. So whether you're in a job or you're interviewing for jobs, you need to be interviewing to see the way that that leader is going to help you cultivate the skill set that you need to achieve the goals that you want to achieve in life. Because whatever you're doing right now, it may not be your end all be all, but it's so important to understand like the skills and develop those skills so that you can apply it to whatever it is down the road in your journey that needs to utilize those skills.
Wow. That's so wonderful. And what about for you, Joseph? What is something that's been on your mind that you haven't been able to share yet, but you really want to land with our audience today?
I would say it's parallel anchoring in figuring out win-wins in life. So my biggest thing that I've come to find out as I've kind of gone through life is that nobody really cares about your dreams coming true so much as you. So if you don't make them come true, who will? And the best concept that I can be able to say is that when you anchor your goals, your dreams, your ambitions with other people, or your brand, or your community, or other people that are in your life that are all also trying to be able to do the exact same things, and you can figure out the synergy of how to be able to win with them, of having it where your customers, when they come into your brand, you're actually helping them achieve some actual anchor goal in their life. Also enabling you to be able to do so at the same time, allowing you both to be able to synergistically win at the same time. It allows for everyone to be able to move forward in the same direction, same pattern, and that's how you really create momentum with whatever it is. It doesn't matter whether it's an e-com business, whether it's a SaaS business, or it's a coaching business. You always want to be able to look for the win-wins. You always want to be able to figure out how you can be able to anchor yourself in parallel with other people that are also going in the same direction as you, and figure out how you can be able to benefit one another to be able to reduce the amount of effort, energy, time, and attention spent on the problems that we all face.
Rex is in two places at once. He said, love it, win with them. Yes, 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 Joseph. But parallel anchoring, that is such a important concept, and we haven't heard it shared in just that way during our 5 days of the Marketers Forum. So we appreciate you for sharing that insight with us, Joseph. Thank you so much to you, Brittany, for joining us today on day 5 of the Marketers Forum. We are wishing you all of the best, and it has been great speaking with you today. Very, very powerful segment.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Joseph. And Rex, I'm going to give you a moment to reflect here. We have Donna Campbell on, who's going to introduce our next co-host as well as our final guest of the Marketers Forum. We've been with you for the last 5 days. Donna, what were your thoughts on that last segment? I know you were attentively tuning in the green room. You might be on mute, so 1 second.
There we go. I was taking a few notes of backstage just because of the wisdom and the things that they were sharing, and really getting to like interview your leaders, and with the Starbucks and the points and all of that, how to really grow a brand in a profitable way. Priceless.
It was so good. I love Joseph. He was talking about gamifying the experience, making it interactive. I mean, with the Starbucks gift card and then bringing in the barista into the experience with the product. I thought that was so fascinating myself. And I did write down in my notebook, parallel anchoring. I mean, Rex, you were part of that segment. What was going through your mind?
Well, I love the innovation. I love the thinking outside of the box. I love the creativity of going, what might we do that would engage people and make an impression and serve them and us at the same time? So the idea of winning with them, but also, not being the same kind of in-your-face marketing, but coming up with unique and novel approaches that can be fun, and to do it with integrity and not to lose sight of the purpose, which is to serve the people that you're marketing with. So I love that. I love the intuition side of it. A lot of people don't know what intuition is, and they think, oh, I gotta go buy a lottery ticket, as if that's their intuition, and then they run out and they buy a lottery ticket and they don't win. And they go, well, what was that about? Well, learning to pay attention to your intuition is an important skill, talent, art, ability that everyone needs to do so that they can move forward better in the world. So when somebody's there who can help you do that, pay attention, because it's important to learn those things. So beautiful couple of segments, and a lot of NLP in all of it, and so that was very cool. I mean, and
so good, so good. Our CEO, Mo Rock, has joined us. He said, Rex, what is intuition? That is a packed question, and I think we could have a whole summit around what intuition is. But, in just a moment, we are going to bring up our next co-host, Tiffany Cano, who is part of the Pillars of Power film. Rex is saying hi, Tiffany. Tiffany, very excited for you to be with us. You were here with us on day 1 of the Marketers Forum, where we were talking about spirituality and empathy and how that lends into the world of marketing. Marketing is conscious, marketing is love. Would love for you to join us in introducing our next guest, Tiffany. Yes. Our next guest, Tawana, and also just kind of sharing your reflections too, because I know that you haven't been on screen the whole time, but you've been actively engaged and in the comments throughout the last 5 days.
Yes. One of the things that I'm really excited about is now in this next segment, we're going to be talking about bringing in feminine leadership and empowerment into marketing. And that is also part of what our new Rise of the Lioness movie is going to be all about. And Tawana is also in that movie. It's bringing the power of feminine leadership and giving women that women in leadership recognition and celebration and joy and And as we embrace our femininity, then the safety comes and the love and the compassion. So, Tawana, I'm loving that you are in Lioness. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here.
Yay.
So, Tawana, it's so great to have you on with us. Would love for you to share with our audience more about what it is that you do and what feminine leadership and empowerment means to you and how people can engage and connect as they think about marketing.
So, I am a 4th generation intuitive healer, psychic medium, and spiritual guide. And by spiritual guide, I mean you could use the word coach. But I don't love the word coach because I guide people from the darkness to their light. So, being an intuitive healer, you guys were just talking about intuition and how we are typically not led, taught to be led by our intuition. I am fully led by my intuition. I have to receive messages from the other side in order to guide these people through their traumas and through the events of life that they're going through, to take them to their light. So that's one of the things I do. I am a medium as well. And so I am that bridge between the material and the ethereal realms. And what feminine leadership means to me, it means everything. I love the feminine business model. I love that we are rising up as women in our power, using our feminine energy to do so. I just see this whole movement that's so beautiful. And I am so honored to be a part of it.
I love that. I love that, Tawana. And one of the things that we do here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we talk a lot about books. And a lot of us are bestsellers. And then we, through the Los Angeles Tribune, have the critically acclaimed bestseller. But now we have this ability to take from books to movies. And you said yes to the Women Leadership Series. So how can film help you communicate your story in marketing and branding and share that message out to a greater audience?
My story. My story is definitely life-changing for a lot of people. After people hear my story, their lives change. I have been through some of the most heinous things that can happen to a woman. So by just aiding me in sharing my story with a broader audience, it will allow other people to heal and to find their courage to rise up into their power.
Beautiful. What advice would you give to younger women who are aspiring to take on more leadership roles and empower others in this modern times?
The first bit of advice I would give is unlearn everything you've learned. If you want me to be honest, unlearn everything you've learned, and then learn how to love you. Because after you love you, you don't allow the outside noise to affect you. You can then move forward with whatever dream you have. Like, this is my dream and it's coming true before me because I loved me enough to believe in me and to say yes. But if you don't love yourself, you're going to cycle and cycle and cycle and believe you don't deserve these things. So until you love yourself, you cannot fully embrace the opportunities and things that are out here for you. Your dreams can come true. You can be anything. I believe it. But you've that core, that foundation is self-love. So unlearn everything, learn to love you, learn to be led by that internal compass. It will never steer you in the wrong direction. Stop fighting against the current. I always tell my community, stop trying to swim against the current. Just let the waves take you to the shore. You're always going to land where you're supposed to be.
Wow. That's so powerful. Go ahead, Rex.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, being the one guy here, that while there are some questionably nasty women, for the most part, what we really do need is women leadership. You know why I'm so cool? Because
Why?
most of most of my mentors have been women. Most of the pivotal people in my life who have taught me and guided me, whether it's in the acting business or in the spiritual business or whatever, have been women. Yes, I've had my share of men, but the
Hmm.
women energy that you guys are, you girls, are bringing to we need you. I mean, we really need the women to step up in this country and there are guys like me who want you to and will do anything we can to support you in that. Not that you need our help, but if you want our help, we're there.
I love that. I love that.
That's so great. And Rex, when we were transitioning into this segment, we talked about intuition. Mo Rock, our CEO, put it in the chat. What is intuition? And Tawana, you've talked about it a little bit here as part of this conversation. As individuals think about marketing, branding, knownability, how can they, as much as they're joining forums like the Marketers Forum today to get insights and gems and advice from individuals, how can they at some point tune out the noise to say, I just absorbed so much information, but how can I allow my intuition to also lead my next step in terms of me figuring out what I'm about to do next with my business or in my life?
Your body will always tell you yes or no. Unfortunately, we have been taught to deafen the yes and no with Tylenol and Pepto-Bismol. If you're somewhere you're not supposed to be and your stomach gets a little queasy, that's your intuition saying, get out of here. If
Yep.
you're around someone you're not supposed to be around, it's like, gosh, I didn't have a headache. I felt fine when I left home. That's your intuition saying, get away from this person. Your energy will always tell you, if you are tuned in, will always tell you where you should be, who you should be around, what opportunities to take, what opportunities to run away from. It will give you every single answer to everything that you need in this lifetime. We have just been taught to Tylenol and Pepto it away.
That is
Yeah.
so good because a lot of women and empathic spiritual intuitives, we just numb ourselves up,
Yes.
numb, avoid, and then we miss it.
Yes.
And so that was really beautiful. I'm curious from a marketing perspective, when it's time for you to do something marketing related, do you go and talk to your ancestors to get
Yes.
those messages? Because I
Yes.
know mediumship is one of your go-tos.
Yes. My ancestors, I make not one decision without their input. So they are always whispering in my ear, as you experienced, Tiffany, when we spoke.
Yeah.
They are always here. There are 18 here now, and they are always telling me what to do, how to do it, rearrange this, redo this, do not do business with this person, do business with this person. Don't do this person's reading. Don't do that. I've refunded money for readings and mediumship because ancestors said no, and it's not my business. I tell my community again, our business is not the why or the how.
Yeah.
That's their business. Our business is to move forward in whatever purpose they chose us to move forward in. And we've all been chosen to do something. All of us have ancestors and guides. So that's our business. The how, the why, that's not my business.
How would you recommend people who are still trying to cultivate that in their business? So can you give us maybe a quick how-to?
Cultivating your intuition in your business, you're going to make a few mistakes, and you need to give yourself some compassion for that, because again, you're unlearning everything you've learned your whole life, right? Pepto and Tylenol. So so give yourself some compassion. Quiet the mind, spiritual music, less television, less social media, and really quiet the mind and get to know your body. So once you get to know your body, you get to know those signals. Those signals will then tell you how to move forward in whichever direction you need. But it always starts with quieting the mind.
Yeah, I want to agree with you too on something, and that is your intuition will never be wrong.
Yes.
You may be wrong, but your intuition will never be wrong, because most people have not learned how to pay attention to their intuition, which is you're helping people to understand that now.
Yes, absolutely.
Very
so
cool.
good, so good, so good. And I loved that, Tawana, we're here at the Marketers Forum. It is a blessing that you are helping us to close out the Marketers Forum. We've been with our global community for the last 5 days. We've talked about tactics, about strategies. We've heard what I said earlier, real stories from real people with real results. And what you're sharing with us right now in this moment is that learn, study, educate yourself on what can be done to connect with people, but don't forget to connect with yourself. Don't forget that on some level within you, you are guided. And
Yes.
sometimes you do have to quiet out what you've learned. It's not to say don't go out and learn it, but at some point, quiet out what you've learned so that you can connect with how you're connecting with what it is that you've learned, and then how you're going to then act from that place. And so it's a beautiful kind of it's a beautiful gift I think you've given those that are tuning in our audience, to be able to connect with all that we've learned throughout the Marketers Forum in this moment right here today. Tawana, to close us out today and for the last 5 days that we've had, and Donna has joined us, what is it that's on your heart that you'd like to share with our global community that you're being guided to tell us right now in this moment?
Everyone, work is important. We all have to work to feed our families. We all have to work, to pay our bills. But what everyone has gotten away from is spending time with self. Our grandmothers, great grandmothers, grandfathers, great grandfathers used to sit on a porch after dinner and just observe. That's how they were so wise, because they observed people's patterns and places and things. And that's how they didn't get themselves into some of the situations we've gotten ourselves into. So take some time out, off, go in nature if you have to, if you can, and just sit with yourself and learn who you are. And you'd be surprised what comes after you learn who you are truly. The opportunities are endless after that.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
You are welcome.
And I'm so happy that you are going to be in the Rise of the Lioness movie with us.
I am so
exciting.
Excited.
Yes.
I only told my team. I told my kids and my team. I haven't told anyone else. So
well,
and now everyone
internationally broadcast.
Cats out of the bag.
But yes, the Rise of the Lioness movie is a movie for those of you that don't know. We talked about pillars of power on day 1 of the Marketers Forum, but the Rise of the Lioness is another documentary film that we are working on here at the Los Angeles Tribune under the vision of Donna Campbell, the team, Tiffany, myself, Mo Rock, and so many others. But it's really about amplifying the space for women to share their stories. They're already living out their stories, but amplifying the space for them to share their stories. Tawana, it's such a delight that you're going to be part of the film. And it was so great having you on today to just remind people to take that moment to sit back, to reflect, and to know that they know. And it's okay when you're figuring it out. Be kind to yourself in that process. Authenticity has come up so much in the Marketers Forum. Storytelling has come up so much in the Marketers Forum. But to be authentic, to share your story, you have to know who you are. You have to be able to listen to who you are and then be able to vocalize that with others that you interact with. So it was so great seeing you on here today. I know that our audience will get to connect with you beyond just today, and you will be a part of the film. So Tawana, until next time, it's been great to have you on.
Thank you for having me. It was wonderful to meet all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Tiffany, it was great to have you on as well. I know I just mentioned it, but our audience is going to be able to learn more about the Pillars of Power, learn more about the Rise of the Lioness movement, because film is a different way to connect, to storytell. It's a medium to really be inspired. People talk about that movie that they watched 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, that changed their life because they heard a message and it connected with them in such a way as film does. And so we're so glad that you are part of the journey of filmmaking with us here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And we appreciate your support. I've seen you in the comments over the last few days, Tiffany. I know that you have been plugged in and tuned in. And we will see you soon, Tiffany. Have a wonderful one.
Thank you so much. I love this opportunity to serve.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Donna and Rex, we have come to the end. We are at day 5, the closing segment of the Marketers Forum. There's been so much that has been highlighted over the last 5 days. Donna, would love to hear your reflection, some of the things that you wrote down that really resonated with you today, but also across the 5 days. This under the vision of our CEO, Mo Rock, the VP of the Los Angeles Tribune, Michael Silvers, editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, Ava V. Manuel. This is what it's about here with the Los Angeles Tribune, helping to connect others, help people share their story, but also build community and rapport and share this public education, this knowledge with those in our community. So what have you been thinking about, Donna, and what have you written down?
Yes. So one of the things that I think about is in the very beginning, on day 1, we all set the stage of what we were going to think, what we're anticipating, the excitement that we had with the Marketers Forum. And throughout the entire time, we were talking about the different mediums, print, film, books, events, all of the different aspects, and then all of the actionable steps that you can do with marketing, with media, and the things to take. A lot of those are just outward expressions of what we're trying to communicate. In building relationships, though, connection, following your intuition, sitting with yourself to get those answers inside, that's a very much of a feminine perspective. Now, we all have masculine and feminine energies within us. It doesn't have anything to do with gender in that way, but when you internalize and then you can put that action out into the world, we can win. So for me, this is really kind of a full circle moment because we can balance between who we are, the messaging, the connections, the relationships, the perception, and the people we want to connect with, and then put that action out into the world.
Wow. What about, I mean, that was beautiful, Donna, how you kind of wrapped up your reflections over the last 5 days. Rex, what has been on your mind? You've been facilitating conversations. When you haven't been on screen, you've been in the comments. What is it that you've been thinking about going into the Marketers Forum, and how are you feeling coming out of it at this point in time?
Wow, what a loaded question. That's so cool. It is so interesting, what has happened. It has been such a a wonderful ride, an incredible journey together with incredibly wonderful people. You know, anything powerful can be used or abused, and the consistent message here has been to use it with integrity and transparency and honesty, you know, and to help people move to where they want to go, to assist them, to support them, to lead them, to market, you know, to sell, to make things available to them. So it's really truly amazing. What I would say is it's not over. It's the forum is ending, but it's just the beginning for everyone to be able to apply some of the things that they've learned here and to put those into action. And the thing I would encourage everybody to understand is if I say, hey, we're going to juggle, and I throw 100 balls at you, it's pretty hard to, one, catch all those balls or to juggle all those balls. But you know what? If you pick up one or two and start practicing, pretty soon you can do 3, 4, 5. In other words, you got a lot of stuff here. You got a full buffet. You don't have to stuff everything into your face in one moment. Take something and get good at it. Skill requires discipline. It means repeating it again and again and again correctly, consistently for long enough until it becomes a habit. And any of the stuff that anyone's learned here, any of the principles, the practices, the methods, the strategies, the techniques, the, you know, whatever, are yours to use to transform your life, to market your business, and to do incredibly great things. So take them and do them with us, and let us at the Tribune know what you're doing. You know, in other words, it's one thing to go and run off, but it's another thing to go off and go, look at what I've created as a result of being at this forum, because I learned something that one of the speakers or panelists or guests or somebody said, you know, and I've taken that to heart, and this is where I am today. So go ahead, you know, use it and then share and let other people know how you've benefited, because that spreads it all around the world.
I love that, Rex. What you shared is very, very powerful for a couple of reasons. People have learned so much. There have been so many speakers that have literally joined us from all around the world. Paris, Australia, London, all around the world, all around the States. And there's so much knowledge that was shared. And I think what's great about an experience like the Marketers Forum is you learned a lot. You're probably not going to use it all tomorrow or this week or next month. But once you hear something, you can't unhear it, and listen to yourself, and you'll understand when to dive deeper into some of the knowledge, when to do a little bit more research. But our goal here is to really share knowledge and invite you to be a part of this conversation. We would love to learn some of your insights and reflections about something that you took from this forum and how it shifted you. We had Leadership Week in May earlier this year, and we're going to have Leadership Week next year in May as well. There was an author that was in the audience. His name is Roderick Von King. He wrote a book. It was a fictional book, and because of all of the nonfiction kind of development authors that had joined the Marketers Forum, he was tuning in. He sent me a message after. He said, Alicia, I was inspired by all of those authors. I'm going to start my nonfiction book today. I'm about to work on the manuscript. And Roderick Von King's book, Altar Call, An Honest Depiction of a Path to Salvation, hit the shelves in September. And he was inspired from this leadership forum that we had here. So it's about taking an inspired action, and that action is going to look different for each and every single person that's been participating in this forum. If you've been on either live or watching the replay and something hit your heart, something gave you a heart smirk, something inspired you to take action, share this program with a community member, a friend, and share with us what you've learned. We'd love to hear from you. We encourage you to watch the replays. We encourage you to reach one and teach one. If something hit you in this Marketers Forum and it was impactful, implement the strategy and then share it with a colleague, share it with someone that's on your leadership team. It's all about knowledge, and only you know what kind of action you're going to take. But we hope that you took notes, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. On behalf of the entire Los Angeles Tribune team, you heard from many of us over the last 5 days. There's so much that the Los Angeles Tribune is doing to connect with those in our community, to help you get your story out there, to connect you with trainers. There's the Leadership Academy. We have our critically acclaimed bestseller list. We have our publishing division, our film division, and of course, our editorial news. If you're looking to get in touch with us, reach out to any one of us. And once again, on behalf of our CEO, Mo Rock, the VP of the Los Angeles Tribune, Michael Silvers, Ava V. Manuel, our editor-in-chief, we thank you for joining us all today. For our co-hosts, Julianne, Tiffany, Parisa Rose, we appreciate you for being part of the Los Angeles Tribune community. Jason Antelek, this is what it's about. It's about leaders coming together to inspire, educate, and then empower, because with empowerment comes action that only that person can take. So until next time, we appreciate you, and we will see you in January for our next forum. And there's much more to come on that. There are many events happening. We have a day with Joseph McClendon in December, on December 21st. Until next time, have a good one. Bye, everyone.